Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, I was just getting candy.
Candy is good.
Well, I was getting milk candy so that if my voice hurts at all, I can just talk about stuff.
Fair.
You're kind of soft.
Is that any better?
Yeah.
Okay. My microphone was further away from my face.
Okay, I think I filled out everything.
Filling out everything's good.
Yeah, well, it was done on Comic-Con because that's what you made me do it the first time. But so I was trying to transfer everything. I was like, I think I got it all.
I mean, you know, that's useful.
I mean, technically, I don't think I put reactions in the right spot. I don't know, because the autopod has a reaction on it now. I don't know whether that should go into reactions or stay under the weapon information.
I see.
It just might not be in the right place.
We started a little early. I think people can hear us talking anyway because I mess with my scenes, and I think I have the audio still on, so they can hear me talking to you and you talking, even though I have a start screen on.
I mean, okay.
I mean, it doesn't really matter because that is what the purpose of a start screen is, right? Like,
Yeah. Well, it's not like I was talking about deeply personal things. No.
no, so like it's not super right
Like,
there.
that would have been awesome.
Yeah, that would have been over. Although we are missing 2 people still.
No, it's actually doing a chat replay in a Twitch stream right now.
Is it?
You're talking about walnuts in a game.
What?
And how they really don't want you chain casting.
On my stream?
Yeah. Let me see. I'm gonna like try to get it to reload. Okay, there we go.
Which being weird?
Yes, and now I can hear myself. So that's
Okay. No. That was weird. I mean, we can shade the transition over to, you know, this whole thing because everyone else isn't here anyway, so it doesn't super matter. Although, wait, one more person, yay!
Just as I went to start sending messages.
Yeah,
Yeah, no internet for you.
that's cool.
Still have power, just no internet.
it gave me an option to share my 2-month sub message.
Oh yeah, thanks for the subscription that costs you nothing. But
Hey, I pay for Amazon Prime.
true,
I can give my gift subscription to someone else.
you could. You very well could, and I'm surprised you haven't, if we're being perfectly honest. I'm not sure I'm worth a sub. Since I haven't
That's a
streamed in
really
2
bad way
weeks,
to advertise your
and then
stream.
2 weeks before that,
I'm not worth subbing to.
listen, I am 100% honest about everything when I stream. I don't think I'm worth subscribing to. Let's be perfectly honest. I mean, if you like the Lancer content that I do every 2 weeks, like, you know, I'm certainly not gonna say that people can't like the content. I just right now that's about all the content I'm doing right now.
Yeah, well, I need
No.
to make you play Shapeshifting Detective.
Is that the video
That's the one I gave you.
thing? Yeah, okay. What would you call it? Is that like a video novel? Video?
It's a
But like, there has to have a genre name.
FMV is what it's called. Let me see. Full motion video.
Well,
is what it's called.
I mean, that's not incorrect, but like that's also the description for like.
Right, they're called FMV games. That is the genre. You cannot change what the entire.
I'm not disagreeing that that is an accurate description of what goes on in the movie, but that is also the description for like a movie. Like.
Oh no, because you say FMV
Game. Yes.
You don't just say FMV because obviously that just means a video.
Yeah, that's fair. Where is Mr. Toucan? He is late. He's actually late now. Oh, there he is.
Oh.
He's in game, And there he is.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Good timing. We were just wondering where you were.
I was in the waiting room for like a minute.
Oh, okay. That's weird.
You just didn't let him in. Like,
I mean, I looked, but you must have joined after I looked, and then I was like, huh, that's weird. Wonder where he is. And you're like, no, I've been here. Just like, huh. Okay. Um. Okay.
Knock, knock. Open up the door. It's me.
Yeah. So, welcome to Wayfar, our fantastic little.
I have to hit him on the back of the head if he doesn't notice you in the waiting room.
I mean, the problem.
That once to me too.
The problem with that is, right, like, I'm in streamer mode, so I don't get Discord notifications at all. So that is actually completely unhelpful. But, you know, it's
Sounds like a
fine.
you problem.
Oh, it is a me problem. I'm not gonna lie, this is 100%. This is a 100% me problem. But because it's a me problem that affects you, you can't hear it. Like I can't hear you, so it doesn't really matter. So then it becomes a you problem, right?
Right.
Yeah, it's a me problem that becomes a you problem.
Correct.
Yeah.
I mean, that still sounds like a you problem, though.
Well, it's a cascading problem.
But, like, no, because things are never a problem with me.
I mean, sure, okay, we'll go with that. So yeah, recap. Last session we had a fantastic run-in with the Musashi Blade Cult,
I
and
hate you so much.
poor Bray.
They're my fans.
Oh yeah, they love they love your guy. He's like #1 on their list right now, I think. It's fine. No one else knows that. So like, you know, this crazy insane cult is chasing him around.
And now you know what happens when you become #1 on one of the lists, apparently.
Yeah, I'm gonna find out.
You get chased across the field. Like, my character was only #1 for a brief time till we killed the dude.
Yeah. Well, you know. It happens, right?
No, I don't think it does. I don't think that's what happens when you flirt with someone for like 10 minutes.
I mean, if he's crazy, yes. Yes, it is.
I mean, fine.
Ooh, my HP is 13 now.
Oh.
They try to kill Deadpool first because he talks too much.
I mean, yes.
It's the Chewbacca defense. If
Yeah,
you open your
yes.
mouth, you're getting hit.
I mean,
Called the Deadpool defense.
not wrong.
It's not like that. You guys weren't talking to him, though.
Yeah, but see, you kept talking to him.
Correct.
They were like, "Hey, what's up?" And he was just like, "Yeah."
Pseudo nice and talking to him. They were actually just outright mocking him.
I mean, the lesson learned here is right, like, don't be nice to crazy people. Like that. I think that's the fair lesson here, right?
I'm nice
And
to you all the
problem is
time,
you
buddy.
don't know they're crazy until they start their little blood cult chant.
Listen, I'm not crazy. I'm weird. There's a difference.
Is there?
Yes, there's a very small difference.
All right. When's the last time you slept?
I mean, last night. So yeah. That's
Okay,
that
fine,
doesn't
you're
that
fine,
doesn't
whatever.
that doesn't really work. Like, no.
it's
Yeah.
not.
Okay, so right.
Right.
We had a run in with the charming Blade cult.
Yes, and you got paid, sort of, in the sense that you have experience, you leveled up. So everyone did all the level ups, right? No one had any questions.
Well, I'm filling mine in now, and then you can see if I really mess it
That's
up.
fair.
My only question is, can you give us another level so I can get my frame that I want, not just the weapons for that frame? Wink,
Listen.
wink, nudge, nudge.
Listen, there's stuff that has to happen before that. Like, it's not.
I have been asking that since before we started this.
Well, yeah. She wants to be like level 6.
No, I don't. I want to be level 2 so I can have my goblin.
You bare minimum
So
want.
I can have my goblin is now a sentence that my ears have had to hear.
I mean,
I
yeah.
don't care. The goblin's amazing.
I
I
mean,
do have a question.
okay.
Arguments there.
Ask away.
So I went in and changed my weapons
Okay.
just to probably really screw myself over. But I went from shotgun to charged blade, main melee, but then on my flex mount, I went with an assault rifle. So I don't have the 2 weapons now, I just have the 1. Is that okay? Does that make sense? So I used to have a thermal pistol and a tactical knife.
Right. So you switch to a
Assault
different
rifle.
weapon, and because that weapon takes up both mounts,
Right.
well, yeah. So
That's fine.
right, because what happens is the mount can carry 2 sidearms or a weapon. So it's not that you lose the mount; it's just that you're filling it with a bigger weapon. So that weapon just takes up
Cool.
the whole slot. So that counts as 1 mount. Yeah.
How do I get rid of a weapon on the roll 21?
You could just write over it. If you added one, like physically told it to add another one, you can delete that by hitting, I think it's like edit somewhere on there. If you didn't physically add another one, which depending on like where you put that weapon, that might be an issue. You could just type over it.
I'm
You
just
can
gonna leave
type
it
over it,
blank.
or you could just use the arrow
Yeah,
and
I
minimize it
minimized
so
it,
that
yeah.
like it's
All right, nothing else changed, so that's
you
cool.
just type void in there or whatever.
Oh, another question. Okay, so I got a license in Metal Mark, which opened up new things to add to my mech. Do I add those now, or do I have to wait until I actually get a Metal Mark mech?
The equipment that you unlock can be used on any mech. It just takes up a system slot and costs system points.
Good. Okay, because I already added it to my mech.
Yes. So
Sure.
the only thing on there that is like explicitly unavailable to you is anything that's part of the frame itself, which is everything in that stat block when you pull up the actual metal mark information. That's the thing that's in the little like table, like that says like the metal mark and the stats and all that. Anything that's in there you can't use, but anything else that you get for investing in the certifications, you get access to those and you can put them on your mechs right away.
Yep.
Okay.
The CompCon does have a level up tool, which is amazing and
Yeah,
helped
that's
me
what I was
do a lot.
using.
Mhm.
I just wanted to make sure I didn't somehow break the system or.
Yeah, and
You
it's
can break it if you
Sure, I
turn
wanna make
off the
sure.
little lock symbol. I almost was like,
it's like I'm just gonna add all this cool stuff. It looks awesome. It's like, oh wait, no, I don't have I don't have these things. That's a problem.
exactly.
I
Don't do that.
carry 18 weapons and.
Yeah, that's not great.
All right, I am gonna. I did choose my downtime, so I'm gonna add that in there. There it is. Agility 2.
Okay, so yeah, downtime.
Yes.
Are we just doing that? Like, are we talking about that next after leveling?
Yes. But does everybody have their leveling stuff done? Because we're gonna do that first.
All right,
Yep.
so I think I added it all in,
Okay.
and I hope I did it right. It's leveled on CompCon, so if I did CompCon right and I didn't miss anything, transferring it over to Roll20, then I'm good.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's basically mine.
I'm assuming that's probably gonna be fine. I can take a look, but like obviously since I don't have, the comp comment in front of me, I can't
Yeah.
validate that part of it. But
You just changed it.
oh yeah, when I open the sheet and I flick over, I can. Were you typing in the talents thing?
No. It was fine. I thought I clicked something.
Oh
And I
no,
was like, whoa.
that was just me looking. I mean, it looks like it should be fine. Wrong to me. That should be okay. At least anything that's typed in here is not incorrect for what is typed in here. Whether or not that is correct to what the CompCon says, I have no idea. But as long as you have the CompCon sheet and you know if that's correct, that should probably be okay.
Good. If you guys can hear the thunder in the background, but it's coming back.
I did not.
It's still pretty faint, but Oh no, that's okay. That's correct. 8. Yep.
Anybody else have questions about their stuff?
No, not really. I mean, you can look at my character sheet and let me know if I did anything wrong, but it should be good. I'm sure you probably poured over it after I left the roll 20 earlier, anyways.
I did not.
Maybe none
Well,
of us should have said
that's
anything.
just me assuming something then that didn't happen.
Yeah.
We should have just gone in and really made some crazy.
Just like, I did
character
not.
just no.
At
Just
least you own it.
Yeah.
You're like, no, I didn't. I didn't do that.
yeah. Like I don't.
Both of you to assume I can read, Kevin.
But no, both of you to assume that I would choose to read it and not leave it as a surprise when you were done. Listen, I live my life like living by the seat of my pants, right? Like I don't do none of this like planning thing. Like who does that? I certainly don't.
We literally plan these sessions out 2 weeks in advance every 2 weeks.
Yeah, we do.
You've all that doesn't make any
No,
sense.
he and I had this whole argument about planning last night. Just give up.
Okay.
He's in denial about the planning he does.
Mm,
Yeah, you are.
I just disagree on what I consider actual real planning and what is just me making it seem like I'm well better planned than I actually am.
That would work if we didn't play an escape room game.
No. I know what you're talking about because I do the same thing, where it looks like I've been prepared for something for a week, but in reality, I just didn't sleep, and you're none the wiser.
Yeah, that might happen, a lot.
Yeah. That's how I survived high school, college, right now.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so downtime actions?
Yeah, so no one has any questions on anything. They're all good for terms of just like where they are and things. In terms of like
No, everything.
the actual like level up.
Yeah, you have to clarify level up, because if you think I'm supposed to be like, okay, with where I am in life in general, then wow.
Oh no, none of us are okay where we are in life, right? Like,
Yeah.
it's just that is the unfortunate thing about life. Alright, so downtime actions, right? So like who had questions or thoughts about the downtime actions? I know I think Ray talked to me about one.
Well, I had the question of
There we go.
what else I had to do. Because we decided that I had to increase the hack and fix 2 points for the whole quest to not be completely screwed over when I die.
Yes.
And which, after last week's adventure, I feel like she would have worked extra hard on.
Yeah, imagine that. So you do level up. We will say you apply your level up first. So does the level up?
Right.
The level up does qualify for you if improve the requirements to your, requisite level to get what you needed done. Leave the other thing that you said you needed to get, because you had a choice of what you wanted to do, was that you need to get yourself the equipment that you needed to do the thing. So we could say that your downtime action is dedicated toward that.
Yeah.
Okay. Which would fulfill the conditions. What are you going to get, and how are you going to get it?
Well, I mean, we talked about before. She's basically the first requirement we did was to get the knowledge and stuff like that. And that's what we consider the hack and fix upgrade.
Sure.
So basically, she would have been working on just ensuring she had the access and the ability to upload, the stuff and to, hack into it.
Sure.
And basically what she would need to be able to do that effectively.
Right. So
and
I
not
believe
end up cut off in like
you said specialized tools in not a good workplace, right?
yeah, because she she basically works wherever she is. Like
Yeah, sure. No. That's fine.
Really...
So you don't have to roll for anything. Like this is just like you're dedicating your next downtime action
Okay.
to finishing or your goal. In this case, it's being less messed up when you die, which is honestly a fair goal in life, right? I would like to be a little less messed up when I'm dead.
I mean, trying to be less messed up when you're alive is just almost impossible.
Yeah, that's true.
Everyone says that as their goal, but there's no way they're ever gonna.
Yeah, no one ever meets that goal, right? Like we're all honest people. We never meet that goal in life.
Yeah. So she's making sure that when she dies, especially I think like she especially does not want to end up with amnesia and shit like that, because she's very much like she has way too much access to stuff.
So I would like to point out, even though we were told to ignore him, Toucan has wasted the good roll for the day, which means that now he's cursed himself 2 terrible rolls for a while today.
I'm not too pleased about that.
Just pointing that one out. But yeah. So really, it's just like what would you describe as the tools that you got and the process that you had to go to get it?
Well, okay, so we know she got back and threw a hissy fit about everything that happened and being mad at the government. So we know she hacked a bunch of places.
Oh, absolutely. She we I believe we all discussed that. Just like all of a sudden, like all these people just like being hacked. There's no rhyme or reason. Just like shit went down.
Like she just like basically terrorized people, mostly people that deserved it. And probably some rich people found that suddenly all their money went to charity. And shocking.
Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah, it's totally bizarre. Who knew they were so benevolent? So she did that, and then probably once she calmed down, that's when she started looking into the sort of access she would need. I think like one of the things she might have done is looked at sort of where the most likely like places would be to, create the clone.
Okay.
That she would probably for her,
Right. So.
And like there could have been some like suddenly they got an official requisition that they could have a better like device.
Sure.
And stuff like that.
I will say, for your part,
Yeah.
just to help you flesh that out a bit, right? Like, you know that where you're going to be cloned, basically, is going to be on the same level as the guild, just for your convenience. Like that is just where that's going to happen. That makes the most sense, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
But like just for your reference for your rating.
Yeah. Like I think she would have just tried to like make sure that what they would have needed to make sure the cloning was a little bit better was in place, that they would have had software access or whatever that maybe like normally is reserved to upper levels or whatever, but for some reason like it's suddenly being bestowed. And it might like a little bit help other people, but it's mostly so that she already made sure that she could have backdoor access and stuff like that.
Okay.
So that she can like keep the thing upgraded through other downtimes later, so that she can keep accessing it.
Okay.
Because that's the only kind of tools I can think of like that would actually be effective to make it work. Unless there's like something obvious I'm missing.
No, I mean, really, you're just defining your thing. Okay?
Mhm.
It is purely your prerogative, as it were.
Basically, she was just ensuring that she had all the equipment she needed that she could get backdoor access to,
Sure.
and keep backdoor access to later.
Yeah, that's fine.
Because no one is putting a barcode on her.
I mean, that's the least problematic of possible side
I know,
effects.
She doesn't care if she looks different, but finding out you belong to the government, no.
I mean, yeah, that's fair.
She's already pissed at the government.
I can't imagine why. They didn't do anything that left a poor taste in their mouth about anything. No.
Of course not. The gross incompetence.
Yeah, no. None of that happened.
And she's not vengeful at all.
Oh no. Never. She's some sort of like aggressively unhappy hacker or something? No. That would no. No, that would never happen.
Look, there's only a few things that drive hacking: curiosity or anger. You better hope you just spiked curiosity from her.
It's like the Mork and Gork argument. Either you're curiously angry or angrily curious.
None of those are good things, if we're being perfectly honest.
No, you're right. They're great.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. Right.
But she uses her abilities for mostly ambiguously good means.
Ambiguously good. Can that be my alignment?
It's certainly A alignment.
Alignment of the whole team, okay?
I mean, you're not wrong there. So yeah. So that basically covers everything for your
Yep.
your character. I'm not actually sitting here filling in NPC sheets that I forgot to make. Absolutely not what's happening right now.
So some suspect umming.
Yeah, there might be some pausing as I'm typing things and adjusting things. I don't know what you're talking about.
No, you definitely didn't sign on 2 hours early to start doing this and probably got distracted and did something else.
I was not playing Animal Crossing. What are you talking about? I didn't forget to log in earlier today and do all my daily things in the span of 20 minutes. No, never. Yeah.
That would be ridiculous. Why would you do that?
Yes, I would never ever consider that. So
of course you wouldn't.
So I know for a fact that Kimchi had ideas for her downtime action, and we did technically approve it, but no one else knows what it is. So
I have a question. If I do that, is it permanent or is it just?
it is permanent.
Sweet. Okay, now I'm doing that then.
Oh no.
So her character got focused. He decided. Well, I mean, it's your character, right? So
go back to his apartment and talk to himself in the mirror. It's basically how he practiced.
They don't know what you got focused on.
Yeah, I know.
So that just sounds kind of weird without context.
I mean,
I think in Sims that means you're raising your charisma ability. I don't.
there you go.
I mean,
He's
yeah.
he's raised his charm.
See?
That is actually what happened. But I just wanted to point out that, like, with zero context, that's,
It could have been several things.
yes.
He also, for his level up, practiced his quick draw abilities. So he now has take control.
Okay. He hopes.
So less like blowing up a mech in a teammate's face.
Well, technically, it's when he's not in the mech. So when he is in the mech,
You're still gonna blow a mech in your teammate's face. Okay.
you might want to give space.
We're not saying
Made spaces is
we're not saying that you might become collateral damage.
She was like, "Harker, help!" So he comes in and just blows up the thing. All this damage. And he's like, "Well, it's dead."
So
why are you running?
almost
I
there.
did what you wanted me to do.
Technically, I stopped him from chasing you.
That certainly stopped him. He did stop.
While he was next to me.
I mean, no one said that it stopped in a way that was not further detriment to, her life, but he did stop.
It was slightly more effective than he planned on.
Slightly. Only slightly.
So that's basically his tagline is things are either slightly less effective than he planned on and slightly more effective.
Yep.
He's gonna feel real triumphant one day when it's just the right amount of effective.
Exactly.
That might not
Get
happen.
it just right. It's probably not.
We've
Slightly
discovered your
more.
character's goal.
All right. So that was that was our wonderful self-improvement session.
I just love that you basically did The Sims. It's just
He worked on his charm and his quick draw.
does that mean he shot the mirror every time he didn't quite give a charming enough smile?
That's a good question.
Like, oh no, that's not good enough. Gotta shoot it.
Completely unrelated note. We were, my siblings and I, trying to learn the cups thing from Pitch Perfect earlier. So we were looking for a teach us how to do it video, just because somehow we got on that topic, and we found this one guy who started doing it, and then he just took out a gun and shot the cup, and that's what that just made me think of.
Hey.
Hey,
Hey, hay's for horses, but what?
And for rabbits.
Yeah, technically.
Technically, I have a whole barrel for my rabbit.
But that's not the expression.
Like that's ever stopped you before.
No, absolutely not. So, anyways, toucan, sir.
downtime time.
Yeah. What is your downtime, sir?
Well, did we already decide on our next mission? I believe we did, right? We wanted to do the corporate espionage route of things.
Yes.
Mhm.
Now, I could take the cheap route and get focused again, but I think once is enough for me. I want to try. Well, here's the thing. What was it that we were trying to find out about them specifically, or were we joining them on their side? But we were going to be sneaky.
I don't think there was specifically a thing. It was really more of a see what they're up to kind of thing.
Mhm.
Gotcha.
And I think we want to like make sure they're not just gonna like murder all the miners. That was one of the things.
I mean, that was her concern.
Yeah.
Maybe that's your concern too. I don't.
Like maybe it's your concern that they're not murdering a ton of innocent people.
All right. So
and
hmm.
it was the whole element of like realizing that both the Blade cult and this company was gonna like want to be in charge of like the entire planet. And we were just like, well, we're not siding with the Blade cult.
Right. So
I feel like because I fell asleep last time, Harker is just going to show up to this mission and be like, why are we here again? What are we doing?
I'm just imagining Haka falling asleep in the diner.
I mean, you know, that's
Carrying with 100%
fair.
just be like, I'm just going to grab his hand to do the fingerprint or whatever so that he signed in and he's agreeing to go.
I mean, it's been a while, so it's not like it was the next day necessarily, because you guys had some, you know, unwind time. You don't sign up for the mission and necessarily like
No.
right away, you know.
No, but
He was only
he
half
was
paying attention to the briefing.
I suppose that is
and
true.
he had tired himself out talking to Amir.
Exactly. Very draining.
Well, he didn't let the mirror get a word in edgewise.
I mean, screw the mirror.
He probably did. Tried.
Sure, he did. So charmed by that mirror. It's like, oh man, this is a charming mirror. I don't understand.
Sexy man in that mirror.
Yeah, that's weird.
Oh boy. Anyways, the thing is, with this next mission, I'm still not sure if there's going to be any need to really risk anything, as it were, to get information or to get creative with anything, because right now, I mean, it's really just observe and report and try to figure out what the next course of action is.
Sure.
Yeah. That being said, yeah, I'm just gonna get focused again, I think. Well, let me do something here. I'm going to do something here. On a 1, I get focused. On a 2, I will ask around and try to gather information. All right, gather information it is. But what I'd like to do is I'd like to pull up and see if I can find any information really just on the kinds of ties that the miners have had with the corporation, as well as any possible allusions to there being dissenters in the ranks, spying, that kind of thing. Is there any kind of, is there any kind of, is there anybody who's willing to bring forward that information so that we might have a little bit of a head start when we start to kind of dig deeper into the whole situation? Basically, looking specifically into and asking around about spies, dissenters, and all-around espionage that's already possibly happening.
There was a lot of things that you wanted out of that one.
Okay, so specifically, I am trying to find out Well,
Are you basically
Here-
just trying to get a dossier on like because we know this company's involved in corporate espionage? Are you just trying to get like a
Right.
dossier on like what major like corporate espionages are they like involved in right now?
yeah, if possible, I'd like to see if I can get. That makes a lot more sense. Let me direct it towards that.
So
Is there anything that they're probably looking at that they're pushing aggressively towards that espionage could be like, and if so, is there anybody who's speaking up about it who is potentially part of the company before, may have some information to give us regarding some of the inner secrets,
so,
etc.
so before you do that, what like when you gather information,
Yeah.
it does give you information, obviously, but it is usable in the game sense as a reserve. And a reserve can be used to like leverage additional information, improve roles, like things that you can like you can treat that information as a research or as a resource rather to leverage something out of it. Um, so you could potentially be like, if you're trying to get information like on a faction, like that could tell you what kind of enemies you might run into. If you're trying to information like on this corporation, like what is your goal to use that information for? Like, are you trying to maybe like leverage negotiations? Are you trying to blackmail? Like what? So that should maybe affect what you want to get out of your get information role.
Isn't there a downtime action that's like I cannot find the page right now.
Downtime actions start on 50.
No, I was way past them. Okay. The downtime action for like creating
Get
the
creative.
reserves. The
Oh.
for creating the reserves.
Well,
where you, like,
most of them
exercise
will
the,
give you reserves in some way.
No, but I mean the one like where you actually like
Because there is get organized if you're
Alright, Akash.
trying to
where you
create
create
organization. There's gather information to get information reserves. There is get creative to get a physical thing reserve.
Get connected.
You could do get connected. That would give you a
Because you're
contact
specifically
type
looking
reserve.
at, like for people who might be able like
Yeah, that
willing to
might
talk
make
about the
more
company.
sense.
And so then you could get information from them later if you got connected to them now.
That does actually make more sense given what I'm trying to do here.
So get connected is not about necessarily forming those connections. Get connected is calling connections that you already have.
Well, how
And so you get your roleplay. It is like so you're just making tangible a connection.
So basically, you could be like, I'm making connections with people who used to work for the company and might be like.
Right. So that gives you a physical thing, and if you call them again, there's consequences because like depending how we roll on get connected, they may like be like we need a favor out of you for the thing that you're asking for. But then again, get connected can give you more tangible reserves that aren't necessarily like just information. Because get information
So they could be like, here's a key to get in the back door. Have fun.
or something, yeah.
Okay, but with get connected, I would still have to have a contact initially to get connected with.
I mean, you can kind of flub it for the power of roleplay.
Okay.
Yeah, you can go like, I'm going to find a contact.
Right. So like get connected is you're calling on a contact to get a tangible something, whereas get information is, you're just asking for information, not necessarily asking for physical thing. Like get connected may give you information, it may give you a physical thing, whereas gather information is just giving you information. The downsides for both will depend. Like gather information usually is, well, for example, the last time someone tried to get information, they ended up on a shit list.
Yeah. Wonder who that could be.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I don't know. It's not like he told the party or anything.
I just imagine her.
Yeah, no, he has not told us.
In the background.
That won't come back to bite him in the ass at some point during this campaign at all. No.
Or the
Yeah.
rest of us in the ass.
Nah. Not at all.
There's no way that like one of us is gonna pay the cost because he didn't tell us.
No.
You would
Never.
that to us.
Yeah. Oh. Harker is totally a person that's out for the team and does not care for himself. No. Never. Not his personality. But yeah, so those are sort of your options, right? So like, which one would you like to do, and what would you like out of it?
All right. So let's go ahead and let's get connected.
Okay.
What I would like to do as my goal in Get Connected is find somebody either currently connected to or previously connected to the company, preferably somebody that has access currently, that maybe has a not a hatred, but maybe a dislike of the company, and who would be willing to assist in any type of espionage and would be able to give information or even access keys, codes, that kind of thing. So specifically looking for somebody with a bone to pick who doesn't mind assisting, as far as they know, just me in espionage.
So you want? Are you? How broadly are you gonna do this? Or you specifically want just like a physical thing out of it? Like, you said like a key or something like that, right? Like, do you like or like files? Like that would be like something that you want, or do you want like? Are you satisfied with word of mouth information, or do you want like something a little bit more like tangible?
I assume if I go with just word of mouth, the bad stuff might be not as bad, but that's of course up to you. Tangible, I would assume that there's going to be. Well, let's not make any assumptions. Let's do this. Word of mouth is how things would get around from penal colonies. It's hard enough to hide physical things on yourself. So what would Al be looking for? Al wouldn't necessarily be looking for something that would, not a physical object that he could carry in or something like that, but maybe
You cut out there.
let's. I know I literally stopped mid sentence because I'm thinking. Um,
Okay.
tough not knowing too much of the background here, but
I mean, I could provide you a little more context that is like free information potentially if you'd like to know some things that I can freely answer.
Yeah. What can be divulged here about our job, if you will? Because we talked about this dissent and the miners thing, in the previous session.
Okay.
But is there any more details to what it is we'd be doing per se?
So the terms of your mission, if you want to call it that, is actually not mission's the wrong word. You guys are basically agreeing to sign a contract to work for them for a period of time. So like you would effectively become like corporate contract workers for a time. That is what you're agreeing to do. Obviously, you would be going to negotiate like the length and the terms and all that stuff, but like the specifics you don't know offhand. It's not unusual to be like contract, like security, bodyguards, whatever. So like in terms of what the actual contract entails, you don't know. Like you don't know what kind of missions that they would ask you to do or what they want you to do. So that doesn't help you in that regard. Like you wouldn't be able to get anything on that. If you're asking for like, are you more concerned specifically about like the minor stuff, or are you like more interested in like corporate going ons? Like what are you looking to know here? Or would you like to like know it all? Because that would affect what what I tell you and like what kind of information you're gonna get out of this. Like
It's hard to put a specific spin on it sometimes with this.
So like we did talk about like the corporation as a whole. Like they do espionage. That's
Right.
pretty much a given. There's a certain suspicion that like the stuff they do is not great and probably very very illegal, but like they're not certainly ever gonna admit to that. So if like you try digging for that, that would be a little bit harder. There are certain things that are like technically public record that you could ask about that like are not necessarily known by everybody, like specific dealings with companies, specific dealings with like the Miners Guild and stuff like that. Things that while are not hidden are not just like you can walk into like a library and look up.
Okay. So let's go with something that's. Let's go with this then. Goal. Make a connection with somebody who either is or was a contractor for the company.
Okay.
Goal. Blackmail. So any type of harmful information that could be used as leverage later on in an interaction if we get ourselves into a tricky spot. Because knowing beef about somebody in a way and knowing that they don't know it is probably one of the biggest power grabs that you could have. Potentially.
Sure.
Depending on what it is that you learn. And I'm going out on a limb by looking for this because it's it could be something relatively innocuous or it could be something huge that gets learned. But there you go.
Okay.
So goal, blackmail. Let's go with that
Okay.
as a resource.
Sure.
Would that be more gather information or get connected at that point? Because I would be technically working with a previous or current contractor as opposed to like digging around in a file cabinet per se.
Well, get connected in that sense would be someone that you could go back to, even if you might owe a favor to.
Yeah.
I would say it's your choice on that. Being aware that there are different consequences for both. So you know what the consequences of gathering information are, but if you don't remember, if you roll a 9 or less to get what you want, but you get in trouble straight away, or you can get away from it, but you get nothing out of it.
Right.
On a 10 to 19, you leave clear evidence of your rummaging, so someone will know that you fucked up, or you implicate somebody else in it, so someone else gets in trouble. So, on an okay roll, you're just dooming somebody else, and on a poor roll, you either get nothing, or you get in a lot of trouble.
Right. Whereas get connected, you either have to do a favor right away, or do a favor later.
Right.
Or on a natural 20, they're just like, here you go, man. I don't know. Buy me a drink sometime. Have a good day.
Sure.
So.
Well, I mean, it doesn't have to be a natural 20. If you roll 19, you technically get to add your grit. Just
That's
1.
true. I got that grit.
Yeah.
Straight up grit. Anyways, yeah, I'll go with get connected because.
Yeah, that 19 you already rolled.
I mean, yeah, I'll take that roll.
No, you can't because you added a 6 on that you weren't supposed to add anyway because you weren't advantaged.
Anyways, yeah. So I'll do that. I will do a get connected. I'll
Okay.
try to make a contact, basically, because even if I have to do them favors, I'd be able to have them do the dirty work, as it were.
Sure. All right. So give me that that d20 plus 1.
All right, so none. I can just do the pilot grit roll, right?
Yeah, I believe that is just grit plus d20. Technically works.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah. 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 Um. Yeah. So, all right. You get. How do I want to spin this? Okay. So, you eventually get yourself directed to a member of the corporation, and they don't direct you to a former Holland Industrial Logistics member. They direct you to a current working Holland Industrial Logistics member. And, you know, introduce yourself, follow through. You sort of don't explicitly say that you're, looking for black market material. You do sort of subtly imply that that's what you're doing because you're not stupid, right? Like you're not gonna talk to a standing corporate person and be like, "Hey, I'm gonna try to take down your company," but like he understands what you're doing. He isn't against it. You sort of get the sense that in his mind, if you can disrupt things a little bit and he can fix the mess that you make, it's better for him in the long run, like on a corporate level. So he's not against it. In fact, he sort of implies that he can help you out quite a bit. And then you kind of find out that, man, this guy sort of knows who you are a little bit more than maybe he should.
Fun.
And then you sort of find out that, oh, he's actually the guy that you're supposed to go negotiate with later for your contract. And so he's very aware of who you are, who you work for, and who you're working with. And his counter offer for your information is that you don't get to negotiate your contract with him. You just have to sign whatever he offers you. He promises it will be fair, so like he won't like undercut you. He'll pay standard guild rates, but you don't get to negotiate in your favor. And that's his deal. Basically, he's going to underpay you for the information that you want later.
Just taking extensive notes on this. I don't know why, but I am. So basically, I have to say yes to not negotiating the contract if I want this information now.
No. So he's smart enough to know that like you aren't gonna be able to like make that judgment right away.
Yeah.
So the deal is, if you can convince the rest of your team not negotiate the contract, he will provide you the information that he needs. If you choose to not do that, you just like if you just decide you're gonna just take the hit and be like, oh no, I'm not gonna do that, or you cannot succeed in doing that. He will handle business as usual, and you will get no information from him whatsoever. And there's sort of an implication that, like, because he's aware of it, he may potentially thwart you from getting information. But that's really more of like a narrative threat than actual like mechanical threat.
Fluff versus crunch, of course.
Yeah. But basically, it's if you can convince your team for all of them to basically sign on the dotted line no questions asked, their default contract, you will get the information. If you don't, then the deal's off.
Okay. So, in light of that offer, I would say, well, I guess, yeah. So, in this case, then my response, Al's response would be, I'll do my best. And of course, we never met. And I'll see you for the first time
Tomorrow.
the next time.
Yeah, tomorrow. Well, say tomorrow.
Yeah. So, there we go.
Okay, he said he wouldn't underpay. Did he?
He
Did he also say that like because the contract is going to be like sort of like public file on the thing, right?
he will pay you their standard offer rate, which is technically underpaid, but it's one of those like corporate underpay. Like, we think your value is here, so we'll offer you like this ridiculously undervalue because they expect in the corporate like logistics of it, you would kind of go, oh no, we know our value is here, so we're gonna charge you like twice. And then so like corporate negotiations are the back and forth until everyone's sort of unhappy.
Right. But what I mean is, this is going to be like on the company records.
Yes,
right?
you would be signing an official contract.
It is not going to be like incredibly like, and you're agreeing to murder people for it.
No. It would be a standard operational contract
Okay.
that may involve you dealing with threats that might require force or killing, but that is sort of expected in the line of work.
Right, but it's not like gonna be like.
It's
and
not
you
like
also-
go assassinate a guy. It might be like go deal with this problem. If they fight back, you're probably going to have to kill them. Like, it is like he's basically telling you to sign the contract that you are given, which you should never ever do in a corporate environment, basically.
Okay.
So it would kind of make you look stupid, but not like it's not putting you into a bad situation. Basically, it makes him look much better, and it would make you look much worse. And that's sort of what he's asking. And he would get way more out of this deal than Al would in theory, because he looks good because of the contract. If you get results, he looks good because of it. If you disrupt, corporate things with the information and he can clean up after the mess that you make, it makes him look even better. So like this guy, he knows what he's doing. And so like this deal might help you achieve some greater goal later, but like he's getting much more out of this deal than you are. But that is his offer right now.
Good old quid pro quo. So, I guess the next step is, do I tell you guys or do I not? And being that Al is never able to really handle terribly complex things by himself.
Well, Al can stew on that for a day, because the next day basically is when you guys meet up again at the Lancers Guild, and you're getting your contract information, you're getting all the stuff that you need, and you guys are meeting up to get everything sorted, because you're gonna go as a group. You are given a contact name. His name is Justin Barnett. He is actually not like really high, but he's a relatively high-ranking like administrative position within Holland Industrial. He's basically in charge of a whole division, so he's important. They don't really specify what division he's in charge of because it's not really pertinent at the time. But you will be signing a contract with Justin Barnett, and the guild has not provided you with a negotiator. That is sort of what they expect you to do. Like this is a skill that you should learn. They do give you some suggestions on like how to negotiate a better price, what your value should be worth, what kind of special stipulations and contract things that you should probably put in. But Al is just kind of skipping over that, like he doesn't really care, and that's weird. But this is where you are right now.
So are we getting that information like in the diner, or are we like
Like,
at a desk? Like what's the
It's
setting?
like this is sort of like the lounge area, so you guys they're fairly comfortable chairs. You can get food and stuff. Like all the documents and stuff that like they're holographic, so like they are on the display, but they are sent to like your personal like data, like slates basically. So you can peruse it on the main screen that everyone can see, or you can pull out your personal terminals and further look and peruse yourself. But like they're providing you sort of like, welcome to your first contract mission. Here are things that we suggest you read. It's there if you want to read it together as a group or individually. That's sort of up to you guys.
Well, Kat is going to be in the lounge area, probably with a drink, and she definitely has the news on in one tablet. And it's going to be like focusing on like the weird money that was
Yeah.
messing with the banks, and
The weird rash of hackings that occurred.
I know.
Yeah.
And she's gonna be just like, and the like, flipping through to like the like, oh, this famous joke just gave a ton of money to a children's charity.
How nice of him.
I know, right?
Yeah.
She's gonna be watching all that while she's going
Can
through
do
like
the
the
swipe.
documents on another tablet, so that she can. It's her background noise.
Yeah.
She's just really interested in the
5,
news. Okay,
6,
Yeah, sure.
7,
she just is.
8. Fuck. God damn it.
So that's where she's gonna be.
Al will most likely show up and find Katarina and walk over, gruff hello, and then look through stuff on his normal means of reading things, which is just the ocular overlay thing. So just kind of sitting there staring down at the table, seeing what he can see. Having skimmed over the contract already on the main bid screen. And just look over and go, so what do you think of the contract?
Well, she'd just be like, well, we're supposed to negotiate for more. Like, this is really low rung.
What if there was something more valuable than money in this case?
And so, like, Cat being Cat, she's going to suspect something's up when he asks that question. Because she's just like, but she's just gonna be like, I'm listening.
In lowered tones, I would lean in. Now will lean in. And go. If we don't negotiate, we could potentially get some information that'll help us in the long run. The only caveat here is I'm not sure if we should do that, given that I don't know what the potential impact of this information could be. Thoughts?
I mean, where did you hear this information from?
The information that I gathered was from somebody who we are all supposed to be meeting for the first time today.
Are you talking about, like, the dude on the tablet?
Can you confirm that, Mr. Game Master? Is it in fact Justin Barnett that I talked to?
Justin Barnett is in fact the person that is negotiating your contract basically. You are working for Justin Barnett.
Okay. Then Al nods and goes, yep, Mr. Barnett himself.
So you went and talked to him?
Yes. I found my way over to his desk when I was looking for any type of information in general that could help us in the long run here. It just so turns out that the guy I talked to is also going to be bringing us on and going to be with us when we officially sign everything here.
Cat
And the
would
ex-
flip
No,
would
sorry, go on.
flip off the news at this point, because she's getting rid of the background noise. But she's not actually looking angry, which they are now very familiar with.
Here you go, have a handout.
And she would just go like, well, it might have worked out better if you hadn't done that, but in a purely pragmatic assessment, since you've done that, we basically have to take the deal of no negotiation because we can't risk him getting in our way later because we pissed him off. So it's possible he could actually be useful later. So my vote is we take the low pay and make sure he realizes that this is advantageous for him and that we make sure he knows that really screwing us over is probably not wise. Like
Al
later.
nods and goes, hence why I am telling you now, as
Yes.
opposed to
I like that
much later.
in all of this, no one has told Harker.
He hasn't come yet.
I was waiting for a break in the conversation.
It's not that. It's just that Alan.
He's not actually there yet. I was waiting for a break. I was gonna say, at some point Harker kind of just pops himself down at the table, leans in, says, "What are you two whispering about?" He probably has a coffee or something in his hand.
Yeah. Cat would just go like, we're taking the contract as is.
Al says nothing, just studying Harker's face to see the reaction.
Harker just kind of blinks a few times and then says, "What do you mean, as is?"
It turns out that the guy we are working for might be willing to give us information in the future if we take the contract as is. And if we don't take the contract as is, it's likely he's going to find ways to screw us over.
Harker
Al sheepishly looks to the side.
Harker considers nodding a bit and is saying, "So you mean like an inside man?"
Potentially, yes. We're not sure how useful he's actually going to be, but we know he's probably going to be a real thorn on our sides if we don't do this. So
Again, Al avoids eye contact.
Harker is now noting the avoidance of eye contact with a little curiosity.
but see, like Kat's being very nice. She is not saying.
Al is real subtle.
Yeah, I mean, like I think Al is probably tipping off to Harker exactly why Kat is saying this.
Harker takes a very long sip of his coffee, eyeing Al, but then he looks at Kat and he says, "You think this is a good idea?"
Well, it's always been my experience that any information can be worth more than money and can be turned into money later if we need it. And also,
Al-
I like being alive.
I mean, everyone likes being
Al
alive.
looks- Al looks over at Katerina, looks over at Harker, shrugs, nods, and goes, just to be clear, I do apologize, but it is my fault, and we will utilize this leverage as best we can.
I mean, Kat would kind of just shrug at that and she'd just go, I assume you were trying to get into the best position as possible. Sometimes it just doesn't work out. It's not like she has any idea of what it's like to hack into someplace you shouldn't hack into and get screwed over. So, she's like, yeah, well, it is what it is. We'll just work with it. It's just like we can always make more money later and increase our reputation later. We're still like, as far as the guild is concerned, we're newbies. So we made a really stupid deal the first time out, and we can quote unquote learn from it later. It's not a big deal.
Harker kind of thinks it over, sipping his coffee. Then he shrugs and he kind of says, if it's what you think we should do, sort of nodding towards Kat, and then nodding afterwards towards Al, says, it's fine with me. Consider it part of my apology for blowing a mech up in your face.
And she's just like, well, I wouldn't have been there to have it blown up in my face if he hadn't chased me all over a fucking battlefield. So, we'll just consider everything there. Next time though, try to give me a heads up if you're gonna blow somebody up.
I like that there's a next time. Like, the next time you blow somebody up, just make sure it's not in my face. Or if you do, at least warn me first.
The experience has been is that in this group there is always going to be a next time.
Probably.
And
Arker would probably sort of laugh, or sort of chuckle and say, yeah, I definitely wasn't expecting quite that reaction.
like, because like I still feel like Kat did turn the sound off, but like the news is still in the background. She's in a good mood, so like they're not ticking her off right now.
For now.
Just
Yeah,
give
she's
Harker
just like, well, whatever, it's done. You know how many lives I ruined? It's great, it's fun.
just give him time.
It's like just give Kat time to cool off and ruin some lives, and she's fine.
So you've all agreed to just keep the contract as is?
Yeah, so if because they would have been reading over the contract, is there anything notable they need to know besides just like low payment?
Number of jobs.
Well, none of you are lawyers, so
Yeah, but like things like we own your life is kind of really super relevant to find out if it's in the contract.
So the terms of the contract basically are, you will be given a rate per mission. That mission rate is significantly less than anything you would get out of the Lancers Guild. So it's not good, not good at all. It would basically barely cover repairs and expenses. Which, on that note, the contract as negotiated, Holland Industrial does not cover repairs or expenses as signed. So they're underpaying you and they're not paying to fix your shit. You do have in the contract, they are outfitting you with equipment for no fee. But you have to return the equipment, and you will be charged if the equipment is destroyed. Which, not the worst deal, honestly. Like, that's pretty standard. Your contract is up for negotiation later. If you sign the default contract, it is actually a negotiable period of time, but the default, which you are signing the default, is 6 months, which usually is not an issue. Normally you would extend the contract duration if you got a contract that was on your terms. So this is kind of a crappy contract and sort of an okay duration.
Does it say exclusivity?
No, but generally the Lancers Guild will not offer you additional jobs while you're under contract, because they consider it as the contract duration is you on the mission that you signed up for. So
But I mean, it's not. You said generally, so it's not impossible for them to.
correct. So like you would have to like special requisition. They're not normally going to give you missions because they'd be like you're still on a job.
Mhm.
So like, also Lexi, hello, thank you for the lurk. They would normally like not just offer you a job. Like if like you logged in on a terminal normally, you wouldn't see a job offer. Like it just wouldn't because you're still in the middle of
But
a
we
job.
could be like, oh, we have free time.
Yeah, so like there are situations where you could like get around that, but like normally,
Okay.
they would just be like no. They'd be like no, you're on a job, so no. Anything else you're looking for?
Mm,
Is it
penalties for breaking contracts?
Oh, there's a huge list of penalties. Those are not negotiable. Those are just flat standard things. So you would be fined. Any sort of like protection that they offered you for doing jobs for them, that's waived. So like, if you accidentally killed somebody you weren't supposed to, the company would normally shoulder that. If you break contract, that protection goes away.
Mhm.
There's lots of penalties and fees, and there's usually an investigation. It's a big legal mess. Just it's bad. There is a clause that would for like justifiable severance of contract. That's normally something that they would do, so like they would sever your contract. For you to get out of the contract early would be a legal battle. It would incur a lot of fees if you did not severance the contract properly. So most of those penalties are largely like if you just like quit. If you're just like I'm done, I quit. There's a lot of penalties for that. Um, so that's a thing that you wouldn't want to do. But it's possible. It would just be
But we theoretically could
theoretically
probe
you.
someone into firing us.
Yes.
Okay, just checking. Not that I would ever do that.
No, absolutely not. What? No. No. You're not that kind of person at all. You would never
Oh,
irritate a corporate bigwig into being so pissed off at you that he fired you on the spot. No.
no. What? Why would I ever do that?
No, never.
Cat gets along with everyone.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
She's so easygoing.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's what I just wanted to make sure that there was just like no glaring red ink that was like, and by the way, you're giving your first pet that you adopt to the company.
I mean, it's a fairly standard contract. But none of you are lawyers, so I mean,
And are we getting paid per job, or is it just like a duration thing?
you are being paid a rate per job.
Okay.
So it is sort of like a variant
Crappy rate.
on your like Lancer contracts. So like,
Okay.
sort of you're transferring your working to them.
All right. Well, I'm sure the other shoe will drop at some point, but I mean,
I'm pretty sure this is the shoe.
I mean, that depends on
depends on how many shoes this guy wears.
I don't know if it's how many shoes he wears. I think it's how many shoes he has in his closet.
I mean, yeah, he probably has a big closet. I mean, this guy looks like Alexander Anderson, so whatever. No,
I mean, he's
Too
kind
deep
of
a
hot,
cut?
so. Yes.
Ugh. He looks like a priest, the bad kind of
No.
priest.
No.
I mean, whatever gets you going, man. I don't judge.
He's kind of like a young version of elusive man from Mass Effect.
That did occur to me a little bit, yes.
That's what he kind of reminds me of. He's like younger.
Alright, so y'all have poured over your contract. You don't sign anything there. You actually have to go to the office. So you guys make your way over the train system. And you do go up to the nice levels of Eden. Like this is actually like the real nice places, like the oh wow kind of level of nice. There is very little industry. Like there, everything here is either personal housing, which is very rare on this planet as a whole. Like personalized housing, like nice. Like, people have houses with like yards and things. And of course they're all big, elaborate, Grand Royce housing. Fancy businesses, and by fancy I mean like real nice restaurants and things, like the lap of luxury kind of stuff. And then a few sections are dedicated to corporate offices. You do note that the corporate offices, which are how you're getting into this area, because you can see the nice parts of the upper levels, but you don't ever actually go through them because lesser people basically is what you're considered as. You only come up through the corporate sectors. Like they have their own dedicated tram line for the not rich people. So you only come out straight into the industrial sector. And so you get into that very nice fancy like spire that is Holland Industrial Logistics. Even though you're not quite, the rich nice people, everyone's fairly nice to you. Coming into Holland Industrial, they do treat you sort of like you're supposed to be there because you are expected, but like they don't like shoo you out because you're poor. It is that nice corporate environment where everyone's just a little too nice, a little too smiley. Like they're very clearly paid to present themselves a certain way. They're very accommodating to bring you up to Justin Barnett's office. Which has a nice, view overlooking the nice parts of the city. It does sort of peer down into the levels below as you see like the big skyrises come up to view. So it is sort of like he's looking down on Eden, like literally. His office is very nice, very swank, and he just
Yeah, it looks cozy.
kind of offers for you to take a seat. He asks if you'd like anything to drink, or if you'd like anything to eat. You'd like anything, basically. He just sort of gestures and looks at you like, just would you like anything?
Al holds up a hand, goes, "No, thank you, but thanks for the offer. Nice to meet you, by the way." And holds out his hand.
He sort of looks at you, like, and he's like, "How quaint," and he kind of shakes your hand and kind of like it's awkward. It's just an awkward affair. Clearly he doesn't shake hands really, but like he's polite enough to, acquiesce.
I mean, Kat would have just been like, "Yeah, I'll take a drink," and clearly we're trusting your judgment on this, so it can be your pick.
He sort of nods and then he looks to Harker.
Harker. Did we lose Kimchi?
I don't know. Their internet die?
I'm here.
No, on mute.
Uh,
I was on mute.
okay.
Harker just kind of nods in agreement.
Sort of like very well.
I mean, like, cat figures
Would have shook his
they're
hand.
getting their price gouged horribly. They might as well enjoy a drink. Damn it! I mean,
Sort of out of nowhere appears something between like a secretary and like a butler. Like it's just a person who does not look like they are dressed to work in an office. They look like they belong like working in a mansion, but not quite. It's just like this weird sort of like suit butler suit thing going on, and just in sort of
A butler suit with a frilly apron. Like, what are we talking about?
no, it's just sort of like imagine if like you were dressed for like a high class office work, but then you sort of like it was modified to be sort of like butler coattails. So it's sort of somewhere between like office and being a butler. Like they made him look nicer than he would expect like a butler, which is weird because butlers don't look not nice. It's like he got a custom.
they have a tuxedo on. I don't know what.
He got like
butler suit.
he got like it's like extravagantly tailored. Like someone paid a lot of money to make his like outfit look like super nice and tailored and like to the nines.
Okay. I'm not going to press for any more details because my brain already hurts on this description, so we're good.
Like it's not that butlers don't look nice. It's just but like it's a uniform. This doesn't look like a uniform. It's like someone specifically hand tailored it to him. It wasn't mass produced.
So this guy is more of a valet than he is a butler, then a man's man, if you will.
Kind of. You're not sure because he just sort of shows up out of nowhere, and Justin sort of like he just tells him to get the usual, and you're not really sure what that is until a couple minutes later. It's not very long. It's literally only like 2 minutes. He like just disappears out of the office and comes back. So clearly Justin has like a storage or something like down the hallway.
Right, because there's no more room in his office.
Well, no, because that's his office. You don't put your stuff in your office. You put your display stuff in your office.
You've never seen my office.
I don't know. I mean, like, I think a lot of like big wigs put like a decanter in like.
No, absolutely they do, but like, that's
Okay.
that's your personal serving, like, right? That's like for you. This is like for show. Like this is a showy thing. Like he's clearly like making like he is putting on a show for you about this whole thing. Like this isn't like he's not your friend. He's not sitting down to offer you a drink from like his personal like
demonstrating his power.
Yeah, like he's absolutely putting on a show, making someone come just to get your drink order, basically. And
He's not trying to make it
he
comfortable.
literally does have a decanter, literally right there.
yes, like he's purposely putting on a show of power.
Gotcha.
Like he's not trying to be your friend. Yes, he's not trying to be your friend. He is purposely showing off. So this is the kind of guy that you're working with.
Right. Why do something myself if I can have somebody else do it for me, kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the guy comes back with a very nice bottle. Like it's an ornate like alcohol bottle. It's like one of those crystal style ones where it's like very angular and just like it's cut just to be shiny and reflective and eye catching. It's one of those kind of like bottles. You can't tell quite what it is because it's not labeled, so clearly it's been poured into the thing after the fact. And there's a couple glasses. Despite the fact that Al said no, there is a glass for him. It is set down on the table. There are drinks already poured. The servant is what we'll call him. Takes one and hands it to Justin and excuses himself. And Justin just offers for you to drink. He explains that it is a scotch from Earth. He's told that it is one of the best that you can buy, really, and it is well aged. It is about he goes on, like he talks about like properties and how good it is because it's from Earth and it's pure, and he goes like a whole thing. You don't really care, and it's very clear that he's going on about it purely just to make it sound more impressive than it probably is. But he presents it to you and offers it to drink, and he just kind of casually sips at it himself.
So, Harker, maybe perhaps a little oddly, doesn't seem very taken aback by the decorations in this office or the way it's been designed, or even the appearance of the butler. He takes, his own glass of scotch, and as he's describing that it comes from Earth, he pauses and looks at it and kind of has sort of like a little quirk to his lips. And he takes a sip.
And yeah, Kat would just like
Not at all suspicious.
Kat would just pick it up and politely nod to Bonnet and take a sip of her own. She's not saying anything right now. But she looks pretty like casual because whether she's putting it on or not, it's hard to tell. But she's just kind of relaxed, but keeping a good posture, and her legs are crossed, and she's just sipping from it. She's fine.
I'm assuming Al does not partake because he said no.
Al, sticking to his guns, does not pick up the scotch in front of him. Says, "Thank you, but I haven't touched the stuff in years."
Kind of glances at Al and just like, well, that's unfortunate. And he just takes a sip from his glass and sets it down on the desk, and with his back to like the big expansive window, makes it real hard to look at him, which perhaps is sort of the intent. He's just sort of like, I hope you've gotten a chance to look at your contract. You will find that it's more than fair, and you hope you are willing to sign.
Harker seems to kind of remember that he's not supposed to be at home in these kind of furnishings, and that he has a facade to maintain or a persona to maintain. So he downs the rest of his scotch and remarks that it's pretty decent before putting the glass back on the tray and then taking one of the seats. In a very non-graceful way.
He's
Oh,
just like,
yeah. Sorry, go on.
no, I'm just envisioning Harker like actually splayed in one of the seats with like a leg up.
Just puts his feet up on the fancy table,
Puts one up on the table.
just crosses them, just like, yeah, and just spreads himself out across the chair.
If it's one thing Harker definitely knows how to do, it's how to be irreverent in a very fancy situation.
In that moment, I would look at Katerina and signal as if she should be responding, so it doesn't look like he is leading the whole thing.
Yeah, I'm sure that
'Cause it-
doesn't get noticed at all.
Well, Barnett's not looking at them.
Oh, he is. He's got his back to the window,
Yeah, he
so
has
he's
to.
watching them.
Oh,
He's watching.
oh, I thought you said he had his back to us.
No, he's got his back to the window so that like if you want to look at him, you have to like look basically at the artificial like
Yep.
lighting of the like the facility and like the sun and just like yeah, it's just like
Gotcha.
it's making it hard for you to read him basically.
Hmm. So
doing that because he knows he's watching him. He's being very purposefully non-fancy.
Al will basically just nod and say the contract terms seemed pretty favorable.
At this point, Katarina's just gonna speak up. She's like, let's not bullshit this. Because, trust me, we can be very good at bullshitting, but there's no point right now. We know that this is not a great contract for us, but it is a good deal for you, so we're going to agree to it and hope that it will mark a better future.
He sort of chuckles, and he looks over at Al and is like, well, is that so? Well, yes, it is certainly much more favorable to me. And I am quite happy to hear that you're willing to sign as is. He sort of makes a gesture, which you're not even sure what he's gesturing at, but like, a couple moments later, in comes the butler again. So like, clearly that guy is like got some sort of way to know that whenever he's being summoned, he got himself some contracts, which in what would best be described as like otherworldly almost. They're paper contracts. Like, it's not that paper doesn't exist. Like paper is a thing. It is a novelty. Best way to describe that. Like, personal computers, cybernetics. Like, who needs paper? Like, that's weird. But like, no, the dude had paper contracts printed up, which in of itself is already weird. What's even weirder is the fact that he sort of still expected you to negotiate, potentially. So that means like he was gonna print you paper contracts regardless, potentially.
But he already did.
Yes. So either he's real confident that you were going to sign the set like contract. He's real confident on his ability to plan what you would negotiate if you didn't. Either way, he's got paper contracts. And he's got pens for you to sign them. And he sits them down in front of you on the table.
Letting you know that Kimchi just lost internet, but the power's still on, so it should be back in a few minutes.
Okay.
Oh.
So while Harker sits and stares blankly, like he's dead in the head or something, he's dumbfounded by the paper contracts that this dude like dropped in front of you. I mean, I'm assuming you're all gonna sign, unless.
Did we get an actual pen?
Yeah, he hands you a pen. Like, it's a nice pen too. It is like gilded and fancy. It looks like it's actually been handmade as well. And not only that, it has your names on it.
Does that mean we get to keep them?
That seems to be the implication.
That's suspicious. Here's
I
a
don't
pen
know.
for no reason.
That is playing straight to Katarina's heart there.
Like, they're not just pens either. They're like self-inking like fountain style pens. So like this is like straight up like fancy. Like they are handmade, it looks. Like he paid somebody to make you fancy like self-inking fountain pens.
I think Kat would look at the pen and she would kind of give like a not quite a whistle, but a sound of admiration, And she'd probably just go like, "Are we supposed to take this as a preview that things can go well on both sides?"
He sort of looks at you and goes, "Your success is my success."
And she's just gonna be like, "I can work with that," and she's just gonna casually sign it. She does know how to use a pen.
Yeah, that's the question. Does Al know how to use a pen? When was the last time this dude had to pick up a pen? Like, this is an era of, like, cyber tech and space magic. Like, legitimately, when was the last time anybody had to pick up a damn pen?
Yeah, no. Like Kat would know how to. She keeps too many souvenirs, and she would appreciate the like nods to Earth and nods to like collector's items and stuff like that because it's kind of the same reason she keeps souvenirs. She likes that mentality, and she's hacked into situations and had to blend in at times. So blend in person. So she does know how to use a pen.
Sorry, I lost audio there for a second.
That's okay.
I heard the last part about knowing how to use a pen, at
Yeah.
least.
Yeah. Does he know how to use a pen?
Does Al know how to use a pen?
Like,
I don't know how to use a pen.
like that's like as I was saying, like that is legitimately a question because this is obviously like an age of like hyper technology and like super advancement where like a pen is absolutely like a historical artifact.
Like being handed a stylus, but like a Sumerian stylus, and like whether you know how to chip into the clay.
Does Al know how to use a pen? Jeez. I would say yes, and here's the reasoning why. Because in the prison colony. Oh,
Kimchi's
sorry, go
in the
on.
waiting room. You gotta move her.
Oh, that's right. Welcome back.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you
Welcome
off.
back. No, it's fine. You're still on mute, Kimchi. And now you're not.
I think it just decided to do that while I was kicked off.
Yeah, it's weird. It did that to me too earlier. But anyways, we're discussing whether or not Al, Big Al here, can use a pen.
So to put some context in,
No context. That's what you get. No, go on.
where were you in the conversation before you got kicked?
I'll fill it
Um,
in.
He had just brought out the contracts on paper.
Yes, and so you have pens. You have like handmade, like self-filling, like wetting, like fountain pens with your names on them.
Our names?
Yes.
Good phrase there. Self-wetting.
Yes.
Would it say Harker?
It is whatever name you registered as the guild.
Yeah, it should say Harker. He doesn't.
Okay, that's
use
no.
his
I was
first
just making
name.
sure because if it didn't say Harker, then
Like
that was a whole level of
Mm.
oh no.
maybe he knows your real name, but like if he does, he doesn't show it. Like it is whatever your guild registered name is.
If he did, it'd be very interesting because technically, he's registered as dead.
Yeah, but that's not that bizarre here.
But yeah, he goes by Harker. He doesn't even go by his. He doesn't even use his first name on documents.
It's just whatever was like, registered. So like it was clearly made for you specifically.
Right. Well, the whole reason I asked was that like if it didn't say Harker, then we have an issue. And if like
You might have an issue, but he doesn't show that hand
yeah,
if
but if it was like straight up on the pen, we would notice that we have an issue a lot sooner. Well, at least Harker would notice. Like Kat would be like, you have the wrong name on your pen.
it's like, yes, it is totally the wrong name on the pen. Of course.
Harker would be like, "Oh yeah, look at that."
It'd be like it though if he like put her hacker name on the pen. She'd just be like, what the fuck?
Okay, so we're trying to figure out if we know how to use these pens.
Well, it is fair because this is an era of humanity where like super science is the rule of the day. So like
it's as simple as like I don't actually know how to properly use a quill in Inkbot, like
it is it's not a thing that you would normally learn to do.
Yeah, we don't do that anymore. So
I imagine Harker knows full well how to use a quill pen. I'm just debating if he's going to actually show that or not.
Well, you missed that Katarina did already sign hers with it, and her like it's very legible. It's actually very pretty, and old-fashioned looking.
Nerd.
Yeah, no, she look. In the names you use for everything, you learn how to write the names.
Harker would make a show of reading over the contract because he knows full well the type of game this he I think he's kind of like I've known people like you my whole life. He wouldn't say that, but in his head he'd be thinking this, and then eventually he would sign his name just as Harker, with seemingly no difficulties.
Okay.
So what is Al's reason for knowing?
Well, he hasn't decided yet.
Well, he said he did.
Oh.
He said he did.
Oh,
And
yeah,
his
yeah, yeah.
reason was, and then I accidentally cut him off.
Right.
So, no worries, by the way. But prison colony, preload tech. At least when it comes to the prisoners themselves, what kind of tech do you get? Whatever you need to do whatever job you're supposed to do that day, then it gets taken away from you. Go to sleep. Fuck you. Bye. So, I would imagine that the art of writing using stylus or charcoal or something would have come into play. But it's apparent when Al signs his name, which he's able to do in kind of crude block lettering, but he's able to fit it on the line. But it looks like he's not used to gripping a writing instrument that small. And so his hand looks a little cramped as he's doing it, and it takes him a little bit longer than the other two just to sign his name. But he does it.
Okay. So after you all sign, he looks sort of towards you. You can't really tell like what's going on because of like the lighting and everything. So it's real hard to make out his features. But he sort of gestures, and the butler, the servant, whatever you would like to call him, the valet, his assistant, effectively comes in.
The slave.
Possibly, you don't know. That could legitimately be a thing. Assistant comes in and retrieves the documents and looks them over, just make sure that everything's been signed, and some away. And your gracious host, Justin Barnett, just sort of claps his hand together once and goes, "Well, excellent. Now that those formalities are out of the way, how about we get you situated with everything you'll need for your first mission?" And steps away from the window and starts his way out the room. He doesn't gesture at you, but it is easily assumed that you are to follow him.
Al follows.
Katarina would fairly smoothly finish her drink and then kind of saunter out after. Like, she's just like, she's refusing to just be like puppy, but obviously she's not going to be left behind either. So
Harker had already poured himself a second half glass in full view of their host, so he downs that and follows after Kat.
Okay. So he takes you through the facility for Hull Industrial, or at least the wing of the building that you are in. Takes you to the big fancy elevator that you passed. You didn't have access to it at the time. It was sort of an administrative elevator. This is a very nice glass elevator that oversees the inner sort of courtyard for Holland Industrial, which is quite nice even compared to the other things that are going on in this level. It's sort of like a nice oasis almost. There's plants and trees from Earth, from other planets, things that you don't even recognize, presumably from planets that, Holland Industrial has conquered, to phrase it a certain way. And it's a nice park.
Incorporated.
Yeah, incorporated. That's the public facing way.
Now we're
That's the public facing way that they would say that. It is a nice courtyard. It is big. It is in fact the courtyard in the center of the building is bigger than the Lancers Guild structure itself, which includes all of like the facilities and the hangar and that. And it is sort of not quite a nature preserve, but it's like a park. So like this is a sprawling like grandiose show of power effectively. And you could see people walking around in the park area. Um, None of them seem to be standard staff. In fact, as far as you can tell, everyone in there is in sort of like a either an administrative uniform or like a paramilitary uniform. So you should take the elevator down. It actually opens up directly into the park. He is silent the entire way down. Like if any of you want to ask him anything while you're doing that, you could have, but like he just chooses not to say anything on the ride down. Not that it's a particularly long ride down. Maybe like a 30-second ride, which is actually pretty fast considering how high up in the building he was. As he steps out though, sort of gestures and goes, "This is the annex. You'll find that you have access to all of your personal facilities here while you are working for Holland Industrial. We will provide you with key cards by the day's end so you can access this as needed." Gestures to the elevator behind him as he like walks off. Goes, he goes, "Your personal ID cards will take you straight to my floor. You will not be allowed onto any of the others. If you take the administrative elevator, you have access to some of the other levels. If you take the standard express elevators. But I would prefer that you didn't roam too much. The cards won't let you in anywhere you're not supposed to anyway, but the less of a ruckus you cause, the better it looks for me." And he walks down the pathway further into the what is now known to you as the annex. Eventually he comes to what is kind of ingeniously disguised of an entranceway. It's sort of hidden behind some plant life. It is very clearly like a doorway into a stairwell. You probably wouldn't have noticed it right away. It does sort of blend in perfectly into the terrain, but when you approach it the way that you're approaching, it's very obviously a door. It is labeled specifically Enforcement Division, which it does come to note that if you recall in your contracts, you are signing a contract. He is basically overseeing enforcement. That hasn't been explained what that actually means. But he swipes his card. There's sort of a beep, and the door sort of Star Trek door slides open. And it's a lift way basically. It's like a elevator type platform. There's two of them, presumably so that you can come and go at the same time. He steps on the platform and sort of gestures for you to follow. Presumably the rest of you do as well.
Yep.
So you step on the little mechanical lift. It's a slow lift, presumably for safety purposes. As far as you can tell, looking down the tunnel, it's a long ride. You go down quite a bit. In fact, if you think about it, it actually takes you down to the lower levels. Like you're going down from like fancy rich people levels into middle class levels. If any of you are slightly versed on like the terrain of Eden, so anyone who's been here for a period of time or studied the map, You are aware that basically this is sitting smack dab in sort of an industrial sector on the lower level. So Holland Industrial is effectively taking up 2 sections of the city. It looks like all of their nice fancy administrative stuff is up on the upper levels, and then where like actual work gets done takes place on the not as nice level. So sort of like the poorer people are shouldering their industrial like runoff, like like any manufacturing that goes on, any of that smog or waste would just get dumped into the lower level. Any garbage that they generate also being offloaded onto the less nice people, less well-off people. You're not really sure if that's a conscious decision on the part of Holland Industrial or just like way far accommodating their structural needs. But either way, the rich live nice and the poor people don't. On the way down, he does actually start talking about what Enforcement Division does. It is a subdivision of security forces. Enforcement Division itself is not dealing with internal matters, so like Security Division covers any sort of thing. So like that's internal security, whether that be like the building or like the fences in the case of like an outside attack, either through like other mechs, other corporate entities, or just like monsters that exist on planets. That is security divisions, or the security department's like purview. Enforcement division, however, deals with external forces. So that's like there's like a den of monsters that needs to be eradicated that is disrupting the security or safety of like one of their external facilities. Enforcement's division job is to go deal with that. You're effectively the like boots on the ground outside of the facilities themselves. As he's speaking, you do sort of pass into the hangar, which looks quite nice. Like it's a full-fledged mecha facility. Hello, Kagenoru. Welcome to the stream. It is way nicer than what you had access to in the Lancers Guild, and you can see that like there are mechs upon mechs stocked up. You can see all of Holland Industrial's like security forces, like all their mechs and all their like sort of defensive and technically offensive forces. You will notice that all of their mechs are like painted a very nice, clean, pristine white, except for you notice off in the side there's a section of mechs that are camo. Doesn't really explain what's going on with like the different mechs. You do notice that although they're all mostly pristine white, one arm of every single mech is painted a solid color. There's red, yellow, and blue. As you go down, he gestures toward the hangar that you're descending down into. You do notice that the hangar that you're descending down into does have the camo mechs. And those are technically all in the red arm stripe, like the arm coating. As you come down in the section, he starts explaining that Holland Industrial's mechanized division is broken down into the administrative core. So there are mechs. Those are the yellow color. That's like their divisional color. Then there is the sciences division. So like those are people who are like researching, surveying, and all that stuff. Those are the mechs in blue. You notice that the Sciences Division does actually have ground vehicles. They appear to be some sort of tank isn't quite the word. They're like treaded transport vehicles with big honking guns on them. And it looks like the gun module is configurable. So some of them have like laser drills on them. Some of them are like actual weapons. Some of them are actual. I can't tell if they're like tank cannons, but there's some sort of cannon like turret on it. And it looks like they're configured to allow them to sort of like excavate and blast and siege and do whatever they need to do to get into like difficult to reach areas. And your mechs, or your division of the hangar that your mechs are all red stripe arm. Their weapons tend to be more war oriented. Like the administrative mechs seem to be more like suppression security style mechs. The red mechs are like heavy weapons like rockets, cannons, heavy duty lasers. These are mechs that are built for war. Like, not even security. Like you are told that you're a security division, but like these are definitely like straight up wartime. I could like siege a planet. These kind of mechs. They're not joking around with the job that like these mechs are built for. And he's explaining sort of the type of equipment they have. It's nothing unusual. Like as Lancer pilots, you are sort of accustomed to a certain grade of weapon that's available to you. Like the weapons that you have and have access to are certainly like war scale. It is not unusual to see them, especially as mercenaries as you are, because of the kind of planets that you guys would potentially do jobs on. It is unusual, however, for you to see such a large gathering of these mechs in one place, especially to one company. It is very obvious that Holland Industrial decided they were going to rate Wayfar as like a serious threat, potentially. You're not certain because I mean, like, admittedly, you guys all came into this sort of assuming that like, how bad are they? Are they trying to take over the planet? You're not sure if this sign of like weapons force is because they consider the outside variables of Wayfar, like the natural wildlife, the raiders, the mercenaries, the pirates. You're not sure if they consider that the threat or if they want to siege the planet. But like the amount of arms that they have in this hangar alone could easily accomplish either objective. You would not be wrong to say that Holland Industrial's armory, like available armory, you're not even talking about stuff that they can print on demand. Like this is like stuff that's ready to go. Probably exceeds the military force of Wayfar's government. They are better armed, better mobilized than the government of Wayfar is by a long shot. Probably like easily 50% more than what Wayfar's government has. And that's just from what you can see now.
So if they're not incompetent with information, they're extra scary.
Yeah, that's a fair assessment, yeah. Like this is why the annex, as big as it is probably why it's as big as it is. In fact, as far as you can tell, the hangar that you can see, it's all dedicated mech facility. None of this is actually industrial. Like Holland does not seem to be producing anything in the annex. This is entirely like a mecha facility. So effectively, Holland Industrial, in addition to hiring Lancer pilots, has its own standing like Lancer fleet.
Okay.
So Dale very finally comes to a stop. He's still just doing the tour guide thing, where he's sort of just talking up how good the facility is, how quickly they can, maintain and mobilize your mechs. Just the usual like, you know, the tour talk where everything you do is so great and everything is awesome. You don't doubt that what he says might legitimately be true. Like, he's not just bragging. They could probably mobilize their entire fleet within a minute. It would probably be a massive undertaking, but it seems like the quoted time, like in less than a minute, this entire hangar could be active. Like, it would be a concerted effort, but it's definitely something they could do. And he just kind of continues on his hangar, and you see that you're actually wrong. There is more to this hangar than just hangar. There are actually like doors on the walls that seem to lead into other facility. But the size of the annex, like the visible park area, that is their dedicated hangar. So he walks to one of the doors, and he just goes, "And you'll be housed here." Swipes the card. There's a brief pause. This was actually a little longer than the other ones. So this door is like a super secure door, and it's a soft like beep. Doors kind of hiss open, and he steps into the room, or what you assume is a room. I'm presuming you're gonna follow him, and so you step into a hallway that is like pristine white, very clean, very shiny, like sci-fi future space station white. Which would explain, the white aesthetic that they have like on the mechs. Like everything's just like, that ideal pristine future. Where like everything's white, everything's shiny, everything's bright. It is a hallway. You see there, it's, not a terribly long hallway, but it kind of empties out into what you would best describe as like a really nice hotel room. Like there's desks, there's TVs, there's furniture. And as you start down the hallway, you realize that, oh wow, like this room is really big. It is, as you walk down the hallway, you notice there's actually 4 doors in the hallway. And as sort of he walks by, he just swipes his card on the doors, and each one opens up into like a whole room with like a bed and like a desk and just like fully kitted out. He's basically taking you into a housing area. And the rooms that you are being presented with are way nicer than anything you could actually afford yourself in Eden. Like these are prefurbished, prefabbed. Everything looks like it's, they're very clearly industrial made. Like it's clear that like Holland Industrial has produced the furniture and equipment in there, but they're fancy stuff. Like they're mass produced, but they're mass produced catered toward the affluent. So it's like if you were living on the middle levels of Wayfar, this is like furniture you'd have to save for because it looks like it belongs to rich people, but it's not. So there's 4 rooms that are furnished like this, and the main common area is furnished similarly. And then as he walks you into the main common area, you notice that there's actually a like fully stocked kitchen. Like everything's nice. Has everything you would ever need. And the kitchen's on one side, and there does appear to be another door on the other. And he doesn't really talk about the stuff because it's very obvious like what the rooms are for. But he heads toward the door, and he just sort of swipes his card, and he goes, "All right, so this is your briefing area." Walks in, and it's sort of a darker room. It does look a little bit more Spartan compared to the bright white, fancy, futuristic rooms that you had walked in. And it's sort of a big holographic table in the area, and this room is a little darker. And there's computer terminals on the wall. And as he walks in, he goes, "So after today, I would generally not be talking to you directly in person anymore. Missions we granted to you from this terminal. All logistical information will be provided. You'll have access to our databases from here. And everything that you need to do your day-to-day operations can be managed from here." And it does occur to you that, like, now that he's sort of given the the introduction and the walkthrough and like sort of the tutorial on what this room is, that this space is specifically yours. This is sort of like your corporate sponsored housing. And then, like, he turns around and goes, "So we'll have your mechs transferred over. It is up to you if you want to have them painted in corporate colors. That isn't a requirement. But if you're ever on a difficult mission when there are other security forces, it may help for them to quickly identify you as friendly if you do so. But, that's nothing a simple IFF check could solve as well. That is up to you. Do you have any questions?"
I think Kat would just flat out go, how private are these rooms? In terms of, like, does what occur in them belong to the business, or...
He
You
kind
know, how
of
much-
he kind of looks at you, almost like he kind of knows what you're implying, but you don't. He doesn't say that. Instead, he just goes, "Everything that happens on Holland Industrial Logistics property is passed through our security systems. For your courtesy, do not have cameras tracking your movements, but anything you do on the terminals is passed through our security systems."
But does that include using... Because, I mean, like, obviously it's not going to be like Wi-Fi, but, the sentiment of Wi-Fi. Like, if you're not using the actual terminals, you're using your own devices. But presumably, technically...
He was very specific to say anything that is passed through the terminals.
Okay.
Like that, he was very specific on that terminology, and he was looking at you like he sort of knew what you were getting at, but like not sure if that was just like him just looking at you, or if he was looking at you for a reason. But that is what happens.
Yeah.
Okay.
Guy in the up and up. He knows how to hide his illegal thoughts,
Yes.
quote unquote.
Yes.
Well, I mean, if he does know what she does in her spare time, then he knows that she would just be like, well, I'm not staying here then, if he didn't assure her privacy. Because she'd just be like, no, I have shit to do elsewhere.
I mean, either that or he spends so much time at the company he figured out how to surf porn without them knowing.
I mean, he's also an upper level administrator, so he does tell them what to do.
True.
He's an upper level administration, like in the security department.
Right.
Like he's literally their boss. So,
Plus, he's high enough in that company that if he wants porn, he doesn't have to surf for it.
I mean,
True.
yeah, that's a thing too.
Probably has somebody else surf
It would
for
just,
it
like-
for him.
Like, we've been calling that dude a butler, for all we know, he's a concubine. We don't know anything.
You don't know what that dude is. Yeah, that's true. That's fair. Just know that he's got a fancy suit and he works for this guy. Got himself like a fancy hand-tailored butler suit. Like, no, people don't normally spend that much money.
It's basically Orin High School Host Club.
I mean, sure, why not?
Kiss, kiss, fall in love.
I need to watch that again.
Okay, I'm sorry I brought that up. Anyways,
So does Al or Harker have anything to say? Because I feel like Al's first thing, or even Harker's first thing, is to claim a room because somehow one room is nicer than the others, even though they're literally identical.
Al's first move would be to look for the room closest to the exit, and be like, "This is mine."
Well, there's two of those, so take your pick.
Cool.
I mean, okay, what about windows? Do they have windows?
You are underground as far as you know, so no.
Yeah, that's what I was checking. It was because like the keyword as far as we knew.
Do we know how far down into the crust of the planet we're at?
You're technically on the
But we're at
living.
higher levels, so
You're
I don't know what underground means here.
you are on a lower.
Valid question.
You are on a lower ring of the city if you were to break like sections of the city up into rings. Like there's like the super rich levels, and then you go down like a couple of stories that's like the middle class people. When you first came in, the annex looked like it was sitting on like the ground level effectively of like the rich levels. And so you've gone down far enough that you are actually now like the bottom of the hangar is the ground level of like the stuff below it. So you're not technically underground, you're sort of sitting in the superstructure of Eden. None of the rooms you have windows. And as far as you can tell, there are no windows. So you're not sure what's on the other side, but it's probably like, you know, maintenance equipment, superstructure, like cabling, electricity, all that stuff.
But they
You know.
are soundproof, right?
Can't hear anything on the other side.
That's I was just making sure. Like, no one wants to be in the room that's like right next to where all the mechs are walking. You're gonna hear.
I mean, Al didn't even consider that. Al just went door, mine.
Yeah, I know, but that's what Kat's considering. That's the last thing she wants. Like 3 a.m. is a security mech outside. Okay.
Al's thoughts are be able to leave quickly in case there's a riot, even though there's no way we could all riot. There's only 3 of us. That's just literally his only thought.
Is there any reason there are 4 rooms?
You can ask
Is it
him
just
that.
how the default? Yeah.
Okay, so you ask him that. He goes, standard team size is 4.
Okay. So is he gonna sign us up with people? Because she's gonna ask, like, does that mean you're going to randomly assign people to us? Because the last time someone in charge did that, the person chased me around the battlefield with a sword.
And then blew up in her face.
I mean, he kind of looks at you and he's like, well, I'm not going to pay for extra unless I need to.
Okay. She's like, good, sounds good. She wants that assurance.
And he just sort of looks at you and goes, well, as long as you perform, I won't need to hire another person.
About a nickel for every time I heard that.
Okay, Al.
That's out of
Suddenly
character.
we're learning a
Out
lot
of
about Al and that
character.
penal colony, man.
Definitely out of character, Mr. GM. You saucy bitch. Anyways.
Would ask if they can bring their personal effects to the rooms.
You're allowed to if you wish.
Hey, he goes off to see which room is nice.
They are all equally nice. There is a nice bed, there is a TV, there is a desk with a terminal, which, as he mentioned, is, you know, hardwired to their system, so anything that you do on those terminals, like Holland Industrial is aware of. And you do find that sort of hidden against the bare wall, there's actually another doorway that sort of like goes further back. And that is actually, you know, like personal bathroom. So like there's a bathroom for everybody with like toilet and shower and like sink. So these are nice rooms. These are like amenities that you would not find normally. Like on Wayfar, if you're on sort of the lower levels, if you aren't renting like the equivalent of like an apartment, housing is generally shared everything, like it's dorm style, just because that's the most practical way to allocate space. So for you to have 4 rooms with your own personal bathrooms and a kitchen and an area, like this is really nice.
So this is basically like him proving the benefits of making him look good.
Honestly, this doesn't feel like a show. Like you sort of get the sense that like he doesn't particularly care one way or another about these rooms. These are legitimately just like Holland industrial standard. Like there's nothing special about this.
But I mean, like, was there like, do they have everybody live on?
That sort of seems to be the implication, which is why you sort of saw like the paramilitary, like people just like chilling on the upper levels. It does seem like for security division, at least, um, this is just like where they live. They operate here and they live here. I mean, you can ask him about that if you'd like.
I think she would. You're just like about how many people live in this general area.
He just sort of pauses and you can see him trying to like think, like pauses. It's like, oh, there's at least 200 people, might be 300. Like, it's one of those things where it's like, it's not a specific number that he like has to care about because it's not like the degree of like he's not that micromanaged about his division. Like there should be at least 200, 300 on-site security staff housed in this wing.
So he's definitely not the chick that we had to work for before.
Yeah, like he's in charge of division, but like the like specifics of it is someone else's job.
He's not a Karen.
He's not.
So should we go like, if we do have any issues, who should we be contacting?
There is a quartermaster that you can deal with. Find him at the end of the hallway closest to the lift. Quartermaster on every floor. They deal with each floor as needed.
Okay. Someone else can ask him a question.
Harker is checking out the room.
Al pops out of the room, having casually heard the answers to all these other questions, and just asks, "Are we required to be here in these facilities, in these quarters, for any given amount of time? Or is this just, we can use these as we please?"
It is preferred that you use the on-site facilities while you are under contract. Not forced to stay here. Leave are required to have a contact point which can reach you at any point in time.
Thought you were continuing that sentence. But so Al goes, "Understood."
Okay.
Harker would have asked the same question.
So basically, it doesn't matter what we do as long as
They can.
you can get into contact with us.
Yeah.
Okay, so Al just says then after that,
You are sort of expected to use these like for their convenience and to a certain extent to your luxury convenience, but like,
mostly for their convenience.
Yeah.
So Al at this point would then just go, "Thanks for the information. How long until we're assigned our first mission?"
You have an assignment already, but it is not critical. So you can take it at some point today. I'll allow you time to get adjusted and for your things to be transferred as needed.
Because we don't have our mechs here. So.
Yep.
All right. So I would just nod and say, thanks. Sounds good.
Just
And then look over. What's going?
sort of nods and like, if that's all, I'll be on my way.
Al nods, looks over to see if any of his teammates have any questions.
Kat would just like nod, and she's just like letting the boys pick their room first, because she figures that still leaves her 2 rooms to pick from, so she doesn't care.
So Harker
Um,
has.
yeah. Harker will probably just pick one close to the kitchen or something.
Okay. So your new boss man leaves. And you guys go pick your rooms, you get yourselves settled in. You do notice that if any of you power on your terminals, and there is actually like a blinking light. It's silent, but it is blinking just to draw your attention to the terminal. It does ask you to register yourself to the room so that like any personal information can be routed to the terminals as needed, which I'm assuming you're all gonna do.
Yep.
Affirmative.
So when you do your login, it does provide like your information as you presented it to the Lancers Guild. And you do notice that you have a security clearance level. It is just nondescriptly 2. What that means, you have no idea. You're just security level 2.
Good old team 2.
Well, that's a security clearance. That's not like a team number. That's like your security clearance level is just 2.
I know it's a John Mulaney joke.
Yeah.
Anyways,
I have a friend that insists I sound like John Mulaney. I have no idea why.
you know what? Having just listened to you these past couple of months, yeah, I see it now.
Okay, I don't see it personally, but all right. So you log in terminal, you get your standard security clearance. There's a message waiting for you. It's just sort of like a generic introduction. It breaks down the rules of facility, what you're allowed to bring in, which is mostly like you and your stuff and nothing illegal, no like external monitoring devices. So you can't be like bringing in people into the security facility, like you don't have that clearance. So, don't bring your hot date over, go home.
Harker.
That is, he was going to ask, do they have to stay there every night? So
Bed by 9, home by 11. Oh.
There is no like curfew, basically. The rooms are effectively soundproofed, so like be as loud as you want. It doesn't affect anybody except for yourself.
You can't be loud as you want with a date. So.
Well, no, you're not allowed to bring your date into the security facility because it's a secure facility and they're not authorized. That's really what that is. Yeah.
So you can bring him to your room, just not into the secure facility. But isn't your room in the secure facility?
Well, no, go to your personal home. Home.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Like,
So
go home.
I don't care how loud we can be there then.
Sure.
some of it already works in the secure facility.
Well, see, that's not what it says. It just says you can't bring non-authorized personnel into the facility. So, if you want, like,
the authorized personnel.
I mean, sure, if you can find someone.
It did say non-authorized.
Yeah.
Did it say anything about authorized?
No, it did not. They don't care what you do with authorized personnel. Good luck finding a Lancer pilot here that like is interested. Saying you can't, just.
It's a Unix.
What?
I mean, they're mostly guys that are working for a security firm. It's not all, so like, you could still do it.
So Kat can find someone.
She could.
What you're saying.
I mean, I don't know which way she swings. That's her business. But yeah. So you just get a nice little, basic introduction. Like, what's the policy of like stuff you can bring in, stuff you can't. Um, you're not provided anything other than like basic, water and power and heat, like temperature control. So like, you have a kitchen. It's not stocked, so like you have to bring your own food, but the facilities are there.
Okay.
So they'll be shopping from the lower levels then.
Possibly. There
Had to bring in a big bag of rice.
there is a C-Mart provided by like Holland Industrial for like on-site employees, but
Right, but they're barely getting money for food, so.
yeah, no one says what the pricing is of that C-Mart.
That's why Haku's gonna be trying to seduce people up in the.
Like, I don't actually like you. I just want you to make me food.
Like, I just want you to like go to dinner with me and you pay.
Like, I just want the food.
Please. Please, food. Thank you. Bye.
That was a nice dinner. Okay, bye.
But wait, I was gonna have sex with you.
It's okay.
You know what?
I'm tired. I'm going home. Bye.
Yeah.
We have really
You can walk
strict
5 feet
laws
to the
about
room
who can
across
come
the
into the
hall.
room, so.
It's like, but you can come back to my place. It's like, yeah, but I got stuff in the morning. Sorry. Bye.
It's a long walk. It's
That's
down
some
the
pilot
hall.
stuff, sorry.
Corporate security stuff. You understand. All right. So yeah, so you guys have settled in. Presumably you'll take him up on the offer to transfer your mechs to the hangar.
I mean,
Yeah.
that makes sense.
It seems more efficient, yeah.
Is anyone going to actually?
I got the pads for this mech anyway.
Is anyone gonna actually peruse the mission stuff, or are you gonna do like house stuff for a while? What would you like to do?
Like, we have to do housekeeping first.
I mean, they don't provide cleaning services except for once a week there is a building management that will like clean the bathrooms. That's it. It's an automated they're basically automated mech like machines will come in and like sanitize your bathroom.
That sounds terrifying to wake up to.
Well, don't sleep when they come in, or don't fall asleep in the bathroom. I don't know what happens if you fall asleep in the bathroom when they come and sanitize it.
No, I just mean like being in your bed and waking up and seeing a mech go by to get to the bathroom. Like,
Yeah, they're not like full Lancer mechs though. They're like small machines.
Yeah, they just have goblins that go do it.
No, those are people sized. These are like
Smaller than people.
slightly smaller than people. They're like small service machines basically. Like they're
they're really fancy Roombas.
they're a little bit more complicated than that, but yeah, a little bit. They basically come in and sanitize your bathroom and make sure that you're not grossing up the place.
Okay, so I mean, like, at this point, I think Kat would ask the others, just point blank, like, okay, do we actually need to set down roommate rules here?
Al would shrug and go, I'm not going to go into your room if you guys don't go into mine.
Like, so we mostly need to focus on, like, food rules? Like, a detailed rules involving the kitchen?
Like, don't take my food and I won't shank you.
Fuck around and see what happens.
Like, you may or may not get stabbed. I may or may not have a knife in my room. If you don't go into my room, you won't know the answer to that question.
She would just be like, you know, whatever, if you guys need to talk to me, at least just knock first.
Does she, like, stare pointedly at Harker when she says that?
No, she would actually be looking at both of them, and not in the way you're thinking. Just basically like, don't be an idiot and like barge into my room because something's an emergency. And don't like, And also, Harker was the one who blew a mech up in her face. So yeah, like knock before you come in the room.
Is he just gonna open the door and throw a mech in there? It's about to explode.
See, the cleaning mech is gonna explode.
She just wakes up one day, just like there's an explosion from her bathroom, and she's like, "What the hell did you do, Harker?"
He was like practicing, and it went wrong.
It's like I was trying to learn how to hack things. Okay, I may have accidentally blown up the droid. It's not my fault.
Oh boy. At this point, you may notice that Al looks a little bit uncomfortable about living in these quarters, but
He
basically just says
doesn't
sorry,
have
go
to.
he doesn't have to, but at the same time,
It's far more practical.
it is far more practical.
It's also far nicer than his apartment, I'm sure.
Yeah, Al lives simply. That's how we're gonna put it on this one.
Like in the alley.
You live in a box in the gutter.
He lives on a street
No,
called Simply.
yeah, it's not. It's not like he's really roughing it, but at the same time, he definitely isn't used to having his own room. So his main concern is, what is he gonna do with all of this space?
Fill it with posters.
Yes.
He's like, I've discovered the thing. They're called wall scrolls, and these are the best invention ever.
I'm just having a flashback to me in high school.
The first thing they do is contact the floor manager to see if they're allowed to paint the walls. Because, dear God, who does just white?
Holland Industrial Logistics, of course. Everything is futuristic space white. Because space white is not just white, it is shiny white.
That is horrific.
I mean, you can ring him up. You have a phone by your terminal.
I mean, why ask when you can just take all of your Megas XLR scrolls and put them up? You're in Lancer, may as well.
Yes,
Just use the hacker skill of illusion and change what the room looks like.
it's just like one day, like as you're walking through the hallway, like Al's door's open, and you just see like there is no more wall. There's just posters plastered on every surface. You're just like, what?
It's like that horrifying apartment that somebody like plastered all of their kitchen cabinets with like awful like Ahegao artwork everywhere,
Oh no!
except with giant robots.
Oh no!
It's bad,
I
but at least it's giant robots.
now I seriously feel like Kat is just going to use all the white surfaces as, screens essentially to hack projections onto. And so every time they get called in for an appointment or whatever, the room is gonna look totally different. That the debriefing room. And she's probably just gonna do it to be obnoxious. Like one time it's gonna be like, looks like they're in the seaside.
The real
Next
question
time,
is she gonna leave passive aggressive notes in Hollow for them? You're like, Al, wash your damn dishes.
Oh, she totally no, like that would not even be notes. She would be like trying to hack his ocular device. if he let it get bad enough. He'd be like hacking in and like straight across his eyeball. It'd be like wash.
He just wakes up one day and just like in his vision there's just a sign that says, wash your damn dishes.
Yes.
Or Al just doesn't wake up one day, opens his eyes, sees nothing. Well, only the one eye is actually device.
Yeah.
Why am I blind in my right eye? That doesn't make any sense.
She's like, if you want to see again, you'll learn to wash dishes.
You have no depth perception right now, right? Yeah. Catch. Throws dishes at him. Oh boy.
But no, like no, she's just gonna completely she's gonna fuck with the briefing room. That's just a thing. We're just gonna have to decide each time what the briefing room looks like.
Like, is this the
And I'll just
Amazon?
start chipping in. with ideas.
This appears to be the ice planet Hoth today.
Yeah, like another day is gonna be like a casino. Just like
That an elephant? What?
she's like, if he already suspects what I can do, then I'm just gonna be a smartass.
Facts.
I mean, that is your prerogative.
Well, it's not. It's not like an aggressive smartass. You know, she's not like hacking his office, unless he really pisses her off.
All right, so about an hour later, you'll get notifications basically that mechs have been successfully picked up and loaded into the annex. That is actually just what they refer to the facility as. It is not just the upper levels; it is actually the whole like housing mecha like park facility is just the annex.
Okie dokie.
You are given like,
You really need better naming strategies.
but why? It's just an annex.
Oh, you don't name both parts of annex.
The whole thing is the
I'm going
annex.
to meet you in an annex, and then mean literally what is bigger than the entire Lancer Guild. That is a horrible naming mentality.
Listen, your job is to be in the annex. You're either on the annex or in the annex. Very simple, right? Meet me on the annex, meet me in the annex.
No, that is still horrible. That is horrible.
Listen, if you have a problem, take it up with corporate security. Oh wait, that's your boss.
She
Wait a
would leave
second.
him notes. Be like, by the way, the naming is horrible.
You... Anyways,
Do it.
so you guys are given like bay numbers and all that, so you know where to get your mechs. Actually, once they deliver your mech, you notice that your terminals update, and you're actually given uh basically like a configuration screen. So like you can make changes to your mech, and the mechanics at the annex will actually accommodate you within the scope of like what's available to them. Because of the terms of your contract, obviously, anything you use has to be either provided to them or you pay a fee to use corporate like equipment. Although painting surfaces are not charged twice. You can paint your mech twice before they start charging you.
Okay, but because of the changes I made because of the level up, those are still there. I don't have to pay for those changes.
That would be considered you having stuff that you acquired. So
Okay.
basically, they're offering you potentially stuff you don't actually have, i.e., you can pay a fee to license stuff from them. So that would be sort of like you getting temporary equipment as part of reserves.
Gotcha. Okay, so the stuff we have is the stuff we have, but we could basically requisition reserves from them for missions.
Yes.
And yeah, okay, gotcha.
And certain stuff like they'll swap out for like rental. So like your personal equipment. So like in Lancer, you can change your personal loadout. You'd basically be renting that equipment from them. That's how that's being handled.
Okay. Cool beans.
But then if you'd like to look at your actual mission profile that you're getting.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Let's move on to that now that we've determined the chore wheel.
So you move into the briefing area. Once you're all in, the lights sort of dim, the holo table comes up. You greeted with sort of like this weird, kind of mind-bendingly weird, like Holland Industrial logo that you can see from any angle, which you're not even really sure how that works. Like literally, as like the screen boots up, like as you move, the logo seems to move in your periphery, like in your vision. It's weird.
It's like one of those haunted paintings.
Yeah, it's real weird how they're doing it. In fact, when the screen changes over, you're not really sure how they're doing, but like, no matter how you look at the display, you're always looking straight on at the display. Like even if you move, it just seems to shift with your vision. But it does sort of
You'll like that.
bring up your sort of mission. Your job right now is to deal with an external threat to their space lane. There is a small group of effectively they're unnamed pirates. Like they haven't identified themselves specifically in a way that's useful, but they're just marked pirates. They've been raiding Holland industrial ships as they come through a designated space lane. Not an asteroid field; it's more like a debris field, but it's in planetary orbit. And so your job is basically to eliminate the threat.
Okay.
Eliminate the threat is sort of vague. Like you're not sure if they want to just kill them or like bribe them or what. It's just your job is to make the pirates stop being a problem. Your discretion how. You will be provided a launch system to get you up into space. They offer for a modest rental fee modifications to your ship if you would like to install EVA modules. You would be renting them from Holland Industrial if you do not have them currently of your own.
Added one during my level up.
You may have. Mechanically speaking, that is a free licensed equipment, so like it doesn't actually cost you anything. It's just fluff. But it is strongly recommended that you install EVA modules for space missions, because your movement is slowed in space if you do not have an EVA module. You will get half your speed otherwise.
Yeah. Darn you, level up. I almost took one, but I didn't. So.
But you could freely swap your equipment at any time because you are always licensed for EVA modules. So only
So if we wanted one on top of what we have,
you cannot exceed your SP count.
but so then how would we rent it from them if we were able to freely swap it out per se? We just swap it out, but we have to rent it from them still.
Mechanically, you just need to free up one SP somewhere to slot in an EVA module. I think it's one for the
Yeah, it's one.
It's one, yeah.
Yeah. So fluff wise, it's just they're renting you one because you don't own one. Mechanically, you're just freeing up one SP somewhere and just slotting into your mech.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Any further mission details?
Not that you're aware of.
Just-
It just there's a sector of space that the pirates are, and your job is just to make them stop being a problem. It is strongly implied, though, that because they are so aggressively hostile, that stop them is probably just going to be blow them up. But yeah.
All right. Al looks at the other two and goes, so any other plan of approach besides just make them stop existing?
I mean, Haku did spend all that time with his charm, so
Al
time for him to
shrugs,
shine.
looks at Harker, and goes, hey, if you can stop him with whatever it is you've got going on, go for it.
Whatever that thing is.
No, I mean, Harker is just space pirates. Let's go.
Al shrugs and goes, well, ready when you are then. I don't really have much to transfer over here, and our mechs are already here, so guess I'll just grab a quick bite. Oh, wait, we don't have any food. I guess I'll just grab a drink of water. Just kind of, I assume we're all in the common area, and the kitchen's kind of nearby, so I just saunter off, get a cup of water, as it were,
Like,
look over.
That's why you take it up when the guy offers you food.
She's
Al
got a
shrugs,
point.
goes, yeah.
He offered food. She thought it'd be rude to ask when Al was turning down even a drink.
Al shrugs and says, "Don't worry, I'll cover the first grocery run." No,
I
nothing.
think Kat is kind of weirded out just at the idea of living with people because I get the feeling that she actually usually doesn't.
Yeah, she probably hates people.
I don't think any of them have really been.
Yeah, she's
Seen
just
it.
like, man, I'm used to being on my own. I have my own like hacking den. It's cool.
I can't put that here because then they'll know.
Yeah, she's
Sucks.
I can't move my stuff here because that'd be really obvious. So I guess I'm moving nothing here.
Sucks, guys. I hate it here. Sucks.
I can't even get to my informants easily. I'm gonna have to like give them a contact. Why are people so keen on luxury? Pain in that.
So inconvenient being rich. Arker's quietly in the back of his going, yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think cause like I think Kat doesn't have any ambitions really to leave the planet. Like she might one day if she feels like it, you know, or if things get too heavy and she's gonna die, you know. But she's just kind of happy manipulating things in the shadows and just living her own life. No pun really intended, but kind of sort of, you know, an alley cat type thing. And so this is just like, and as far as her money is just like numbers on a screen that you can manipulate and screw people with. And jerks get really upset when their money goes to zero. So that's her basic philosophy. So like, yeah, no, luxury isn't like her major concern. She was impressed by like the pen and the collection and the items, but like no, the actual like luxury thing, she's just like, whatever. This is getting in my way.
Al's just excited that he doesn't have to sleep someplace where, 5 other people can actually see where he sleeps.
I mean, that's fair.
That is fair.
Well, I mean, Harker's had better accommodations in his past life.
One night at a time.
No,
Sorry, go
before that.
Oh.
Because he was, he was brought up noble, but I think he's probably actually come to like having neighbors. It's less lonely, but he's not necessarily had, with having neighbors, he's still had his own space. So having common areas that he shares with people, that's going to be new for him. So it'll be interesting.
Starts treating them like servants. That's going to be an issue.
I think, I mean, he's sort of actively trying to not give away his background.
No, I know, but if he accidentally like just like expects someone to like
to cook for him,
because he's just used to if they're in your private space and they're not someone you're sleeping with.
maybe if he's like half asleep or something. If he, I could see. I mean, he's had to sort of teach himself how to cook for himself along the way, but I might imagine he tends to burn everything.
My God, they're gonna make the hacker cook.
How did you burn a glass of water?
Well, you know.
Melted it somehow. He overheated it and it melted.
They just let water burn on the side.
Picked it up.
Like
How
it's
did
his
you
job to
fill a
heat up the
cup
water
with
for like
steam?
noodles, and they come in and it's just that burned pan on the bottom.
I can see him being fascinated with the concept of like an instant noodle. That's probably his favorite thing to eat because he's so fascinated.
I mean, it is kind of fascinating in instant noodle.
I think they're neat.
You just add water and it cooks.
Eventually. Parker, how long does it take you to cook these things? A couple of hours. You gotta add hot water. Ah. All right, what was our train of thought here?
Well,
The mission. the
you
space
said you were getting a glass of water since we didn't have food.
Right. And then we started.
Apparently, we were waiting for you
about
to get the
food.
water.
Okay. Well, water has been acquired. I'm sipping water and staring at you two, waiting to see what we want to do about the mission.
I mean, are they expected to go on the mission right now? Like,
No.
well, I'm just saying, like, going into space seems like a slightly more like higher one than like, go find out information. You know, like.
I mean, basically, when you're ready to go, they have like more than enough freely available resources to just send you to space to the mission area. So like, it doesn't phase them like at all to just be like, okay, we're gonna send you to space now, go for it. So just like whenever you're ready to go, like get to go. He would like you to do it that day. Like doesn't have to be our today, but like in game time, it's like you don't have time to be like, I'm gonna go sleep now, bye. um, but like it's not considered a rush. He would like just it to be done. So like you do have time to be like, I want to go fetch some things, or I would like them to configure my mech for something. Just
Well, I mean, obviously, for me, I'm going to get rid of, I guess, the manipulators to get the Eva thing, because.
I mean that's fair.
And I have to get rid of something. Meh.
Really have anything right this second that he wants to retrieve. I mean, eventually he's gonna go get stuff from his little room. Certain things that he doesn't want to leave by themselves for too long.
There's
But
nothing suspicious about that statement at all.
but at the current moment, yeah, he's fine to just check out this mission and see what working for these people is like.
Okay. So we'll transition you to what the mission area looks like. So this is
And sorry, go on.
this is the area that you'll be dealing with.
Fun.
Your mission area is technically anywhere in this because they can just sort of launch and deploy you. They do recommend like the edges of the debris field in case there's stuff in it, but like you can technically choose to field into the zone from anywhere you'd like.
Okay. Before we do deploy into the mission, I do have to reconfigure an EVA unit, but
Sure.
that's neither here nor there. So
I did add one. I reconfigured it on leveling up. I read somewhere that they were very useful.
I mean, you know, they are for many purposes. Um, so yeah, that's fair.
So
people's
Al himself will do
frame.
nothing before the mission, basically, because it's not like he has anything really that he has to grab,
Okay.
per se.
Everyone's at 13 HP.
Should be,
Will heat capacity change?
mine went up one.
Where are you at now?
I'm at 8,
Okay.
because I added engineering.
And Harker's at 7.
Yep.
And Cat's at 6.
Yeah, because I just went up with the system.
Okay. Just want to make sure everyone's tokens are up to date.
So I don't think it changed anything on mine.
Your max HP, I think.
Yeah.
That's
the HP went up, but I mean, like.
Yep. Just making sure. Plop you down some tokens.
I have a 13 plus 2, it says. Does that matter?
You're getting +2 from personalizations, which I think no one has added.
Oh wait, no, I haven't. There we go. There we go.
I mean, we have not talked about personalization.
We did last session, I think. Wait, no. Yes, you have an advantage on invades.
Oh, right.
I do.
You're right.
So that means actually everyone's HP should actually be at 15 because I think everyone has personalizations, right?
Yes.
Oh man, we had a disadvantage last time.
Yeah, I know, right? Hold on.
Looks like I'm getting my manipulators back.
Oh, a nice way to refer to Haka and Cat.
Womp womp.
I think I added those too because I couldn't add anything else.
Yep.
I
You
actually
have
just
1
got
point
rid of
left?
mine. Yeah, so I can have the
Manipulators.
Eva.
Yeah.
Because I did have them and did not use them.
Foxet dead, rest in peace. Yeah, that's probably about right, Kagenara. Yeah.
So here's a question.
Yeah, what's up?
Seeing as we're in a big space rock zone.
Yep.
If I use my turret drones, do they have to be attached to space rocks, or can they be free floating?
They are technically not attached to anything if they are free floating.
Okay, so they have to attach on a square, or sorry, a hex, if you will, that has an actual piece of space detritus.
Yes. So if you notice, there are a few pieces of debris that are exactly 1 hex, and a few that occupy 5 hex. You cannot pass through the center hex of the 5 hex spaces because there is actually rock in the way. We're ignoring that space is 3D for the sake of this. Just because I don't feel like making you calculate movement for z-axis and just say go around the damn rock. So if you move through, you cannot move through the center because it's just rock in the way. Just say that, right? We're just pretend we're fighting on 2-dimensional planes today. If you move through anything with an edge, you can land in that space. It is considered difficult movement, so you would take 2 movements to move through that edge, but it will provide you with cover. If you have a line drawn through the rock at you. So, for example, if this line crosses through these hexes, you are considered to have cover because it's drawing through space debris. Just to understand how combat will work in the space field. If they draw through the center line, they do not have line of sight to you. It's obstructed line of sight because you are physically being hidden by the rock.
Gotcha.
So cover, obstructed.
Understood. Okay. So, other than these rocks, is there anything else that we should be aware of, or are we just able to set up anywhere we want?
You
Is there a
can
deployment zone?
technically set up anywhere you want. There may be downsides depending on where you choose to set up, because you know for a fact that there are pirates in the rock field.
Gotcha. So, literally wherever. Okay. Team, any thoughts?
I mean, are we supposed to like try to like hail the pirates or something to see if we can like not fight? Like,
That is entirely up to you. Your job is quite simply get the
well, I know
pirates
there's
to
like an emphasis on like
stop.
you just have to get rid of the pirates, like make them stop, and then we're just immediately going, well, I guess we're gonna kill them.
That is the easiest way to make the pirates stop.
But then
Relatively.
we lose pirates.
Here's the thing. You know nothing about these pirates. You know for a fact that they are attacking Holland Industrial Logistics, and that they are hostile. So they will probably shoot you first. Beyond that, there is no further instruction. They simply want them dealt with and to no longer be a problem. As Lancer pilots, you know that the easiest way to deal with that most of the time, blow them up. Again, we are living in a society where death is not necessarily final. So, like, blowing them up may kill them, it might not. Like, they will be dead, but they may not be permanently dead. Right? So, you're not sure what their cause or case or, like, economic status is. Just that, like, there are robots in space, hiding in a debris field, shooting stuff and taking loot.
I just feel like when we're working for a corporation now, there might actually be information there.
Well, here's the question. They haven't repainted our mechs.
You did not ask them to, did you?
No.
Then
So
they have
there's
not.
no corporate markings whatsoever.
That is correct.
So we could
Okay.
see if they're just gonna shoot us.
You could, but you'd also be arriving on a Holland Industrial Space Transport.
Oh,
Ah,
but I
details.
mean, like, is there any way we could have like the space transport drop us off like a little way off so that they don't?
You could. You could. It's possible.
Because like I want to know whether they're going to shoot at what they think is just civilians first. You know, well, not civilians because like civilians don't really have mechs, but you know what I mean. Like if they're going after everyone, or if it's specifically. Because I mean, it's a lot easier to decide to kill people if you realize they're just like trying to kill everyone else.
As far as the report that you're given is, industrial transports have been under attack. However, that doesn't mean anything because Holland Industrial doesn't keep track of these pirates attacking not Holland Industrial stuff. Because again, they only care about their shit. They don't care about anybody else.
Exactly. So like I thought we'd come in more gradually and see if they're immediately hostile to us.
I'm game for that. Just
Because-
kind of slide in from one edge, see what's going on.
Okay.
Like just kind of like make like maybe we're just passing by or whatever, and we're not, you know. And then that way, if they attack us, and it's like, well, okay, they're clearly just not good people. Period. So that takes care of any moral dilemma.
Okay, so where would you like to approach from? You can move your tokens, hopefully.
Well, I mean, like, does Haka agree to that plan, or?
Yeah, I said I did.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
I mean, okay. Which direction would, like, so we would have been dropped off in, like, the upper right?
Oh, no, I just put the tokens down for you to choose where
No,
you'd
but
like
I'm
to
just trying
approach
figure out,
from.
like, which direction would they have, like, probably, like, been coming from?
Like you can direct the transport to drop you off anywhere relative to the debris field, so that's actually 100% up to you.
I guess what I'm asking is like, I'm assuming the reporter said like, what path are the transports?
They're passing by the debris field, so stuff is ambushing them from within the debris field.
Okay, so I mean, oh, I didn't know it was gonna do that. Okay, I guess like us landing outside of it is just like the right thing to do. But what cover do you guys want?
I mean, do we even know how many pirates there are?
Nope.
No,
Nope.
They're
because
just probably inside the debris field.
yeah, that's the problem. It's like because they're attacking from the debris field, they're not able to get like,
Here, let's scan.
right.
I mean, I vote we just because there's no real way for us to know kind of the best approach at this point. We should look for something with relative good comfort, but also something that's not going to encumber us too much when it comes to movement.
Mhm.
So I remember last time I was the one who gave away our position. So
It's okay because the enemy was right next to mine. So
True. I mean, he
Yeah.
could
it's not like you could give much away when I just
yeah, he could have
away.
been relaying all of our positions for all we knew.
That's true. That's true.
So you don't.
So
We also didn't really consider the fact that they would actually follow the path to get to us.
true.
That's what they did.
We haven't fought flying mechs yet,
Yep.
thanks to our benevolent game master. So there's that. Well, I mean, technically we're all going to be flying, but was flying when there's no gravity right now.
Mm-hmm.
So I vote we just make sure that we try to not get attacked from the back. We don't want to get flanked. We also don't want to get bogged down in too much cover. So, I mean, corner spread from any one of the corners might be good. My vote is potentially for this one over here.
Okay.
Unless you'd rather have more cover to start with and be able to actually, this one might be easier back here, just because we have a little more cover to kind of bounce around between. And it might take us a little bit longer to get up, but then we're not going to be in direct line of fire if they have any crazy weapons. So something along the lines of like back here, perhaps. Although if we all have EVA units, then we could easily duck behind cover, either from here or back down to here, depending on where they show up from. So, thoughts? Upper left, lower
Well,
right?
I mean, I'm less inclined for upper left because the middle of the debris field does like go like directly through it. So it seems like they could come out from that. We know like the debris field is right in the middle, and that they're somewhere in the middle because
Right.
that's where they've been attacking the transports from.
Possibly.
So if we don't want to give them a diagonal shot at us as easily, like we probably don't want to give them the full potential like area that like, because like where you are, if they were here, they can shoot both of you.
Yeah, technically.
So I'm just saying like you would have to get to like down here to get cover.
Right, potentially.
So I don't know. Like I don't know. I was just looking more like at least over here. So we have these rocks blocking, and we could put turrets on the mini like asteroids things.
Yeah, potentially. So you're thinking what, like?
Like just around like this area, yeah. Like
Okay. So
so that we have just a little more blockage between being
you
in the
said,
middle.
and these smaller ones, do they block or obstruct if you go right through them?
If the line of fire goes through the small one, it will obstruct as well.
obstruct.
So they will not be a
Not
clean
block.
shot. They will not be able to take a shot if it goes straight through. So like,
This way there's no blockage at all. Then.
correct.
Like if I go, okay. So this is the only real total blocking of line of sight that we would have.
Correct.
Okay.
But but these like would be like
So like, for
good
example,
places for turret.
like this would not block line of sight, but like obviously if you're directly shooting at each other from like one end to the other, that does block.
Okay.
Like this does not, because it doesn't actually go through the hex. And these larger ones do provide cover, but drawing through them, this is like soft cover, and then this is just obstructed.
For a moment, I totally forgot we go by hex when counting and not the feet. And I was like, man, 15 feet is not far. I'm like, oh, wait.
Yeah.
That's a
Like-
big difference.
Like, your range is actually pretty good in feet. In hexes, eh.
So I mean, I'm good on everything. I'm good lower left
Yeah.
if everyone else is.
Yeah, it's fine with me. Should I move closer?
It's up to you.
I'm gonna stick. Let's see. Do I want to open myself up? Back here, back there. I'll stick right here. I'll see what happens.
Like, I can, yeah, I, right here is pretty good for me because I can literally shoot entirely across. Because my autopod is 15. Okay.
I am ready to get fuckbucked by pirates.
Wow, you're so confident that terrible things are gonna happen to you. I don't understand.
Already used my good roll today, buddy. I'd be pushing it.
Alright, so that's where you guys are gonna decide that you're gonna be? Or the angle that you're gonna
Today was
approach
being
from?
given tens, okay?
Yeah.
So you decide that you're gonna approach from there. So what exactly is your approach plan here? Like, you said you were considering um, like coming from far away, or
Yeah, like dropped off further back so like it's not obvious who we're associated with.
okay,
And just like kind of approaching as if it was just like naturally like the route we were taking.
okay,
But, you know, we're being careful-ish because there's been ambushes. So,
I mean that's fair, right? Like that's not an unreasonable like thought. Um, so yeah, okay. So you start drifting through the debris field. You're a fair amount off, so that like most sensors wouldn't pick up what the ship is. They can see the ship. Obviously, it drops you off because it is, deep space. Stuff sticks out a little bit. You guys make your way over to the debris field. As you approach the positions where you are, let's see. There is a single suit that you can very clearly see in the debris field. As you both sort of hit each other's sensor ranges, you do note that they seem to see you before you see them, but you do both seem to get like a passive radar hit on each other at the same time. And while you're at that, let's see. Are people relative to each other? Okay.
Oh, the sun.
On your radar, because you can't actually see what is there. You do get passive radar hits on 2 other somethings in the debris field. They're not moving, so they're holding stationary in the debris field. But the one mech basically turns its attention like towards you, like it orients itself to you, and you do get like a comms hit basically. Wait, range on that. Oh nope, I lied. There's one more.
Good thing we didn't position ourselves up in that corner.
So yeah, so you do get a comms response, and they don't introduce themselves, but you do hear a voice over the comm that basically tells you to identify yourself.
Is there more to that sentence? Or...
No, it's just
Okay.
they're just telling you to identify yourself.
Like, ended it with like identify yourself, and it was like
Yeah, so they're just like identify yourself. There's no further communication. It's just like it's really more of a polite demand.
okay, well, we'll just say like Cat would just say like
Interested curious third party.
no, she was just like, well, we work for the Lancers Guild. We're passing through. Is that a problem?
There's sort of a pause, and there's like some hesitation, right? Like he's got his weapon drawn and ready, and it is sort of already pointed towards you, but not like directly at you. And there's sort of like a wavering, like temporary, like resolve lapse before they go. The Wayfar Lancers Guild. Are you native to Wayfar?
Born and raised there.
There's another pause before the pilot goes, "You don't belong here. You should leave."
Would like to, but corporations are complaining about being ambushed near here, and we understand why these corporations would have gotten a lot of bad.
As you're saying that, like at the mention of corporations and that you're following up on like a corporate complaint, you can see that like waver in the resolve go away, and the gun sort of levels a little bit more like assuredly at you. He doesn't say anything and let you keep talking, but like you can see that like that statement alone is already not a good one.
Yeah, well, I mean that's expected. There was no way to say that in a non-alarming way. Well, so Cat would just go like, we understand that like there's totally reasons why people would think these corporations are jackasses and want to take them down, but you know, when the Lancers Guild gets contacted, if it's not us, it's going to be somebody else. It's just like it's going to keep going. So we wanted to understand, what reasonings you guys had about this.
There is no pause this time, and as soon as you sort of phrase that question, like the response is almost immediate, and it's simply that if you value your life, leave now, and I will let you go.
So they're not just jackasses.
Well,
Yeah, Cat doesn't like this. One of you two can speak up.
Well, the last time
mean,
Harker spoke up, it didn't go so well.
Last time Kat spoke up, she had someone chase her around the field with a sword. So I don't know what you...
I mean, and Al doesn't speak up, so like I don't know what you guys are expecting here. Someone's got to say something.
Silent.
Can
All
Hector-
Al says is, listen, I'm not on a wayfarer by choice. I'm just here to figure out what's going on and maybe figure out if there's some way that we can both benefit from what's going on.
Again, there's not really a pause this time, and like as soon as you're done, like any hesitation in his voice that might have been there before is gone, and like very sternly, he's just like, if you value your life, you will leave now.
I mean, dude, have you considered the reverse of that? Is that like we're going to end up fighting, and this isn't our first battle either? Like, do you really want to jump straight into combat? Like, do we have to kill each other?
Again, there's no pause, and their simple response is, I'm ready to die for my cause. Are you ready to die for yours?
What's the point of dying for a cause that you haven't even stated?
He keeps
No one
his
knows why you're doing this.
gun leveled at you, and he simply says, going to disrupt the Holland industrial hold on this planet. That's all he says.
I mean, do you guys even have enough people to really manage that?
He just, again, doesn't pause, and in response to that, like, kind of, like, that question of yours, he just basically responds, I will make what we have be enough, even if I have to do it myself.
At this point, Al, is there a private radio channel that
Yeah,
me and my teammates could discuss on?
sure.
Okay, a private discussion with the team. See if I can get this word in edgewise quick. Al says frantically over a private channel, maybe we can convince these guys to still disrupt the supply chain, but do it somewhere else so it looks like we're doing our job. And also, maybe add to a roster of people we know that could help us down the line if shit goes ass end up. Thoughts?
I'm not against it, but the dude's shooting a weapon at me. I mean, like holding a weapon at me. So I would like to know the best way to present that question to him without getting shot at.
Well, obviously, don't tell him that we're contracted to work for Holland.
Well, I didn't.
I know. Just saying. So, what do we think is the best way, really?
Do we know another trade route? Like,
They don't know that we don't know another trade route. And
but we have
could
to have somewhere to
certainly...
send them. We can't just be like, you should go to a different trade route.
True.
Like, Kat's getting agitated here. She's upset because she doesn't like, she's not against these guys. Like, she understands, like, she's like, yeah, no, the corporate sucks. You know? But, like, you do what you have to survive. It's like, man, these stupid idealists.
Can Harker scan one of these orange things while the team is discussing?
No.
Or is that gonna like set something?
That would be very obvious.
Okay.
Like right now, you're just picking them up passively on radar.
Mhm.
To actively scan them would be like you're they would detect that you're actively attempting a scan.
Okay, so is Hawker gonna say anything?
To the team.
Either or.
And on the private channel, he would say, sounds like these guys have a cause. It'd be nice to know what it is before we figure out who
Well,
we're siding with.
I mean, Kat would just go like, well, he hesitated more when he found out I was from Wayfair. So it seems like they are probably...
I would like to note that you've also started calling it Wayfair and not
I
Wayfar.
know, Wayfair, whatever.
I wasn't aware that we were selling things on the internet.
We're gonna be shopping for some wicker chairs next.
I could see them actually doing that, like, sarcastically. Because, like,
Listen,
it is such, like, a small... that, like, just, like, everyone calling it Wayfair. It is so
where
fair
else
there.
am I going to get my liquor cabinet shaped like a globe?
But, you know, she's like, so they hesitated when they found out I was from Wayfair.
And listen,
And
Wayfar has just what you need, alright?
and they you know, they don't... So we're looking... and he didn't want to kill us right off the bat, so it's probably not just another corporation acting out, like, trying to do the corporate sabotage thing, because they wouldn't hesitate to try to, like, just shoot us too. Most corporations do not care about, like, a bunch of
Humans.
Lancer.
In general. But yes. Sorry.
So, I mean, we can try to tell them that they should go someplace different. Like, is that what we want to do, guys?
I mean,
Because
do they
otherwise we're gonna have to, like, kill
have
them.
any reason to trust us, though, is the thing? Like, we can try to get them to move, but they don't know anything about us, and we don't have any reputation with them.
Right, but I mean, what they're doing isn't very smart. Because now we are proof that everyone knows exactly where they are. So you saw that freaking army that company has downstairs. They could just blow up this debris field. Like, that would not be a problem for them. So I don't even know why we got sent, honestly. But
Because it's more
since they
efficient.
What?
It's more efficient. Because why would they
But, I mean,
waste
like,
their
they could.
resources?
So if we failed this mission and they, you know, and these guys were still here, then they just send more force next time and just completely eradicate them. Like, this is not a safe area for them to continue working out of right now. Like, they're known. So by all logic, if they ever feel like being logical, which is questionable when people are looking for a cause, they should be moving.
So my vote is then we convince them that it's unsafe, as you say it is, because, you know, people are starting to take notice, and that if they work with us, we can find a more lucrative path. The only
Right.
problem is we don't have a more lucrative path right now.
If they're good at what they do, they probably know where one is, though.
Are they good at what they do, though?
Well, they're
I
good
mean, they've
enough
survived
that
this long.
Yeah, they're good enough that now we've been sent in to deal with, you know, they're enough of a thorn in the side, at least.
Not just like, they're not just being viewed as like, well, the cost of doing business anymore. Our boss, quote unquote, wants them dead.
Well, he just wants them dealt with.
Right.
No, he wants them dead. But he didn't say that, so we have the ability to not kill them and still be following orders. Like, we have met this dude now. I am like 99% sure he would just say they should be dead. I don't think he's going to be crying in his scotch tonight over pirate deaths.
True.
Certainly would
We
not.
just have to make him look good.
If you'd like some context, you are aware that the bulk of, but not all of, Holland industrial shipping passes through this space lane. So you're not wrong in that there is an option for them to raid. But also they've cost Highland Industrial a lot. Not to the point where the full force of Holland Industrial is required to deal with them, but like it's starting to get to that point. So like you guys are sort of the last step before they do something more invested. So while he was correct in saying that like, oh, it's not a big deal, take your time, if you fail, it's going to become more serious. And like he's happy if you deal with it regardless because he stopped a problem from becoming a problem.
Mm-hmm.
But you also are fairly certain that like just telling them to move isn't going to save them, and just telling them to move probably won't solve the problem for Holland Industrial, because like even if you convince them to go to a different shipping lane, they're just gonna recognize that it's the same guys somewhere else. Whether or not that's enough to satisfy like your boss, because you'd be like, hey, we gave it a good college try, and I guess there was more of them. You're not certain of that. Like that could work in terms of that, but like in terms of like the grander scale of what you guys are trying to like accomplish,
Well,
just moving them may not be enough.
You're assuming that our grander scale, though, is that we're actually like on Holland's side.
No, I just mean like even if your plan is to like save these guys, right? Like telling them to move and pretend that they're like a different group or something, it's probably not gonna work. Like Holland's not stupid. Like if they realize that like this is the same group, even if it's like a different like part of the same group, they're probably gonna go forward with a bigger aggressive push.
Well, at least it wouldn't be us killing the guys.
That is true.
Oh. Okay.
Like your briefing is pretty succinct that like there is like a tally of like losses. It's a lot. It's getting to be it's not quite as bad as like the first incident you deal with, but like at the rate that it's going to reach that point fairly soon. As a point of contention, by the way, like you weren't sure how good they are. They've been taking down security escorts because it's not like Holland is not attaching security forces. Like they're killing the security forces also. So like they're like when they say like, oh, we're pretty sure we got this, like they probably would put up a good fight at the rate that they were going. And it would require Holland to actually invest forces. Like they beefed up security before they reached this point. So like it's not they weren't trying. It's not like you guys are the first time they've tried to deal with this problem. There is sort of the assumption, right? Like security forces are security forces. They're guys who are trained to like defend from minor pirates. Also the fact that like big corporate security does tend to scare away smaller pirates and lesser things, which sort of works twofold. One, it stops threats, but it also tends to make like basic security forces a little lax. So you are definitely like better skilled and better suited to this than like the standard security force, right? Like them escalating would be like bringing in soldiers.
Mhm. I think Kat would go back on the public channel and she would just go like, "Can I ask you guys a quick question?
Make it quick.
What is your opinion of the Musashi Blade cult?
What?
Come on, you have to have heard them.
They're fanatics. What about them?
Right, and they've been interrupting corporate stuff down on the servers, like you know about that, right?
Yeah, and look what happened to them. Some group of mercs wiped them out.
Uh, see, we didn't want to do that.
Oh, see that?
We had to, because they
You say that, and like immediately the rifle is like before it was sort of pointed at you. Now it is like spot on you.
Mhm. So we didn't want to do that. Obviously, we were hired, and then the guy who was supposed to be helping us actually, turned to try to stab me specifically in the back. The thing is, the reason I am bringing this up is it's not like an attempt to brag. It's not an attempt to intimidate you guys. I know that's what it probably seems like. It is not. It's the fact that you know what happens to these groups, and the problem is they know where you are now, and they are way zealous about coming after you. So
Good.
even if you kill us,
Like he interrupts you and he just says good.
yeah, okay, but why do you want to die for this? Like, why don't you want to succeed and live and keep being a thorn in their side?
There is actually a pause this time. Like he's thinking about what he's going to say to you. And when it comes up again, he goes, I'm fighting for you just as much as I am fighting for anybody else. If you let Holland Industrial continue, you will have the unfortunate effect of understanding why I'm doing what I'm doing. So again, I'm telling you, turn around, leave, and never come back. Know what's good for you. You'll go now.
You know that if we do, they're gonna send in full forces, right?
That's
Like,
exactly what I want.
is this like a kamikaze thing?
We've stopped them before, stop them again, and we'll keep doing it until we destabilize them.
Like, dude, if I believed you guys could really pull that off, I would be 100% on your side here. But I don't like to see people throwing away their lives when they could actually make a difference in a movement for no reason.
Three Planets Alliance has said its piece. Have your choice to make.
Kat would just go back to like the joint channel, like the one between the three of them, and just be like, okay, guys, what? Do one of you want to try talking? Because, like, I'm clearly not working.
Point of order. What's the Three Planets Alliance? Do we know what that is?
You've never heard of such a thing.
Yeah.
Great. Okay.
I mean, Kat's just assuming that has to do with planets they've already taken over. And especially from what he said. Like, he's probably from a planet that they've taken over and they've, allied with each other and there's some sort of resistance. I'm like, and I don't want to kill them. And I don't even want to make enemies with them, but like we can't just go back going, oh, well, they didn't move, because it'll just get them killed anyway.
Okay.
Can Harker... Oh, okay. Move slowly out, clearly with his weapons not pointed at the guy, like, sort of.
You
hand.
can attempt to do whatever you'd like.
Yeah, I mean, the gun's pointed at me. It's fine.
He's gonna do that, make sure it's slowly so it's not like he's just
Where you going? Okay.
he's just going right there. Just so he can see. So the guy can see him.
So you kind of drift over, and like the
Yeah.
comm comes up again and says, "If you move again, I will shoot you."
He definitely has his hands kind of out, showing that he's not aiming any weapons.
That's yeah. That's his one statement that he makes to you, just that if you move again, I will shoot you.
Now he has angry lines. It's an angry face. Harker would just ask him what his name is.
There's a pause. Goes, "It's Kyle."
Harker says, hey Kyle, I'm Harker.
He doesn't respond to that. Like,
Yeah, he's just like, hey.
no.
He kind of says like, let's see, it's so much easier to
Just
type
just to
this out.
mention, while this is all happening, Al is totally out of his element. He's just at this point like, what is going to happen next?
It's like I don't know what's happening around me.
It's harder to say what he would do instead of I'm used to typing it. All right, let me think this through. Harker's keeping his voice pretty calm and not like jovial, but just like calm. And he asks him, "What's the Three Planets Alliance?"
3 planets that have rebelled against the stranglehold. Holland Industrial Logistics. That's it. He doesn't like elaborate any further. Like he just gives you the bare minimum answer.
Harker says, I'm guessing this corporation, Holland, has made moves on other planets that have caused this issue. Obviously, you wouldn't be rebelling for no reason.
You see like his mech orient towards you, but like not change like the positioning with weapons. So like the head cants toward you a little bit. And he says rather plainly, "You've seen how they run things on the planet. That's before they've had complete control. You can only imagine how much worse it gets."
Kat would say on the back channel, so Harker hears it. She'd just go like, can you get him to consider the fact that most people on the planet don't know, so that they just look like the bad guys up here?
Yeah, it's probably going to be Harker's next statement. I was trying to figure out how he's wording it. So Harker would say, Um, he would say, I hear you. They don't seem like they're out for the best intentions. But me, speaking for me personally, I'm not as aware of what they've been doing on the planet. I'm more of a what you would call a new arrival, just passing through. So if you could elaborate, that'd be really helpful.
There's sort of like a pause. Actually, this one's kind of a long pause. And it's really unusual compared to like what was going on before. And then finally, there's a response, and the pilot on the other end sounds a little bit more irritated than he was before, and he just simply goes, "They're going to take the planet as theirs. They're going to take everything on it as theirs. Whether you are along for the ride or not, it's going to become theirs. If you disagree, they will get rid of you. So your choice right here, right now, are you with them and against us, or are you with us and against them?"
It's at this point that Al speaks up, and in a startling display of trying to communicate and empathize with another human being, says, I grew up in an industrial prison colony. Can you tell me if you know the kinds of horrors that I saw? Is that going to be anything like what they're going to do if they get control of Wayfar?
Parker's just over here raising his eyebrows.
Well, we're finding out stuff.
And the response that you get from the pilot is, they look like they care. It's the law. Once they own the planet, only their laws matter. So when people's lives only matter because it's inconvenient, when it stops becoming inconvenient, figure out what happens next.
Al hops back on private channel, says, listen, I was all for taking this corporate job in the beginning. But as you guys may have shockingly learned, things haven't always been peachy for me. And I kind of have a fuck this corporation attitude right now. I'm almost for siding with these guys. But I'm wondering if we should even tell them that we're contracted with them and that maybe we could help them from the inside. Thoughts?
I mean, Kat would just say, look, I get where your feelings are coming from, and I am going to say that I agree. We can't trust any of these corporations. They're all looking to screw over Wayfar and any planet they can. But these people's long-term plans of ambushing trading routes is not viable. And you saw the hangar. We saw the hangar. And I don't know that he didn't do that purposely now before sending us on this mission to make sure we didn't get bleeding hearts. Because that hangar can wipe out half the planet. And it can definitely wipe out these rebels.
Half of one planet, for sure. But if these guys have the backing of 3 different planets.
They're
might
on
have a
each of those
chance.
planets, though. The reason they're rebelling is that they already have
Yeah,
full control of those planets.
is their stranglehold on those planets is already established.
Like they're
Benevolent-
trying. Like I appreciate that they're trying to stop it from happening on this planet, right? Like I appreciate that. But what they're doing right now is just going to get themselves wiped out, and then no one on the planet knows that this is coming for them. We don't know what's happening on the other planets. This is not what I have been hearing about what's been going on those planets.
We don't know
So
what planets are, do we? Which planets there?
Benevolent Game Master, did they say they successfully rebelled, or they are currently rebelling against?
They
On the
didn't say that they successfully rebelled. No. They just implied that they are representative of 3 planets that are rebelling against Holland Industrial. What that actually entails, they haven't said. You didn't ask, basically.
Back on public channel, Al will just ask, these 3 planets, have you been able to successfully push back Holland? Fully.
We still fight with them to this day, but we've reclaimed our planets.
Cat's
Her on the
gonna
private channel is like, oh, okay, winning side. I like this.
Cat's just gonna be like, okay, but the issue is right here. Is obviously the corporations are hiring people to come out here, right? And
I will interrupt with a little bit of like universe lore here, right? Like,
Mhm.
they've successfully liberated 3 planets. Holland Industrial owns several hundred planets, like outright.
Yeah, so it's not
Like, so basically, they've inconvenienced Holland off 3 planets.
like, made them cut their losses, but that was about it.
And from what he just said, not even entirely, because Holland is still like fighting them.
Mm-hmm.
So, like Holland may not be aware that's who these people are, because, like, honestly, Holland probably doesn't consider them like a thing. Like, if you asked Holland, like, what's the 3 planets alliance, they'd be like, what? Like, as far as you know, Holland might just be like, yeah, we lost 3 planets. We're in the middle of like taking them back. Like, to be perfectly honest, 3 planets out of like several hundred is sort of like reasonable operational losses.
Yeah. Cat's just gonna say like, we get what you're doing, and I do not disagree with what you're doing. But the issue is, no one on Wayfarm knows about this. There is not being information being spread. If the corporations wipe you out here, it's just what the people of Wayfair are going to be told is that they wiped out some pirates that were threatening the economic survival of the planet, and they're going to look like the good guys. Like, how are you gonna handle a revolution and gain support if you operate this way? Like that, it just doesn't make a long term. Like, you need to become the 4th planet alliance and the 5th planet alliance and all that, and that's not going to happen this way.
There's another long pause. And you're starting to suspect that the pauses aren't because he's thinking about what you're saying, but like other conversation is going on.
Yeah.
Um,
Same reason we're pausing.
yeah. The pause is fairly long this time, actually. And he comes back, he's slightly more agitated than he was like the last time he came back agitated. And you can kind of get in his voice, like, he's not annoyed at you, but he does just go, not doing this because we want to be known or remembered. Doing this because it needs to be done, and if we have to die doing it, I've made my peace.
And I respect that. But people need heroes if they're going to lead or follow in a revolution. They need people they can look up to and who have been a part of this revolution for a longer period. If you keep cycling out people who are dying in various parts of the universe and it's just this continuous cycle, there's not going to be any heroes for somebody to look up to.
Wow, Mr. Toucan, that's harsh.
You're not supposed to know that's me.
What?
Nothing, stream chat. So while you're giving that like speech,
Given that speech.
let's see who's at what on their radar. That is your radar range. So you will notice, that while you're going on, like you've had like passive radar for a while, and you do notice that like this signal right here is powering up. Like it was just like sitting there, like it was in idle mode basically, like it was sustaining life support and presumably like basic communications. It is powering up, like that suit is going active. And as it does, the the pilot that you've been talking to, again, like he sounds agitated, and again, like he said it a few times before, it's turn around and leave, or either with us and against them, you are with them against us.
Al goes on private channel and says, I know my stance, but I'm not going to put you two in danger unnecessarily. Because that seems to be my only job, is to put us in danger. And then narrowly avoid getting out of it.
Kat would say, and she's trying to keep her voice even. It's not clear from what emotion. That I don't want to fight these guys. But if we walk away, and just leave this problem, it'll open us up for, in the best case scenario, legal scenarios that will make sure that you never see the light of day from the bottom of Wayfar again. And in the worst case scenario, probably flat out being assassinated. So, and in the long run, these guys are going to get wiped out anyway. Because if they won't listen to us and get out of this area, they are going to be wiped out. They are going to die regardless of what we do.
So while you're talking, having your little conversation, like you do notice a radar signature move, and another mech comes into view. You notice like another radar signal like pings up in the upper left that like had disappeared earlier because you moved. So like movement is happening.
Like, they're getting ready, and Cat's just kind of like, they're getting ready to attack us. We don't. I don't know what you want us to do now.
Harker goes on the public channel, and his voice is pretty serious, more serious than Harker normally is. Not threatening in any way, but just kind of being honest. And says, Kyle, our fight isn't with you. But if we walk away right now, and well, he would say, our fight isn't with you, and we really don't want to fight you. Personally, I tend to agree more with your cause. But if we walk away right now, we lose our opportunity to deal a bigger blow to corporations like Holland.
There's definitely like another pause.
Exactly, money.
But like you can see like the new mech that appears, like it is powering up all of its systems, like its weapons are ready to go, and like they are definitely having like an argument of some sort. But you're not sure who's on whose side here. But finally you do get a response. And the response is, we will do what we have to. And that will be with or without you.
Kat's gonna say one more thing on the public thing. She's like, and what if I told you that I could definitely get you back access to make sure that every person on Wayfar could hear your message and what you're fighting for? And that the corporations wouldn't be able to stop it.
So he starts to say something. But then is like interrupted by like a voice you're assuming is from the other pilot. And the other pilot, very unhappy sounding, simply like just cuts the communication, interrupts, and goes, working with them at all, unforgivable. And it sounds like to me, that's what you've been doing.
We take jobs from the Lancer Guild, dude. That's what we do. But no one knows about this fight that's going on. No one knows that this is an issue, and this is the first time any of us have even gotten to hear it.
So this unknown pilot, there's no hesitation, there's no like wavering in his voice. He simply says, well, I guess you took the wrong mission. And draws his sword.
Always pissing off the guys with the sword.
Side note, is there a way to be non-lethal in combat?
No.
Not unless we look into it. We apparently did with kidnapping what's his face.
Specifically aiming.
No. That is not a combat option in Lancer. Lancer is you're fighting for your life, and when you're fighting for your life, non-lethal doesn't really have a choice.
Congratulations, you found the group of our peers who don't want to kill everything.
Waka waka.
We're like, no, how do we like not kill people?
I mean, to be fair, I have no problem killing sword guy.
I don't either. But
I mean, listen, you were making a good effort, but like, you know, you were having a hard time getting through both of them. You just didn't know you had to get through both of them. So, guess what?
we're entering combat.
It is
Roll initiative?
combat time. There is no initiative. You go first.
I know, I'm just being cheeky. Okay.
Good try though.
Yeah. I want to scan that guy.
All right. Well, somebody else go first because I have to take care of something really quick, but I'll be listening.
Okie dokie. Going first.
Hold on, I have to think about my new weapon. Okay, I will go first.
That is so excited.
Because they have been. Cad's been trying, but she's had the gun aimed at her this entire time, so. I'm trying to figure out exactly how I want to do this.
Mm.
Oh, ominous music. Okay. So I think she's actually going to do a lock on the sword guy.
Okay, so give me a tech attack roll.
I'm trying to put my ticket again. There you
You are good. The heck did I put my target lock icon? Oh wait, no, I wasn't because I was just marking them right. Where the heck is the target lock? There we go.
And so that'd be the first quick action. And I guess she's gonna do an invade. Which
Okay.
would consume the lock on.
Okay.
So that'd be 1 accuracy, right?
Yes, indeed.
And another tech attack.
Yes, indeed. That gets consumed whether you did it. Well, that will certainly succeed. You do other stuff when you invade, right?
I'm actually not sure.
I believe yours is you do heat and
Yeah. Because I consumed the lock on.
right.
It is the heat. When you hit with a tech attack that consumes lock on, your target must choose to take 2 heat or be pushed 3 spaces in a direction of your choice.
Okay. So he is impaired, slow. Do you still only have fragment signal as your invasion? You didn't pick up another invade with your upgrade, right?
No, because I upgraded leader.
Okay. No. When you pick up your certification, certain mechs give you additional tech attack options that you have to slot.
I don't think.
I don't.
I think I only got autopod.
Okay. I don't remember exactly what the goblins'
Yeah.
T bonuses are. All right.
Autopod lets me actually have a reaction.
Okay, so he's impaired, and he is impaired, slowed. That's fine. He takes 2 heat, and his choice is what? 2 heat or 3 movement of your choice?
Yeah.
Take another 2 heat.
Oh, he doesn't want me to control him that badly. Okay, and then I'm just gonna move for my last thing. Gonna go here.
Okay, so you've gone.
Yep.
And that is his activation. Someone else, let's go.
Okay. Oh, I lost my thing. Hang on. There it is. All right. Can I try scanning the sword guy?
Where you currently are. Yes.
I can also scan Kyle. All right. So I roll a d20.
You add your grit, so it's d20 plus 1. Sure. Let's see. So that should show you all of his pertinent stats.
Really, his name is Crimson the Red.
Yes. That is his call sign. You don't know his actual name. In addition to that, he does have armor, so any damage that you do to him will be reduced. He has a speed of 4, a save of 10, an evade of 8. Although I don't think he does anything that you have to save against. No. He has an evade of 8, an e-defense of 8, sensor range of 8. So you do out sensor range him. Also has some sort of defensive shield, which we're interpreting as the armor. He can rebound, so range attacks he can reflect back at you. He has a combat blade and an assault rifle. And he has the ability to gain resistance from damage. Just as a bonus type of reaction that he can take. So he's kind of tanky. He's also got an ability. I believe that has to tell you abilities. Check that. No, I don't. that. Actually, wait. Does that fall into the preview of that? Hold on, let me double check that. Um. No, technically not, because that's not a mech skill. That's a special thing. So no, you don't get to know what the thing is. He's got a special
There's a
thing though.
but you don't get to know it.
Yeah.
There is a thing. Okay, let me go back to my. I did scan.
So you have your movement and one more action of your choice.
Um. All right, I guess I'll try to invade his system
Okay.
with some loud music or something. Try to impair him.
So, while we
Turn down the music just a tiny bit. I'm having trouble hearing both of you over it.
sure. Let's see. There you
Yep.
go. Yeah, go ahead and give me that roll. It's a d20 plus 1. There's a Gundam anime called Thunderbolt, and the main protagonist is this loud, boisterous, obnoxious guy, and he plays like jazz actively over his comms, so that like you can hear him coming for you, and like he brags about it, like that's his thing. So yeah, that is a successful invade. That does yeah.
The only thing to do is roll signal to impair and slow.
Yeah. That for impaired. Okay. Let's see.
I don't think I'm gonna move. I think I'm gonna stay there. But oh yeah, isn't it invade counts as an attack?
That's tech attack.
Okay, so it's an attack.
So it is an attack for things that, rely on attacks, but it is a type of, like, a subclass attack.
So I'm asking because skirmisher wouldn't come into play here.
No, because skirmisher triggers on very specific things.
It just says I would have soft cover unless I attack.
Right, it's still an attack.
Yeah. So.
Alright, so...
Maybe we should have moved.
Maybe. Because this is really obnoxious, and it did not let me put multiple attacks on the sheet, so things that have multiple attacks I have to roll weird. So this may say it's coming from a different NPC than it is, but it is because they share the same weapon profile. But the mech that just came out from behind the rock is taking a shot at Harker.
Well, I'd be sympathetic about your trouble with the sheets, except we tried to talk our way out of this fight.
Well, Wow, that's still somehow wrong, even though it clearly says blast 0. But whatever. Okay, cheat. The damage profile I think is correct. No, it is not. What? What? It missed anyway. It's fine. But what?
We did try. I mean, Kyle was warming up to us.
He was.
If we'd have given him a
It's always
monster,
the asshole with the
I would have been
sword.
okay.
We could have come in guns blazing. We chose to listen to their story first. Clearly, sword guy's got something to prove.
All right. So when are you next?
Well, it's Toucan.
Yeah. Sorry, guys. All right. Now that I'm back and I see what's happened, I assume we're mostly focusing on Crimson, the red.
Yes, in fact, I can call out and hand you a leadership die on Crimson the Red if you want me to. Which will give you hold on, I have to look up the exact information. It will if you choose to use the die I give you,
Yeah.
and you attack the person I said to attack, you will get a +1 accuracy on any action that follows from that order.
That sounds like a go for me. I'll take that one.
Okay.
So, go attack Red the Crimson.
Yep. I mean, focus on the douche with the sword.
Just like last session.
Wow. It's like you hate sword guys or something. It's like they have a history of being assholes to you.
This guy is red and he has a sword, just like the last group of assholes. Anyways,
Probably not the time to point out that I switched Harker's weapon to a sword.
so as
Well,
I attack
that
Harker,
would still be in line with people who blow up mechs in my face too.
Assholes with sword and red mechs. Ha!
probably eat apples too. No, just my own archetype. Okay.
Yeah, maybe a
Anyways,
little bit.
Technically, Harker's mech is like dark gray.
He's got red on it.
He's got a red cloak.
Yeah, still counts. What you doing,
Yeah,
Mr. Toucan?
assholes with cloaks and swords wearing red.
I mean, apparently there is a track record, and that track record is assholes with swords and red.
Also, saved her life. Just throwing that out there.
By putting it in peril when it nuclear exploded in her face.
It worked out pretty well.
If I had shoved him back, he would have also exploded, and I would not have been right next to him.
anyways, so I have +1 accuracy.
Yep.
And although I could rush out and maybe bum rush the guy with my big heavy thing, talking about my heavy weapon, my heavy melee weapon here. Let me see, because I have a new thing I could use here. Range 3, damage 2d6, 2d6 range 0 kinetic. It's the same exact damage. Normally, I would have it be an accurate 1, but you're giving me an extra accuracy. So what I can do here is I'm going to, let's see, what's the 3 hex, also 3 hex. That's too many hex. So
Remember, if you pass through the space with asteroid, it does slow you down, so it's twice the movement.
well, I'm just gonna go 1,
2,
2.
4.
Well, I could. I'm just thinking if I want to do it that way or if I want to use my no, I'm gonna go for the more sure thing. So 3, 4. That should be my total movement.
No, because going from here is 2, 4. then 5.
Gotcha. So this is 2-4 then. When I go here.
Yeah, because
This
you're
would be 5.
yeah, because you're navigating around the asteroid obstacle. That's like space.
And my movement is 4 hex basically.
Yeah.
So whew, screwed I am. All right, let's go ahead and use the shotgun then.
But not when you're away from the asteroid. Just
Right.
when you're like.
It's because you're moving through the asteroid space.
Right.
Because you don't want to hit the asteroid while you're moving around it.
Right. Well, I'm in a nice little kill box, so let's go ahead and just fire off a weapon and see what happens, I guess. So I have a deck sweeper automatic shotgun. Normally it would be inaccurate 1, but I have +1 accuracy, so I'm just going to roll it as is, if that's all right. Is that how that works?
Yeah.
Just,
Yes. Wait. You have Vanguard, right?
yes.
So you would have an
And I'm
additional.
within its threat range, so I have an additional accuracy, so it's actually accurate 1 then, right?
Yes.
Vanguard gain +1 when using within 3. Yep, and it's a CQB weapon. I also ranked up in combined arms, by the way, so I don't gain difficulty from being engaged. Just as a heads up for this encounter,
Okay.
in case it ends up being a thing. So
Surely.
accuracy 1, mech, firing the deck sweeper, flat. I think that works. I think that hits.
That does indeed hit. He does take reduced damage because he has armor, though. But that does still do a chunk of damage to him.
Okie dokie. He is still not dead.
No. No, he is not.
Oh boy. Okay. So I've
Well,
moved.
we were told how much health he has, right? Like.
Yeah.
Yes, it's visible on the.
Well, the numbers aren't though.
Are they not? Hold on.
Looks
Because I couldn't tell how much heat he still has.
Can I force that to show?
After I move, I can
Yes,
still do
there
a
you go.
full action, couldn't I?
What's up?
After I
Yes.
move. Okay. So then I would. I'm still getting used to the mech combat in here. Can I say barrage then, as it were, as my full action?
Yes. So if you have a second weapon, you get to fire it, either on him or on somebody else.
Okay. I'm gonna go for the thermal pistol. Why not? So that one should get +2 accuracy then, technically. Yes.
No, because
Or
you
no, it's
don't
CQB.
get CQB, and you've already used your leadership die.
All right. I already used the leadership die on the one that matters, which is the shotgun, anyways, because it's inaccurate. So, thermal pistol. Well, it is still CQB.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay, so then you would get that. Yes, because Vanguard isn't once per, it's whenever, I think.
Yeah. Talent is Vanguard 1. Gain +1/+ when using CQB weapons to attack targets within 3.
Yeah, so that's still fine.
Okay. So then I'll go ahead and do the thing with the thing, as I don't have any other ranged weapons. No.
That does actually hit him.
Okay.
But he does have the ability to brace once, and he has armor. It's not armor piercing, so it does no damage to him.
Gotcha.
But that means he used up his reaction, right?
Yes, but technically everyone gets a reaction on everybody's turn.
Okay.
And plus, you've all gone anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Maybe top of the round.
Okay.
So
I'm just trying to keep track of his ability to reflect.
yes, he did not reflect this turn.
Okay.
So now we're at top of the round again?
No, there is lots of other things going on.
Okay.
Yeah. No.
Damn. I
There are
tried.
more
I really
friends.
tried.
You think it was just like 3 guys? No, they were way too confident for that.
All right. Oh, hi.
This one's gonna take a shot at the Pelican. I'm just gonna roll. Because clearly the automated scripts are just not working. I'm assuming your defense is less than 14. And if it is, you will just take 4. I think. Let me just double check that weapon profile. Oh, nope, sorry, that's a 6. 6 damage.
Uno memento, because
You can technically take a reaction to that. You could brace it down. I don't think you have armor from anything yet.
no, I don't. Where do I see my defense?
If you go to your mech, and if you scroll down, that is your evasion stat.
Oh yeah. No. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Anyways, yeah. So I'm probably going to get screwed for more. Well, this guy Crimson the Red already went, right?
Yes.
All right. So am I gonna get screwed from other angles? Did Kyle go yet?
Kyle did not go, but
Ooh.
he does have obstruction unless he moves because he can't shoot straight at you without a asteroid being in the way. So
Fantastic. I think I'll go ahead and brace then. So let's see. Resistance. Can't take reactions to that on my next turn. That's fine. All right. So brace I do.
Okay, so you will take 3 after the brace. You will notice that your radar lights up a lot as
Terrifying.
a bunch of mechs burst out of the asteroid field.
Figuring that would happen.
I'ma just make this guy unhidden because it doesn't really matter if he's only visible on radar at this point. They've all moved. Kyle has not. What is Kyle gonna do? Because Kyle can do a lot.
stay out of the fight.
Alright, so let's see. Base speed.
Kyle, save yourself.
Alright, so
We don't want to kill you, Kyle.
let's see.
We're not gonna let you kill us either.
So Kyle. There.
Oh hi.
It's like,
Sup?
there you go.
Don't be such a Kyle about this. No. Okay.
No. That's not even his full move, by the way.
I think it was.
No, getting away from Kyle is basically impossible at this point. So if Kyle wants to be near you, Kyle's just going to be near you.
He's like Slender Man.
Anyone ever want to be near us because they just want to cuddle?
So yeah, Kyle's gonna take a shot at Harker. Which will hit. And that's gonna be 6 damage on Harker. Oh, you can brace.
If I brace, what does that mean for my next turn?
Nothing, because you've already done your turn. So if you go for braces, hold on, let me read the full description of brace. Where the heck is it again?
Yeah, bracing is just your reaction, so you can't use another reaction.
Yeah.
Oh, you can't react.
Yeah. So
Okay.
yeah, you can't use resistance cause you take half damage. All other attacks against you this turn are made at a difficulty, although again, not really super mattering at the moment. You cannot take reactions at the end of your next turn, and on that turn you can only take 1 quick action. You cannot overcharge, move normally, take a full action, or take free actions. So bracing does actually penalize you quite a bit, but you don't die horribly.
Okay. How do I brace?
You just say you're bracing.
I'm gonna brace.
Brace.
Yes.
I'm gonna brace.
Okay, so you take half damage. So you only take 3.
And... Hang on a second.
You have to realize my entire fight, the last fight we had,
From
was
bracing.
me bracing.
But I also have react weave. If I brace, I become until the end of my turn.
Monty, I wasn't aware that you were the NPC from the universe. When did that happen? When did you turn into Bray's character that she wants to be?
I don't want to be her. I just want her mech.
So I can become invisible, and then I can move spaces equal to my speed.
Yes, yes you can.
All right, so I just take 3 damage.
Yep.
And
Better than 6.
where do I want to go?
So bracing actually does do quite a bit more than we were ruling.
Yeah.
There's
I was noticing that when you read it off. Just
there.
man, we shouldn't have had him read that.
Yeah.
Wait a second. You braced like the whole last fight and didn't have
I
any.
know.
Yeah, brace does quite a bit more. So you don't get 2 quick actions.
You get 1.
You just get the 1. You can only take the 1 and you can't boost. So you can't take free actions, you cannot overcharge. You cannot. So basically, on your next turn, you can only get 1 quick action and a move. Cannot overcharge, you can't take a full action. You don't get double actions, and you can't double attack, basically. It's because you're too busy, not dying. But that applies to the NPCs as well. So. Plus.
Yeah, didn't Red brace?
Yes, it did.
I'm debating where I want to move because no direction looks pretty. I think I'm just gonna move closer.
Although, technically, Red's ability is not called Brace, it's called something else. Red does technically have an option, it's just that if he has to brace for some reason, he will be affected by the detriment of bracing. So he basically gets a bonus brace without the penalty. So you have to hit him twice.
Because he's redundant in his name too.
Well, yeah. He's Crimson the Red.
Braces, redundant name.
Name.
And I gave myself a ninja mask because I'm invisible now.
Okay. It is until your next turn, is it not?
When you brace, you become invisible until the end of your next turn.
Yep. Okay.
So, yep.
Top of the round. All you guys get to go again. Who's going next?
I could go first unless anyone else objects or has something they'd like to do first.
Go ahead.
Okay. Think I should still focus my efforts on red up there, or should I get out of the kill zone and
Well,
maybe
we don't
cut?
know how much health the grunts have.
Yeah.
If
we're
they're
at
just
this-
grunts, like if they're, we don't know whether they're 1 health grunts or what.
Okay. So, given that I braced last turn, what actions are available to me then?
One move and a quick action of your choice. So you get the regular movement and either like a skirmish or like a tech attack or something like that. So you can't take a full action, so you can't barrage.
Okay. I could scan potentially,
Good.
but that might be a little wasteful. I don't know. Take care of the threat or try to figure out what's going on with the little guys here. What do you guys think? Should I scan
I think
one?
it would be useful to know what their abilities are, because
Okay.
I was
that
gonna
makes a
scan
big difference on what we do all the way along the fight.
yeah, I was gonna scan one on my next turn, but now I only have the one action too.
Yeah. Let me scan one then, and then that'll help us out for the rest of the game, basically, or at least it should.
Okay.
So, as my quick action, scan that guy right there.
Okay.
And that's what, a tech attack?
Yes.
Okay.
Which at this point I believe should basically be the same as just your crit roll. Just the d20 plus the 1, because I don't think you have any modifiers for your tech.
I believe you are right on that one. So, I like them apples.
You didn't have accuracy on that one, but that's still okay.
Oh, sorry. Let me get rid of that. And also, so accuracy would have added what, the 5 there?
Yeah, it's fine. If you mouse over, you can see it.
Yeah.
So they are indeed grunts. The 1 HP, 1 structure. They have a max heat capacity of 8. Their evade is 8. They do have armor still, so you do have to do at least 2 damage to kill them. Their sensor's 8. Basically, they're mini versions of Red's mech, although their skills are a little less robust. So they do have the ability to, once a round, get like a freebie brace. You do have to try to pop them twice. Once for the hunker down and once for the brace. Other than that, they're sit. They just hit hard and you have to hit them twice to pop them. Theoretically, depending. If you hit them hard enough, it doesn't matter. They still just explode. But like thermal pistols aren't gonna cut it for them.
Fantastic. Okay. Then as my second trick,
He can only move at this point.
yes, that was the second trick.
Are we calling moving a trick?
Yes.
Okay, Anakin. You should try spinning. That's a neat trick.
Listing lazily to the left, Han. Anyways,
Hey, listen, he's flying casually.
falling with style. Anyways, so I'm just gonna pop back over here.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, that's closer to Kyle, but it's also further away from 5 other mechs. So.
Yeah, all the other ones.
It's a lot of mechs. There's a lot
It's
of
a
mechs.
lot of mechs.
Yeah. All right. So Mr. Crimson the Red is gonna go. Mr. Redundancy.
Yeah.
He's gonna pop over here, and he's gonna pop his special ability, which clears his conditions. And it'll let me edit. Come on. There we go. Or not. That's cool. Wow, why is it being like super laggy to me? How hard is it to just edit the...
You know, this wouldn't have happened if you had
There we
learned
go.
to be diplomatic.
There we go, and he tops him off. So that is his turn. He's basically stabilized his mech.
I don't like him.
Sounds like a real pain in the ass.
Okay, so how does using the turret drones work?
So I pop one off and I attach it to something, and
Well,
then
I mean, I have them too, which is why I'm asking.
oh yeah, so you attach it to a surface,
You take a quick action to attach them to a surface.
right? And then
Mhm.
anytime somebody makes an attack within what is it, 10 of against an enemy that's within 10 of a turret drone, it can also fire upon that for so many damage. Correct?
I believe it
Again, I'm gonna
just
double-
pings them for damage outright.
Yeah, it's not like they have to track for accuracy. It's literally just
Because because an ally hits something, it just does damage.
Yeah. It's a turret attack reaction, which can be taken once for each deployed turret drone. And yeah,
I mean, they can also shoot the drones down.
they could. It's also base 3 kinetic damage, so it could have the potential to at least make it easier to pop grunts.
Okay. So first thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna roll for a lockdown on. I can get to Crimson the Red, right? Like that's in my. Is he behind that, or how does that work?
You have sight, so yes.
Okay. So I'm gonna put a lockdown on him.
Okay.
So. Oh, ouch.
You're technically still good. No, you're not, because it's got cover.
So that works. Okay, so that just did nothing then.
Yeah, you'd have to roll a penalty for that, but because the penalty, actually no, roll me a d6, because you could still potentially make that. Yeah, no, that doesn't do anything.
Yeah,
That failed.
that's depressing. Okay, and I'm going to use my other quick attack to. I can just place the turret drone anywhere as long as it's like on one of the meteors, or.
The range for the turret is within line of sight and on an object or surface within your sensor range. So within 10 line of sight.
Okay, right. So like.
So you have line of sight here, here, here,
Yeah, I
here,
was thinking that middle
there.
one that you were doing. The second one that you.
This one. Okay. Let me grab a turret. Your supply goes from 3 down to 2. And there's a turret.
Okay. And I can technically do a move or an attack, right? Because I didn't brace for anything.
You used both of your quick actions just now, though.
Yeah,
But you can
So-
still move.
I can still move, but I'm just gonna stay here, I guess.
Okay.
Like I don't see anywhere we're moving. Because like if I went past Kyle, if he has any sort of threat thing, that would suck. And it's not like going up and hanging out with all the grunts is a wise decision. So I'm just staying here. I'm done.
Okay. So this Excalibur is going to attempt to make a shot on Harker.
Hawkerstone Ninja.
Yes, but invisibility just is a 50% chance I can't hit you. Um,
Makes it much harder to hit me.
so
50% chance, so.
on a 2, I can hit you. On a 1, I can't.
Oh.
Okay.
Aw, 50% chance fail.
This is why Hawker lost his ship.
I mean,
The odds are not in his favor.
listen, it's the Han Solo problem, right? Never tell me the odds.
Exactly. Do we
Waka.
know their threat
That
level?
is a miss. You're good.
Wahaha.
Um,
Do these guys have a
e-
threat?
everything that you're fighting is going to match your tier potential, so you are still within tier 1 range. Because the way Lancer works is enemies are ranked as a tier 1, a tier 2, or a tier 3. So I believe tier 2 starts at 6. Yeah.
Okay, but what does that mean for threat?
What do you mean by? Oh, you mean threat range?
Yeah, yeah.
Um, threat range is going to just generally be 1 unless something gives them an ability otherwise. Its threat range is your reaction, and if you don't have a weapon that has threat, it's going to be your melee weapon, and most melee weapons, unless said otherwise, the threat range is 1. So if I don't say, it's just default threat range 1.
Yeah. For instance, I have threat 3 because I have a shotgun.
Yeah. So if I never specify, the threat range is always just going to be 1. So one of you goes.
Well, it's me, right? I'm the last
Yeah,
one.
it's just you.
Yeah.
I was just like, wait,
One of
isn't
us?
it just Hawker left?
Listen, I'm just.
And a
You
quick
think
action.
I'm not keeping track of what you guys are doing?
I'm just if I want to go for the grunt or for crimson.
Wait.
Okay, I will shoot at the grunt with my assault rifle.
Okay.
And then I don't have to move. I don't think I get any sort of bonus on that one.
No. Well, okay.
Oh,
Well, it looks like you didn't need any.
Um, it can attempt to brace and armor that down. It's still just gonna take it to the face. So yeah, it's just gone.
Good job blowing a mech not near me.
you're welcome.
Um,
I'm gonna probably not move because anywhere I move, I'm gonna put myself in line of sight of all those other mechs.
Yeah,
So
see, that's the dilemma I'm in.
yeah, I mean,
We're
we got-
basically just cuddling with Kyle and waiting for him to kill us, so.
like the two elites are on either side of us. We're like, nah, we're good. Just stay here. Oh, I'm not a ninja anymore.
you are not. That goes away.
Until I get attacked again.
This one's gonna move and try to take a shot at your drone.
Well, it's just me. The drone did nothing.
Yeah, that's how it would like it to stay. What is the defense on these? 10.
Damn pirate.
Size half. Okay, 5 HP. No. Not succeed.
The drone lives.
So wait, what is the category for what causes the drone to fire?
Someone has to
A reaction.
yeah, so someone has to successfully hit something that it can see.
That it can see. So okay. So
Um,
one of us has to hit something.
correct. So this one's gonna attempt to shoot the drone where the other guy failed while he's like, the fuck is wrong with you? It's a thing on a rock. How did you miss it? Does he comically miss as well? He does. He comically misses as well. And they're all just like, how hard is it for you guys to hit a thing on a rock? Because guess what? This guy's gonna try too.
Stormtrooper
You know
train.
what? That made the drone worth it.
And also, he misses. It has a defense of 10, by the way, so this is not a hard roll.
Kyle, I think we have to have a discussion about your guy.
This is really who you said,
Thanks.
Kyle.
Thank-
How did you take that?
Thanks for the raid, Rabbit. You're in the middle of watching a bunch of NPCs fail to hit a turret strapped to a little tiny rock.
Are they stormtroopers?
I will answer a question on that in a second, but the other guy can't hit the rock?
That one, he just like should have accidentally hit Kyle. I
was
mean,
gonna say that should count as him shooting one of his teammates.
Can this guy even hit it from the range? Yes, he can. He's also going to attempt to shoot the rock.
Look at it this way: the drone just tanked for all of us.
No.
I know. He was like, that drone was totally.
So apparently the answer to that is no. No, he cannot shoot the rock either.
No, that should hit one of his friends.
There aren't critical fumbles in this game. That's not how this game works. Also, I guess Kyle, exasperated, is going to turn and shoot the rock.
Kyle talked a big game.
And blows up the rock. There we go. He's just like, what is wrong with every single one of you? I am disappointed immensely.
At this point, the open channel is just gonna have a slow clap. Because.
Oh wait, I don't have my chatbot up, do I? I don't have my Streamlabs chatbot. So that didn't do anything. Hold on. I'm a pro streamer.
Like, there's just gonna be like the slow clap, and Cash is gonna be like, one of you can aim.
I mean, listen, these are why these are the grunts, and the rest are not. Alright, so top of the turn, guys! After a terrible round of what I would best describe as, like, the most ridiculous rolling I've seen in a while, because there was a couple of ones in there. Just disappointment.
My disappointment is
If you have my channel on and you're hearing, the sound is just most appropriate. But I know you don't because no one wants to hear themselves speak. Just like
Is it the Kevin Sorbo disappointment one?
no. It is the review bro one where it's just my disappointment is immeasurable and my day is ruined.
Oh yes, I'm well aware of that soundbite, and I approve.
Yeah. So what just occurred was 5 grunts shooting at a rock and just seeing like projectiles just dinging off of it, and then the named NPC just being like, "Oh my god," and just like turning his gun over, just like bam.
Turn to shoot them.
He's just like, "What is wrong with all of you?" That was bad.
Man, that was the best drone ever.
Just like, I hate all of you right now. Also, to answer Kevin's previous comments about giving off serious F91 vibes and other mecha-related things, I have a picture to share with the group chat. And I think he's really gonna be the only person that recognizes it. Because it is kind of a reference. He might not even recognize it. But there you go in the group chat, sir. But yeah, top of your turn. You guys get to pick who goes next after that embarrassing NPC round. And if he's talking, I can't hear him because he's probably muted himself. Or did my Discord die? Hmm. Did my Discord die? My Discord died. I think my Discord died. Ah, okay. 1 second. What is going on? Hmm. Yeah, my Discord appears to have died. That's weird. 1 second, I guess. Let me restart my Discord. Please hold for 1 moment while I reboot the heck out of my one application. Pro streamer moment, I tell you that much.
My disappointment is immeasurable. And my day is ruined.
I mean, that is accurate, right? Okay, so now it's working. It's working for you guys.
What?
So I had to reboot my Discord because it stopped picking you guys up. Like it died. I stopped transmitting from me to you. I stopped seeing that you guys were messaging at all. Like I actually had to shut it down and reopen it.
Ah.
Yeah. Super weird. Don't know.
Drone revenge.
Yeah. So anyways, as I was saying, I sent the one picture that only a toucan would know.
Yeah. What's the last one
That's
from?
that.
Zeta or something?
No, that is actually also from Seed. That is the like disposable Morisames that
Oh, those things.
that the Three Ships Alliance uses.
I don't care about mass produced.
They transform. They're the coolest mass-produced mobile suit ever.
Yeah. No.
Okay, so anyways, top of the turn, you guys. Who's going first? After my Discord like frapped itself.
I mean, like, maybe I should go and put another drone down. Just.
I mean, you could. It worked real well for you that one turn, so.
I mean, okay, I will go because I know what I want to do.
Okay.
I want to try. Sorry, I want to try to lock down again on Crimson. So we'll see if my rolling sucks this bad again. Oh no.
Oh no, you're good. He's got a lock.
Okay, so he's locked down, and then yes, I am going to place a down drone right back on.
Yeah, that's weird. I can't imagine why. It's not like that worked for you so well the last time. It's just a little drone with 5 hit points. Like, what is that gonna do?
If it's just gonna tick them off more, and plus, like, Toucan still has all of his drones, so it's not like I'm wasting them.
Yeah, that's weird. I don't know why you ever bother placing a drone. It's like, what do they do?
Kyle's just having a
Can we
bad-
place more than one drone in the same rock?
Technically, yes. Are you going to move, or are you just going to stand there in range of the one drone and just float?
Again, there's not really a good place for me to move. So, besides, I actually do have a plan here. So I'm staying.
Okay. Well, we're gonna have a comedy errors, I guess, as 1, 2, 3, 4. This guy's gonna come up and, I don't know, maybe take a shot.
He's gonna get it first time this time.
No, he's not. Go. Have your turn. Apparently, I've turned into Christopher Walken.
Man, the rage of these guys is just making them miss so badly.
They're just like, what the hell is up with this rock? It's like super rock. Meanwhile, Kyle's just like,
Advantage of space toxic masculinity.
oh my god, will you guys just stop shooting at the stupid rock?
No, he showed them that he could do it, so now they feel all threatened again. Like they feel like, man, if we don't hit this one, he's not gonna think we're cool.
Who's up next on your turn?
I could go, I suppose.
Am I dropping another drone?
We're not limited
Um,
this time.
I'm not limited this time, so drone would be a quick action, then I could still fire a weapon, per se, yes?
Yes, you can.
Okay, let's throw drone number dose onto the same rock, because that's a good vantage point.
Let's see. There we go. Have another turret drone on the rock.
Nice. And the attack that I get there, the attack, if I make a successful attack, and it's not a ranged attack, does the drone still fire?
It just says an attack, but they do have to have line of sight.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, gonna go there, because that should only be one, because I'm not moving into a square with rock, just
That is
at rock,
correct. Yes.
But he can react, can he?
He does have a reaction. He may not take it. You don't know what he's gonna do. But no, he's not going to react with a melee attack.
Yeah, so I'm going to use my Kanabo and thwang him real good, if I can.
Okie dokie.
Okay, let's see, Vanguard, CQB, but that doesn't count because a heavy melee isn't CQB technically, right?
No, it is not. It is a heavy melee.
Heavy melee, I shouldn't have a disadvantage of any kind, correct?
Unless the weapon gives you one by default, no, you are not disadvantaged on this attack.
Sweet, let's go ahead then and swang it.
Okay.
Oh, that's
That is not a hit.
no.
No, sir. His evade is much better than that. So you swing at him and he just sort of does like that anime dodge where he just like turns to the side and just like slow motion slices past where he used to be. And yeah. Yeah. just yeah.
Yeah.
One of these dudes is gonna take a shot at a rock. There you go.
But which one?
He blows up the first one because that's the one that was most spiteful.
Technically not true.
Listen, as far as he's concerned, it's the most spiteful because it was there first. He's gonna move a little closer though. Parker.
All right. I'm gonna move.
Oh,
I'm
he's
gonna
just fleeing the other way.
shot at this guy with my assault rifle.
Go for it. That is swing and a miss.
Darn. All right, I'm gonna boost
Where you going?
right here.
Okie dokie.
Stand on that asteroid.
Yep.
Do you have enough movement for that? 1, 2, 3. Five. Yeah, you did. All right. Well, you pissed off that one guy. Cause like,
Hit him with the turret.
Well, I'm trying to draw them away from
so he's gonna take a shot at Harker.
to the south there.
Oh yeah, that's a hit. Oh, that is 6 damage coming your way.
Ouch.
Christ.
Listen, they may not be able to shoot, but like when they hit you, it hurts.
I'm debating if I should take. Yeah, I'll take that damage.
Okie dokie. We got another guy that's gonna take a shot at a rock.
Pew pew lasers.
Oh, he blows up the rock.
Oh.
And he does his movement. 1, 2, 3, 4. Next guy's gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4. Gonna take a shot at Harker.
This could go poorly.
He misses. He's about as good at hitting a mech as he is hitting a turret on a rock.
Tucker is doing his best to look turret-like.
Just crouching down on the rock.
Mr. Crimson the Red's gonna pop out around the rock and take himself a shot at the Pelican.
Not the Pelican.
Yeah.
You're between two difficult places there.
You are technically engaged, so he will apply a penalty on this one. Oh no, he still hit you. That is 6 damage coming your way.
All right. And that's who shooting at me? A grunt or crimson? Or...
That's Crimson. The Red.
Yeah.
He
A
is,
little brace.
for what it's worth, he is the last thing going this round other than Kyle. Yeah, he's the second to last thing. So you have one other attack coming your way, potentially.
Well, Kyle's right on my ass.
Yes, he is.
And I know like you like to be accurate with things, so I'm just gonna zoom in on Kyle's thing here. Just gonna take a look and see what this guy has. And I will not brace. I will see what happens.
Okay.
So I take 6 damage.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I've marked it down.
Okie dokie.
I don't like that tone of voice. I don't like what's about to happen next.
What? What do you mean?
I don't know. What do I mean? Tell me.
You act like I got some sort of horrible plan. Why would I need a horrible plan? Like, I don't.
I've known you long enough to know that all your plans are horrible.
Well,
Well, that's not very nice.
but it's not wrong.
Wow.
I mean, to
Wow.
be fair, I'm not without sin myself.
I mean, that's just. Yes, what was your question? Since you seem to have a question.
Yeah, I know. I'm actually confused about the autopod and how it works.
Okay.
I'm literally okay. So it says the trigger another character attacks a target within range 15 of you and consumes lock on. Okay, that explains it to me then.
Yeah, so no one's yet consumed the lock
No one has
on while
consumed
that
the
was
lock-on,
valid.
He's just running around with it.
Yes. So yeah. Yeah.
Because
Okay.
honestly, we're not hitting better than they are.
Pretty much. So yeah, Kyle's just gonna shoot you, man. Like, I don't know what you're expecting. If there was like some great horrible plan, but like you're next to him and he's just gonna shoot you. He, is shooting an engagement, so there's a penalty for that. But I mean, what else is he gonna do?
Oh, I mean, could I take a reaction
No.
to him attempting to shoot me?
Um.
Orders?
Uh, you know,
You know?
is actually the terms for that because that's actually a valid question.
You asked a valid question.
Kevin wins the
not
the GM.
not for Overwatch. So you need something other than Overwatch. Because Overwatch is specifically in response to moving.
Okay, so it would be either Brace or Overwatch as a reaction.
Correct. So you don't have anything other than Overwatch right now. Yep.
Right. I mean, I do have that thing that my personalization has where I can get +1 agility against imminent threats that are close to me. But would that apply to a shooting attack? I guess the answer is nay.
No.
Okay.
Because he's just pointing his gun at you and shooting. I don't know if Roll20 will parse this properly, but you know what? If it does, I'm pretty sure that still hits you.
Yeah, it's an 8 to
Yeah.
hit me, so.
So that is another 6 coming at your face.
That's a 3. It's a 3.
Good call on the brace.
Yeah, I braced that one.
Yeah.
Anyways, yeah. So that's good. Good. Same result if I'd braced the first time.
Yep.
But whatever.
Yep. All right. So top it around. You guys get to go again.
Who wants to go first?
I'll go. Feeling froggy, unless somebody else has something specific they want to do.
Well, who are you looking to focus on?
Kyle, most likely.
Because
Okay.
Kyle can aim unlike everybody else.
Yes, I get it. So I'm going to throw a leadership die your way.
Why, thank you. So I will.
Cat's going to
use
very
that leadership
begrudgingly
die.
say, I guess because Kyle can aim, we should probably.
Do something about that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She doesn't want to, but.
Yeah. So I'll take that leadership die, and I will use the deck sweeper, which normally is inaccurate. But I have Vanguard, so it's not inaccurate, plus the leadership, which I'll use for that. Plus, because I'm engaged, normally I would take a hit, but if
Or
you
not.
notice, I don't gain difficulty from being engaged.
Yep.
So I should be at a +1 still.
Yeah.
One of us two.
You are +1 for the leadership, +1 for your Vanguard. You're at +2 currently.
-1 for my shotgun being inaccurate.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Hence, thank you for the leadership die. Amen. And please. Of course not.
No, that does not hit him.
That is an awful roll. I rolled literally a 2.
That's
Fantastic.
that's bad. Yeah. Are you going to move?
Yeah, I'm gonna try.
Or would you like to take a different action?
I mean, I braced. So what do I have, really?
Oh no, you can't. That's right, you braced. So yeah, you're just getting a move now if you wish. Right, you did brace. So yeah, you're just gonna take a move if you wish.
If I move, I mean, he doesn't have any. It doesn't look like he has close quarters stuff. So
All weapons technically have a threat of 1.
yeah, that's right. That's right.
Wait, since when?
We had this conversation earlier where unless otherwise specified, everything has a
I
threat
might
range
have-
of 1.
None of mine have threat though. Because like the entire last battle we did, I couldn't do a single thing, and I could only brace.
Um,
And I had to knock him back every time.
yeah, but see,
with his reaction.
if you don't brace, you are gonna take a hit. So you were bracing instead of.
No, I was bracing because I did not have any threat reaction.
Oh. Yeah. So yeah, I'm pretty sure everything should supposed to have a threat of. Unless otherwise specified, all weapons default to a threat of 1. That is actually in the description of Overwatch.
Important information.
Okay, fine. Well, I guess we just made up for why I didn't continually suffer from the brace then.
Sure.
Because I didn't know about, like, you flat out told me I didn't have any threat, so I couldn't do that.
I honestly don't remember that, but maybe I did.
Did.
Listen, it was a long night,
I
and it
was
was.
like, well, I guess I'm just gonna brace since I can't do anything.
Either way.
Yeah. So I'm gonna move here first. I assume I have to roll, or he's gonna try to hit me with something.
He's not going to.
Okay, then I'm just gonna move down here.
He's good guy Kyle.
Aw.
Thanks. Thanks, Kyle, for letting me run away. And that's my turn.
You in the
I mean,
back.
he's been trying to get us to run away the entire time, to be fair.
This is true. And also, that's me.
Kidoki.
Except for Hako, who he apparently does want to shoot.
Yeah, he went right for her. I noted
Parker's got a
one-
very shootable
one guy
face.
who asked him what his name was. Goes for him first.
I mean, shooting at you and killing you are 2 different things. Mechs can take a lot of abuse.
Okay.
Alright, so next up we're gonna have one of the grunts take a shot at Harker.
Of course we are.
Listen, you drew the attention of 2 of them. They're happy to see you.
He is trying to split them up.
That is not a hit, so you are okay. Who's up next?
Well, I guess me, cause oh no, Hako. Oh, you wanna go?
Yeah, I'm just gonna go after these guys up here. Hence why I drew them up here. I'm assuming if I move here, I'm gonna trigger something.
You could trigger that one's attack, yes.
Well, I'm gonna move there.
Okay, he's gonna take a reaction shot at you. He's gonna pull out a combat knife and take a swing at you.
Is he better with the knife than he is with shooting?
We're about to find out, I guess. Yes, he is. Take
Well,
4
He
damage.
brought a knife to a gunfight and won.
Take yourself some 4 damage.
Click. There we go. Ah, poor Harker. All right, I'm gonna use my sword on this guy.
You absolutely can go ahead and do that.
Gives me an accuracy. I believe. Yes.
Oof.
Dang, we're really not rolling well, guys.
Yeah, that will not hit him.
Okay.
This is a
well.
bad roll night.
I mean, Not just for you guys.
I know. I'm just saying it's a bad Woe Knight fight. Like, to make this fight go on, like, we're gonna have to like stop mid fight.
Alright, so
He's going to try to barrage, so he's going to try and assault rifle the other guy.
okay.
Try to at least take out somebody. Hey, there we go.
Yeah, that'll get him even if he tries to brace or do anything, so that guy is out of the fight.
And I only moved 2.
Can technically use your other point of movements. You have 2 more movement. And he already reacted to you this turn, so he can't react to you moving again.
Is that going to help me? Yeah, I guess he'll move further away.
Okie dokie.
Actually, no. I should try my. He'll go back where he was.
That one you can't do because you don't have enough movement, because it's 2 to move into that one.
Oh, okay.
There was no penalty moving out, it's penalty moving in.
But I have 3 left.
1, 2. Oh yeah, that's right. So okay, yeah, no, you're right, because you have more speed than everybody else.
He wants to stand in the. Oh, sure again.
Stand on this rock.
Alrighty. We're gonna get some.
It's gonna hurt.
Would you like to react to a crimson the red?
Who, me?
Yeah, he flew up right next to you.
Yeah, I'm gonna shoot him with my shotgun. Cause I have a threat of 3 on that thing.
Okie dokie.
Well, actually, since he's right next to me, I could just do the Kanabo, couldn't I?
You could use whatever you want.
Um. Well, he's right next to me.
Yeah.
So I'll go with the shotgun here.
He has a lock on him too.
All right. Will that help with both melee and range, or just range, or just one?
You choose one thing to use it on, and it gives you an additional accuracy on that. So either or.
I'll go with the Kanabo then.
Okie dokie.
So should just be +1 anyways, I think.
If you didn't take anything that gives you a melee bonus. Yeah, that is correct.
Yeah. Yep. All right. So accuracy 1, mech, Kanabo, rolling. Come on.
Oh,
You're killing me.
that's bad. What is the condition for your autopod? If he consumes a lock, does he have to hit with it?
See. I think if it consumes it, yes.
But
No,
does he have
if
to hit?
If he attacks it and consumes it, I get to do my reaction.
Okay. What's the range on that reaction for the autopod? Because I don't have it pulled up.
Within range 15 of you.
Okay. Well, that's
That's the only way I get to use my autopod.
yeah.
Do you want me to roll with that now, or?
Another character attacks a target within 15 and consumes lock-on. You may automatically hit their target with the autopod, which does 3 damage. That's all it does.
You know what? I'm not complaining.
Yeah, I don't see any reason to. It's just all it does. He's not going to brace that because that's pointless on his part, because that will only do 2 damage to him because of his armor, but you're chipping away at him. So he takes a mighty swing with his sword at Mr. Pelican. Also, Astra, thank you for the host. That is a hit. It hit you for 4.
You can probably guess what I'm gonna do next year.
I'm guessing you're gonna brace that down.
Yeah. There we go.
That's fair.
Anything else happen to me, or
That is everything from Mr. Crimson the Red, which means I believe all of you have gone. So. Oh wait.
Excuse you.
Oh wait, no, you haven't gone yet.
No. I let them go first.
That's true.
I mean, I did the autopod shot, but that was a reaction. Okay. Well, because he's a pain in the ass. I don't know. Let me think. I knew I was gonna do before then, but that that changed things.
You know you want to put another turret on that rock.
I mean, obviously. Okay, so yes, I am gonna put the last turret I have on that rock. Same rock as always.
Okie dokie. I really should just hide a turret on the same page instead of me having to go to the page of tokens, but okay.
Well, that was my last turret, so.
That's your last turret. There's 3 more that are still available.
2 more, technically. He used one.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Just 2.
Yep.
Actually, you know what? Don't correct him. There's 3.
Okay, I guess I'm just going to shoot with my Nexus Light weapon.
Okay.
Like it doesn't do much damage, and I guess I'm just gonna do it to this dude. Because he's closer to me and he's creeping me out. So like I still have a quick move and then just a move, right? A quick action and a move.
Yeah, so you have a quick action and a move. I will give you some strategic advice.
Mm-hmm.
The Nexus Light can only do a max of 3 damage.
Yeah, I know.
So if you don't roll that max 3, they can survive it.
But it just lets them survive it, right? Like it.
Well, because they only have the 1 HP, so if you roll, and they have an armor, because your weapon's not armor piercing.
Yeah, I know, but I'm like it would just. Wouldn't that still do some damage?
No, because they only have 1 HP, so if you roll the 2, they can brace it down to 1, and then the armor absorbs it.
Okay, so it wouldn't.
It wouldn't kill them.
Well, I wasn't worried about killing him. I didn't care if it just chipped away.
I mean, they only have the 1 HP, so like, it's either you kill them or
Yeah,
you
but I
don't.
didn't know if like it could remove the freaking armor.
No, armor is just a permanent fixture. Hello, Ein. How's it going? I mean, that's also applies to you too, so if you gain armor
I
through
don't
an
have any
effect,
armor, so no, it doesn't.
you can gain armor as like a mechanical feature. Although obviously you're not building for that, so
No, there's no point. Mm. See, the problem is like I can't use my autopod because that can only be used with a lockdown. And like the thermal pistol won't do it. So the Nexus is the only weapon I have that can do it besides the anti-material rifle.
correct, because none of your weapons are armor piercing.
Yeah, and none of them do a ton of damage.
I mean, you have the anti-material rifle, just can't use it now. Yeah, you can't use it now. Although,
It doesn't even matter because like, it feels really stupid to use an anti-material rifle on a grunt that is like one hex from me. Like it's just
I mean, it would be the most overkill kill of a grunt ever. Just be like, sniper rifle to the head from 2 feet away, ka-cha!
um.
It's like, wow, you really hated that guy.
um.
You could move and then boost away. And
Crimson's already used his reaction, right?
correct. But reactions are per turn, so when you take your turn, it's a new reaction. So you can take multiple reactions except for Brace. Brace stops you from taking further reactions. So if you have a reaction like so for example, let's say you have 2 target locks, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then Harker takes one of the target locks, you can fire the autopod. And then Toucan takes another target lock on his turn, you can still use the reaction. Because I believe autopod itself does not specify it's once per round. No, never mind, it does.
It does, yeah.
Yeah, it does. So anything that doesn't specifically specify once per round allows you to trigger it multiple times. And that's really the reason is that Overwatch and Brace are specifically once per round. Brace says you can't do anything else. Overwatch does not, so he could potentially do non-Overwatch reactions if he has them. So like, if you shoot him, he can still deflect. He just can't Overwatch you. If that
Right,
makes
but I
sense.
mean that means I could move past him because
Correct. You can move past him and he can't
Yeah,
do anything about it.
That's what I was aiming for.
Okay.
I just wanted to make sure he couldn't like
Yeah,
strike
yeah, yeah.
with his sword because I went past him.
Right. Yes. So you can fly past him and that's fine.
Okay. Well, my regular movement is just 4, but I'm not. I'm almost tempted to. Actually, you know what? I am just gonna move down there and be behind Toucan.
Okay. You
Because something.
still have one more action available to you.
Yeah, no, but I was making sure. And the reason I did that is because I'm gonna try to lock on to Crimson again.
Okay.
And then if Toucan attacks the target and consumes lock on, they may roll twice and choose either result because I am adjacent to him now.
That is true. That might not happen next turn, because I have a pretty good sneaking suspicion that I know that, well, I don't know. He might not. He might stick out to fight and punch a robot in the head. Oh, that's on him. I don't read his mind.
Okay. So I'm going to do a lock on to Crimson again.
Okay. Roll me that tech attack die. That is a success, and that is technically an attack.
So would my thing hit him?
I believe that is the only condition. Let's see if it's any more picky than I don't think it is. Nope, it's not that picky. Is the range still in range? Oh yeah, it is. He's gonna take another 2. And he's gonna attempt to reflect that back.
At the drone?
Yeah, it's an attack. He can reflect an attack back at the source.
No, I was just that's what I was making sure.
No, he does not succeed. He definitely
Drone is just thwarting everyone.
does not. So yeah, that's it. Okay, that's your turn.
Well, I'm done. So.
So that guy's gonna come this way and take a shot at you.
Rude.
That is a hit. That is 6 damage.
Okay.
We're gonna have one guy take a shot at a drone again. Does the Rock continue to be MVP? It somehow does, because it has a defense of 10. So let's try the other guy. Oh yeah, no, Rock MVP of the day. Let's see if Kyle has any better luck today.
Kyle, leave my.
No, he does not. All right, shot for the round. You guys go. Who's going first? Rock MVP. Rock MVP all day, every day.
Uh, does anyone want to go ahead of me?
I think she's hoping real hard that like you punch Crimson the Red real hard in the face, triggering all sorts of nonsense.
Yeah.
I'm thinking that's her hope.
All right. Shall I try?
I can give you a leadership die.
Please.
So you have a leadership die, so that leaves 2 dice left.
Okay. Kanabo time.
Okay.
And then it has.
I'm assuming you're gonna target lock consume, so that's another accuracy.
So it's accuracy 2 now.
Correct.
Yes?
Yep.
Okay.
And do you have your Vanguard thing?
That does not apply to the
Not a
the
Vanguard.
melee weapon.
Yeah.
Yep.
Doesn't apply to this, yeah.
Mhm.
But that might do it.
Hey, look, you hit him. He's absolutely gonna take his special brace for that. So that will only do 2 damage to him for the melee attack. Because he's got armor.
Okay.
Um,
Turret time?
but
Anybody objects?
But
Sorry,
he gets hit with an autopod.
so the autopod does. What did the autopod again? Is that
3.
also 3? Okay, so that's also 3.
He gets hit with the turret.
So that's 4 between the two of them. Cannot reflect because he consumed a reaction this turn. Are you going to move now that you know he can't react to you?
You can't react at all?
He used his reaction on your turn already.
Fantastic. Let's go ahead and
I mean, technically on that turn you could have rolled twice, but I don't. You wouldn't have done much better. So.
No, and crit doesn't do anything of meaning here, so it's like
behind him, does he block line of sight to other ones? I don't think he does.
No.
Didn't think so. So let's just go for distance. And
just can't move through him. So that's all.
right. So I would have gone basically
That's 4.
a 1 and a 3.
Okay, that is your activation.
Yeah, still haven't cycled through my whole HP bar once. I'm sure now that I've said that, something bad's gonna happen. But here we go.
I mean, you know, some stuff is gonna go on, but Parker's got a bad day coming because
Yep.
there's a guy who's just like, hey, the hell, you flipped my buddy.
2 of them actually. Harker's been responsible for both of the.
Well, he didn't see that one, so that doesn't count. Does he hit a Harker? Yes, he does. That is 6 damage.
Okay, so what do I do?
So
Can brace.
you can brace. That will reduce your options next turn.
Too much.
Because the damage does bleed over.
Yeah.
But it would limit your options. But
Yeah, I'm not gonna brace.
if you brace, you take the less damage. And technically you only need one shot to hit him and kill him. Like, the extra attack doesn't help you. So that is sort of
Yeah, you just have to shoot him with your quick attack.
Yeah.
And then you could still take him out next your turn.
it does depend what your plan for your next turn is. Like, if you want to take slightly more damage, well, it's not slightly more. You take 3 more damage. You would take 3 more damage to be able to potentially attack 2 things. Or you could take 3 less damage to not attack 2 things.
I'll take the damage so I can do potentially 2 attacks.
Okay. So that would bring you down. It would bring your structure down to 3. Your HP is actually supposed to be 15 because the sheets are being weird. I don't know why they're not calculating.
It was 15 earlier, and then it
It went back down to 13. I don't know why it's doing that.
should go back up to.
So you would go down to 0. We'd have 4 more extra damage, so that would bring you down to 11. So just set your HP to 11, and your structure table to 3. And that means you have to roll for a structure damage. So just roll me a d6.
My structure? What do you mean?
If you look on your sheet, your mech, there's a structure damage. It's currently at 0.
Okay,
So you just click it up to 1.
got it.
And then if you want to adjust it, that's the blue bar, which I just did for you, just so you know, it's like the visual on your tablet without having to open up the sheet. That's what the blue bar is for now. I'm just using that for structure.
Okay.
So just roll me a 1d6 for the damage table roll. Alright, so 3. Part of your mech is torn off by the damage. Roll me another 1d6.
I like my 3s.
3. All weapons on one mount of your choice are destroyed. And I believe the way you are configured, every weapon is on its own mount.
Yep.
So you are just basically saying you do not have one weapon for the remainder of this battle. I would probably guess the anti-material rifle, but maybe not.
Yeah, we'll do that one. We'll just say it's.
Last time he gave me a ton of grief, even though I had already fired mine.
Well, it's my heaviest shot, but I can only
Yeah.
shoot it once as opposed to the assault rifle.
Exactly, and that's why I did it, but he gave me a ton of grief for it.
Well, you spend a turn to reload it, so it's not like atrocity.
But someone was chasing me around with a sword, making sure that I couldn't spend a turn to reload it.
Things happen.
Psychos happen.
All right, so is that it?
Yeah, that
Uh,
is it for that guy's action.
Yeah. I would like to go next,
All right.
because I would like to get the hell out of the middle of...
Surrounded there, yeah.
The kill
Yeah.
box.
Like, I am just like, everyone is
Keep in mind that
even facing me on my sheet.
keep in mind that Crimson the Red can take a Overwatch attack against you now, because he does have an available reaction.
So it's the question whether I want to risk Kyle's Overwatch attack or Crimson. I guess I am going to... Okay. Okay, I'm sorry. I don't... Last time I just had to keep running, so I'm so, like, not good at this combat thing.
You have options. It's weird.
I know. I'm like, wait, what do the other things do when you're not just
Running for your life.
locking and running?
You could also just say screw it and just shoot at things.
Yeah, but Crimson has too much health for that to be effective.
I mean, yeah, but you have, you know, other things you can shoot him with now, right? Yeah, like, if you don't move, you have an anti-material rifle.
I mean, I guess.
Well, technically, it's not even that you can't move. It's just that you have to shoot it first, and then you can decide if you want to move.
Okay, fine. I'm gonna shoot the anti-material rifle.
Okay.
I guess. Well, okay, no. I'm gonna do a lock. I'm gonna try a lock on him again.
Can't.
Why?
Because then you won't be able to fire. Hold on. I have to double check the wording on the anti-material rifle. I know it doesn't let you do things before you fire it, but I don't. It is anti-material
Oh, it has
rifles,
to be fired first.
loading accurate ordnance, and ordnance.
Yeah, like I seem to remember, like you can't move before you fire it.
Can only fire before you moves or takes any other actions on their turn, except for protocols. So yeah, you cannot attack and then fire it.
Okay. Um. Okay, then I'm just gonna take this risk then. I'm going to try to do a lock on. So I'm gonna roll for that.
Okay.
On Crimson.
Yeah, you're good.
And then I'm going to try and invade.
On Crimson?
Yep.
Okay.
Oh.
You did not consume your lock for that.
So that didn't consume the lock. Okay, so that.
So if you would like to consume your lock, you can roll a d6. You didn't add the accuracy for the lock.
Oh.
Like that's just a flat roll. I think. Wait, is it?
I don't know.
3 plus 0. Wait. They get a 3. Are you
The 3 is because I have a
plus
3 in systems.
Okay.
So I rolled a 3.
It didn't add your grit, so that's actually a 7, and you didn't consume your lock.
So would that
So
be
you
8 or?
Well, no, right now the 6. I mean, yes. Okay, so if you consume the lock, the minimum it can be is 8. Let me just double check his E defense, because that might just be an automatic. Yeah, that's just an automatic. Okay.
So.
Okay, so the invade slowed. He's impaired. He takes 2 heat.
And he takes 2 heat or push 3 spaces.
Well, I mean,
so.
he takes 2 just for the invade.
Yeah.
Take the extra 2 heat. But some other stuff happens. So your autopod can trigger,
Yes.
and your turret can trigger. Do you want to use?
Yes.
Well, you can't use both because they're reactions, I think, right? Wait. No, wait.
The drone is just a trigger by itself.
Right, the drone is by itself, so that does 3, so that takes 2.
That's my reaction.
Yeah.
And then my reaction is the 2 from the autopod.
Is going to take that one. And then he's going to reduce the damage from the autopod and take no damage using his reaction. Okay.
Okay, so can he still react by hitting me, or
No, because he uses reaction this turn. So you have
I
your,
can't?
so you can move past
Yeah,
him
but
now.
I can't get past him. He's only a 4 speed.
And you can, you just can't get away from him.
Right. Well, I would be snuggling.
You just wouldn't be touching him because you can go 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, okay.
Right, like
Yeah.
you would escape melee range with him, but just like he can
That's
catch
what
up
I
to
was
you if he
hoping to do.
wishes.
So
Yeah.
I'm gonna go there. I just wanted to get a little away from all the.
Okay, so okay, so we'll finish this round, and then we'll call it for this week. Because Toucan has to go. So let's get some stuff out of the way then. All right. Wait.
Sorry, y'all.
No, that's fine.
Oh, you don't need to apologize. It is midnight.
Yeah. We're gonna take a shot at a rock. Okay. So that's gone.
My poor drone.
I mean, listen, they can't be MVP rock forever.
Yes, I can.
No, it can't.
Rule in the book that says it can't.
There's no rule. There's no rule that says it can't, but just like statistically, it can't be MVP rock forever.
It could be the best rock ever.
All right, this other guy's gonna take a shot at cat. That will hit. That
Oh,
is
now he runs to aim.
6.
And I already used my react, right?
No, because you can react against him. You just can only brace once. Can brace this one if you wish.
I am gonna brace this one.
Okay. You will take 3. This next guy will come up. He will take a shot. But because you braced, he is at a difficulty. That does still hit though. So that will be 6 damage. So you will actually go up to 15, not 13, because it's not accounting for your personalizations. And you'll take a structure hit. So your HP should be actually 15. I don't know why it's ignoring that change. But whatever. Your structure will go take a hit. I'll adjust you back to 3 out of 4 while you do that.
Okay.
And then roll me a d6.
Ugh.
That is a glancing blow, so you're just impaired.
Okay.
So there is no further penalty. It's just that until the end of your next turn, you are impaired. So just all your saves, skill checks, and attacks are at a 1 difficulty.
Okay.
Could have been much worse.
It absolutely could have. Um, Crimson's gonna come in. You technically can overwatch him. Actually, wait. No, you braced, right?
Yeah, I braced, so I can't.
Yeah, so no, you can't, because that stops you from taking
So
further
he's
reactions.
at a disadvantage, though, right? If he hits me, if he stops to hit me.
Yes, he's gonna come and hit you. You've put all sorts of like debuffs on him, so like he's kind of a little messed up.
Well, maybe he shouldn't have picked the fight.
Yeah, that's not gonna change his mind. Were you kidding me?
We were trying to be diplomatic.
Yes, you were. Yes, he was. Oh, yeah, no. No. That does clear his
See?
debilitations, though.
Even the dice know I'm right.
Oh, that is that's rough.
That's a little rough, buddy.
Ooh.
Like, first they take that long to take down the drones. Maybe they just shouldn't be trying to, like, attack Cat or her things.
Kyle is gonna take a shot at you, though.
I know.
How many of them have gone?
Basically, all of them will go after this. That is a hit. That is 6.
You know, I was
Oh wait, hold on.
about him rolling a natural 20, but I didn't, and
I mean, technically, he takes a penalty from this because you did brace, but even with that, that is still a hit.
yeah.
Yeah, so that is another 6 damage to you. And
He still gets to go incidentally at some point.
which? Oh, did Harker not go yet?
No.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so
Are you just beating up on me against the rules?
I mean, they were all gonna do what they were gonna do regardless, but go ahead to make your attack.
Because
Okay.
Harker decided to take the hit, and
Yeah, I got distracted by the I need to go soon. Sorry. I was trying to speed that up.
To be fair, Harker kind of slides into the background.
He kind of runs. He splits the party even in combat.
He was trying to get, well, he tried to get 2 people off of you guys, but you still got the rest of them on you. Ideally, he would have actually been able to hit them sooner and kill them and then come in from behind and kill the other guys. But he's having
Yeah.
some trouble back there. Okay. So he's coming at that guy with his charged blade again.
Absolutely. Yeah, that works.
Yay.
All right.
Rob, now come save us.
Energy.
All right. So, because we have to wrap up.
Well, Harker's turn isn't done.
Right, but you're just moving, right?
No, I'm gonna.
Oh, right. Oh, okay.
GM is so rude.
Listen, I was told that people had to wrap up, so I'm trying to wrap up. Sorry.
Try to wrap up at the expense of the party. After I did all my NBC attack.
Which one are you shooting? This one?
Yep.
Okay.
That was what was supposed to happen 2 turns ago.
Unfortunately, that doesn't do enough damage.
Dang.
Yeah. Braces and armor's down. So yeah, that's actually not enough damage. Because he reduces it down by half to his favor, does 1 damage, armor absorbs the last shot. Okay.
Oh.
Do have movement left, so you can do that. You actually can't make it that far because wait, maybe you can.
He went up and around.
You're 1 space too far.
2, 3,
I think.
4, 5.
Because you were over here because you meleeed him.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, but you moved to be next to him. You
Oh.
were here and then you moved over, so you're just 1 too far. Like that's. Yeah. Okay, so that is the end of this turn.
Yes.
Basically nothing changed except for we killed 1 guy at the top, which matters a lot actually.
When they're hitting me for 6 regularly, yeah.
Somehow 2 cannons survived without taking any structure damage so far. Again?
That's a red letter event. I don't tell you.
Our tank is fleeing. That's how that happened.
I mean,
No, the turrets are the tank.
yes, the turrets were absolutely a
But
tank.
you didn't put down another turret.
Not yet, he
did
has
my
not.
turret, and you only did 1 turret.
He has not yet. That is true.
I am working on it.
He keeps.
I'm bracing a lot.
Yes, that is fair. He has been bracing a lot. He did absorb a fair amount of damage. Like, not for nothing. Like, it just you all ended up taking more structure damage than he did as a result of the damage that you took versus what he took. And that does.
Kyle turned on me.
Listen, Kyle is not actively trying to kill anybody though, but he will shoot you and damage you and chase you away. Disengaging is technically an option. Well, you guys probably aren't going to take it because, you know, you're on the contract.
Yeah. Like
Regardless,
the whole debate of the first hour.
I mean, you made an effort. You really did. You almost got there. You got real close. But
Almost.
then Crimson the Red is a dick.
Funny how you keep creating NPCs like that.
I mean, listen, we're still technically a spaghetti western in space. Spaghetti westerns are notoriously about people shooting each other and being violent when talking is not an option. That is a genre staple.
This asteroid belt ain't big enough for the both of us.
It really ain't. But Toucan has to go. I'm assuming Kimchi also has to go because it is quite late. And you two work during the day like normal people, and it's weird, and I don't like it.
Well,
Not
Kimchi
anymore.
doesn't anymore.
Nope.
Oh?
Free
Somewhere.
Did they? Oh yeah. So you're good. Well, you are free to stay and chat for a little bit as like an after party, after game wrap up. But I know for a fact that Mr. Toucan has to go because he works.
I do apologize.
It's all right.
Job still.
No,
The
no.
COVID hasn't wiped out my position yet, so.
I mean, I also have a job too. So that's gonna be real fun when I go back to full working schedule. Because right now we're conveniently aligned with my alternating off weeks, so I can just zonk out tomorrow and not care if I get up in time for work because fuck that.
Yeah, but you
On that
also work
bombshell.
nights, so
Yeah.
Yeah, well. On that bombshell, everyone, it's been a pleasure as always. I look forward to our next session, as
Yep.
always.
2 weeks from now.
I will see you then.
You don't have any homework.
Bye.
You just have to show up and play next time.
Thank goodness for that. All right. Bye, y'all.
Have a good night. All right. So for two of you who are
I
still
mean, like,
here,
if you want to give us a level up in the middle of the fight, I would take it.
I know the faster you get to your mech of choice, the happier you are.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Because then I can just like hop on Harker's back, and when he's like,
Are you sure you want to hop on Harker's back, or do you want to hop on Toucan's back? Because that guy apparently just like can't die. Like
I mean, he was really close last time.
he's also really close this time and has somehow scraped by with 1 HP every time.
Yeah, this is. I mean, Harker didn't take any structure damage last fight. This is the first time,
Yes.
and it's because he.
I
chose-
know, because the entire time you were like, no, I have to take care of things before I take structure damage, so I'm gonna blow up a mech in her face. Even though I had already taken one structure damage.
It's just a little explosions amongst friends. I mean, who hasn't blown up a
So
thing
it
in
made
somebody's
me
face
take two
before?
Structure damage. It almost killed me.
Who hasn't blown a robot up in someone's faces before? I mean, come on, guys, it's fine. It's all fine, right? Yeah, it's all good. Yeah. But
Ooh.
how are people liking their second attempt at combat? As I gradually introduce more strict rules and are less friendly to you.
Well, I don't know. I liked them not being able to hit the damn rock.
I mean, yes, that was a thing. That was the whole thing, where we spent like 2 rounds of combat where no one could hit anybody. That was a whole experience. That was a burn away of like a whole entire turn.
Best drones ever.
Yeah, the second and third one didn't do quite as hot. The third one especially. But
I mean, but the third, no, the second one didn't do so hard because it got shot pretty much immediately.
Yeah.
But the third one got to hit Crimson twice.
True.
Got destroyed.
True. Turn order does help a bit in staggering. Yeah. I mean, you guys aren't doing too bad. You're still fairly healthy, honestly.
Yeah, I think I'm still learning how to work with the new stuff I gave Harker.
Yeah, I mean that's gonna happen. Really, what you need to do, get rid of the grunts.
Yeah, that's what I've.
Like, that's sort of the thing about grunts, right? Like, I took it easy on you guys by taking melee grunts, but the thing about grunts is that like, they are legitimately full threat mechs. They don't get weaker. They just become easier to kill.
Well, I can't go against the grunts, so I haven't been.
You sort of can and you sort of can't.
No, I sort of can't.
Well, no,
The only weapon I could hit them with is my rifle.
well, no. Here's the thing. If the autopods are up, technically any of your weapons can cause their death, because what happens is they brace and absorb your first attack, which means they can't brace the pods.
Yeah, but then I would have to use the lock-on on them, and then
Right.
the autopilot
Like,
would have to be up.
yeah,
'Cause,
like
it has to be like
it's
it only will fire a lock-on consumed on that.
well, the
specific
autopod. I'm
thing.
talking about the gun drones, though.
You said autopilot is up.
Technically either of them will work because they do flat 3 damage, right? So what you do is you force them to armor up your attack, and then the follow-up attack, no matter what it is, does enough damage to kill them. Because they can only brace once.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't have any more drones, so that.
I mean, that's why you just gotta yell at Toucan and be like, put your drones down.
So yeah, the reason I haven't been.
Apparently Roll20 just died. I got a connection has been interrupted. Anything you do right now will attempt to send you back when you get back online, but you may want to stop doing anything important. You can check the site status for more
My
info.
roll 20 is fine.
That's weird.
Yeah.
It dropped me.
I'm still moving my person around.
Oh, no, there it goes. That was weird.
But yeah, so that's why I've been focusing on Crimson because.
I mean, right, it's fair either way. Like, Crimson is beefy and bulky, and he can do nonsense.
Right, well, it's like, since my weapons can't intrinsically do anything against the gun.
Right, like, once your drones or the locks are down, like, it's harder for you personally to deal with them. It's a little easier when
I'm
you
mostly
level up.
doing my best to, give Crimson heat to screw him up, and.
I mean, yeah, you're hurting him on the heat thing, and you're hurting him on the HP thing.
What does lock on do? What does your lock on do?
Nothing
For other people.
specifically. When she consumes her lock-on, she can do things. Lock-on itself just is you can consume it for an accuracy. Like anyone
Right,
consume
yeah.
it. So like her lock-on by itself is not special yet.
It doesn't do anything for me. It's a buff for everybody else.
Yeah.
So it's like if I put it on Crimson, for example, and you were like, I want to consume it.
Yeah, you just use it for
you
an
would get
accuracy.
a +1 to accuracy. But then the advantage for me is if lock-on's consumed, I get it automatically shoots my autopod. If I
Yes.
choose to use that reaction.
Yes.
And if I consume it, they get an additional 2 heat or have to move 3 in the direction I choose.
Yeah. So like she can do lots of stuff with lock-on, but like her lock-ons are just plain lock-ons. It's just that she does stuff off of lock-on usage.
Like, it's the consumption of lock-on that does stuff.
Yeah.
Because I think if I was paying attention to if you made one of them brace, then I can target them.
Well,
Right
yeah,
now.
yeah, like that's a thing. Crimson's a little different in that he has 2 braces. He gets like a special brace, and then he gets the default brace.
Yeah, the king of
Yeah.
redundancy.
But if we don't take out the grunts, like if we hadn't taken out any of the grunts, that's potentially 36 damage around.
Yes, the grunts matter a lot.
That's why I always target them first.
Yeah.
Yes, it is a
and that is a good method.
Yeah.
I just don't have the damage to do anything to them, so I
Yeah,
don't.
but even if you hit them and made them brace, then that means they can't block my attack.
as long as you do at least 2 damage, yes, because they do still have an innate armor.
Yeah. So you would have to do 2 damage. So I have a pistol that only does 2, so that's not going to make them brace.
They will brace for that. They have to brace for that.
Oh, do they?
They do, because one armor stops it to 1. That would still kill them, so they have to brace to bring it to 1 so that the armor stops it. Right, so
Okay.
by itself, it can't kill them, but like it combos
It could
with
make them
other things.
Yeah, it like cuts out their brace.
Okay. Because that's what was confusing me. Because yeah, the max, besides my rifle, the max I can do is 3 damage, no matter what.
Yeah.
On any of my weapons.
I put Harker in the wrong spot.
So that's why I was mostly just like screwing with Crimson's Heat, because I can do that.
Right, like
And that relies on E attack, which
one of the nice things
Sorry.
is armor piercing. Like that's sort of an important investment in because armor piercing attacks just ignore all amount of armor, period. So like it doesn't matter if you have 1 armor or 3 armor, just like it doesn't matter, it just ignores it. That said, it is harder to get armor piercing damage, and the armor piercing that you get early isn't great. The only one that you can get early that does like reliable damage and is armor piercing is anti-material rifle. Like charge blade is AP, heavy charge blade is AP, but again that default only does like I think it's like 1d3 plus 3 for the charge rifle or something like that. Like
Well, the charged blade is what I have, and it's 1d3 plus 3, but I kept missing with it was the problem.
right. It's great because it's basically touch of death on the grounds.
Right.
Um,
I was trying.
but it doesn't do the best damage. But it's reasonable damage, right? Like you're not gonna say no to like a minimum of 4 damage.
Right.
But like the big heavy hitters, the anti-material rifle, which could do a max of 12 damage armor piercing. You know, it's great.
which is ridiculous on a grunt.
It absolutely is. Like I'm not gonna lie, that's ridiculous. I think the thermal rifle is also AP. Yes, but it is also only range 5. But it does do armor piercing. It does a minimum of 3 damage. It's nice. So even if they brace, they still just pop. So there are pros and cons to different weapons. One of the most ridiculous weapons that you can get, in my opinion, in terms of just like raw damage, is probably the IPS North Star. They have like a defense unit called the Drake, like a big, slow, heavy, shielded thing, and it has a super heavy weapon called the Leviathan Assault Cannon. Like on paper, it doesn't seem like it's that great because it does a 1d6 damage that you can skirmish with. But if you choose to use it as like its intended damage, like the like as a super heavy weapon, which means that you have to take the full action to attack with it. It deals 2 heat to you, but it does a reliable 5 damage. That means even if you miss, it just does 5 damage. And if you hit, it does 4d6 plus 4 damage. And it just like, blasts people in the face. It's just a ridiculous like Gatling gun. And that's good against like everything. And that's before you mod it. So like you can mod it with other things to make its weapon properties more ridiculous. Super fun. But obviously like the artillery heavy mechs, like with the super long range, like they do more max potential damage, but they're not like weapons that you can still walk around with and shoot like in a gunfight. Like they have to just sit down and like they protracted siege. Stuff gets close to them, they have problems. And as you've seen, it's not that hard for certain things to just get close to you if they really want to be. But yeah, that is combat in Lancer so far. I've been playing that music for a really long time.
Yeah, you have.
We don't have a lot of combat music options here. Especially since I'm trying to avoid, copyright violations. I mean, this is kind of like briefing music. This isn't really combat music, so I can't really use this one. I like this music, though. Great. I mean, I paid a lot for music, so, it better be good.
Oh, it's pretty.
Nice.
I have 2 more songs that I'm paying for. Not for this, though. For my stream. Because I'm weird and I pay for
This
music.
is like a sadder combat music.
Well, it would fit the fight right now.
I know, right? Like,
I mean, I have town music, too. Like, Western cowboy town music. Which is sort of what I'm using for the theme right now, like for the starting soon music. Technically town music. I don't know if you've heard this music, because you're not usually sitting on the starting soon stream scene.
no, I don't think I have.
Yeah, this is technically the starting soon music. Wait, is this what I'm using? Starting soon music? No, this is not what I'm using. This is a different theme, but it is related to the theme music. I think I'm using this for break music. I don't remember what I'm doing anymore. I have a lot of music and I have it set up for a lot of things. But this is like town music. So like if you guys go to like the towns, that is the music that plays. I'm fairly certain that is this theme music though. I have no if that's a spam message or not.
With my blade?
What?
I did. Didn't I kill one of those guys with one of my blades?
Yeah.
Yes, I didn't mark him dead.
No, you did. I just I couldn't remember if I hit him. Yeah, because I hit the top guy with the blade, right?
Yes.
Because that gives me a blade master die.
Okay.
So I just have to remember.
This is the main theme music, which I think you've only heard like once. I paid for 3 minutes of music that you've only heard once. God, I feel like a terrible person.
But it's good music.
It's fantastic music. I love it. I love the artist that made this music. She's great. I'm commissioning her for 2 other songs right now. It was supposed to be one, but then she was like, here's A and here's B. Which do you like? I'm like, oh no. I like both. Can you do both? She's like, sure. I was like, fantastic.
I think, like, in general, people are going to go, sure, if you pay me, I will, in fact, do both. They're not going to be like, no.
Well, it was a matter of being like, do you have time to do this thing? And she's like, yeah, I can do one. And then she was like, okay. And then she was working on like other stuff while she's working on my thing. So I was like, if you don't mind, have the time, like you could do both. And she's like, well, I don't know if I have time to do both now. Is it okay if I do like one and get back to you on the other one? I was like, yeah, that's fine. I don't care about waiting. She's like, oh, okay, great. What's your schedule? I'm like, listen, I'm not in any rush. So you just take your time. You have fun with the music. we had this whole conversation where she's like, "Oh," I was like, "Oh, well, that's great," and I was like, I don't see like I literally wrote an email to her. I was like, "Listen, I was not in any rush, and you're willing to do 2 songs for me when I ask you about ones. Like, I don't see any reason why I wouldn't give you all the time that you need to do the thing. Because, like, if I was in a rush, I feel like, you would prioritize my thing. So, of course, I'm gonna give you time. Like, that's fine." And she was like, "Oh, that's great. Like, usually I get people who are just like, yeah, that's good." It's just like they don't give her feedback. They're just like, "Okay, yes, okay, yep." I'm like, that sounds like a terrible way to do the business. Like, if you're gonna pay somebody to do like a thing, like, like be as communicative as possible, I would figure. But
I mean, generally, anyone with artistic abilities does appreciate when people give them feedback, but that doesn't mean that people think to do it.
that's true. Like, I've been giving her feedback in every single piece that I have ever commissioned from her. I've just been like, "I'd like this, but if you could change this instrumentation or if you could make this adjustment to this thing, that'd be great." If you're like, "Oh, you mean like this?" I'm like, no, not quite." Like, and I'd be like, "Here's an example of what I'm talking about." And like that, like every single piece has just been like a back and forth. And like, I feel like I'm just being a pain in the ass, but apparently she likes that because she feels like she's getting feedback and like it's good to have feedback.
Well, because yeah, if she wants to do it professionally in the long term, you have to tweak things as people want it.
Sure, I also am just a picky as hell person.
Yeah, you're a jerk. But it's also helpful for her.
Wow, I'm not a jerk. Wow, rude.
Are you? Are you not?
Rude.
Are you really trying to deny that?
Not a jerk. I'm just particular. Not the same thing. That's harsh.
You're not always a jerk.
You're just sometimes a jerk.
Yeah. Bad thing. Sometimes being a jerk is how people get things done. History is not made by well-behaved people. If anyone's watching your stream right now, they probably think I'm like a complete jerk.
That's fine. We're all crazy.
To be fair, I call my husband punk so many times it's now a term of endearment.
I mean, isn't that how that works?
It's a mutual term of endearment.
Yeah, I mean, doesn't he call you punk?
Yeah, it's like we just call each other punk all the time. It's now actually a term of endearment. It's like, you frustrated me, but I still love you, but you frustrated me, so you're a punk.
I mean, that's every relationship if people are honest. Or they just actually hate the person. That's also an option.
I mean, there are people that are like that, right? Like, those are terrible relationships.
Pretty sure we had a friend come over once and she was convinced that we actually didn't like each other because we just like banter constantly. But it's actually just banter. It's done very lovingly.
I don't know if you heard that, but someone clearly dropped something upstairs, and it was loud enough I heard it through my headset. I think my microphone.
The demon upstairs?
No, I think my sister dropped her remote upstairs, and that's why I just heard a loud thunk. um. Yeah. But yeah, so that was a fun night. A good 6 hours of stream.
In which we were still in combat because none of us could shoot anything.
I mean, that was a thing that.
I can do E attacks. That's it. That's what I'm successful at.
We did a lot of talking big before the battle started, and then we all started firing, and none of us could hit each other.
Which went nowhere. Yeah.
Beast battle.
He's gonna give us a heart attack one day when we actually can be diplomatic and get out of a fight.
You almost got there.
I don't think we did. I don't think you were ever going to let it happen. I don't.
It was an option. It was actually an
Was it?
option. It was a difficult option. Like, I'm not gonna lie. It was not an easy option. But it was an option.
We did our best, okay? Cat even tried letting other people talk.
You tried. You put up a good effort.
You got a gold star for trying.
I mean, there's a reason that Kyle's not running around murdering everybody. Kyle's actually way stronger than he looks.
Yeah, but he did shoot me last time.
Yeah. Not that he's not shooting you.
Is he aware that Harker has taken out 3 of his comrades?
I mean, there's a reason he's still shooting.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure when the voice comes, goes silent, even if he doesn't see it, he has a suspicion. I mean, yeah, well, Kat was trying to avoid hitting Kyle at all. Like, so she didn't, which is why he still has not ever been locked on.
Yeah, I mean, Harker went for all the grunts because he didn't want to just start shooting at Kyle's face.
But she's just like, yeah, but the guy with the sword is a dick. So he's gonna get locked on a lot.
It is, it's going to be an interesting fight for the last half. Because you guys are about halfway through the fight, I would say.
Oh god. You've been 3 hours in this fight and you're halfway. Are we only halfway?
Yeah. You've not put structure damage on Crimson, but he's almost down. You've killed 3 grunts. There's still 3 grunts left.
Right, but Hawker's back to like more joining us, which changes things a lot.
Oh, it does. That's why I said you're about halfway.
Yeah, he's headed your direction.
Yeah, because like the attacks he did up there could never trigger the turret because he was out of range. And
Oh, I mean, it's not that they were out of range. It's that if he was hitting them, they were just dying, so it didn't matter. So no one was gonna waste the turret on that.
well, right, but I mean, like it's just we couldn't like I couldn't do any of the lock down and then him consume it either because he was way up there. It was like
I think
Right,
he was
we
still in
also-
range.
We hadn't really figured out that strategy until after the fight.
well, the main thing was like I was in a position where I didn't have line of sight to the ones he was killing, so I couldn't have really. I was technically that in terms of range, I was okay, but there was an asteroid right in the middle of that.
And you know, that happens.
I just want to be able to just do a bunch of lock-ons. That's all I want. More lock-ons.
Yeah, I should have braced more, but I was trying to keep the 2 attacks so I can get rid of the grunts as fast as possible. I just couldn't land any of them.
Man, Wink 2 for hackers sucks so much.
I mean,
it's pointless.
there's so much that you want, and some of it's not always great.
Rank 2 for hacker is jam cockpit. Characters may not mount or dismount your target until the cockpit is fixed.
I mean, Yes and no. It's very situational.
It's incredibly situational.
It's a good way to
Imagine if you shoot
just
someone in the leg.
so keep in mind, right? Like you're destroying these mechs. You're not necessarily blowing them up. Technically, none of them have blown up yet.
Yeah, see?
Okay.
Like the only time
Don't sound all proud of yourself.
the only time a mech has blown up has been the one time when the reactor exploded. So these pilots can still get out and like let's say there's a mission where like you're in a facility and there's other mechs, they can get out and get into a different mech. So if you hack them so they can't get out of the cockpit, they're stuck in there.
I mean, okay, sure, but we are currently in space, and I feel like getting out.
I mean, they could get they have
Detrimental.
a spacesuit, so they're not gonna die.
What are they gonna swim across the air? Like,
No, but they're like they could like if you want them to not get away, you could stop them from getting away.
yeah, but they'll not like. Ugh. I'm just saying that is like such a situational like thing.
I mean, you could just go through and pop the cockpits and just murder them all, but I'm assuming you're not. Although that's gonna raise an interesting situation once this battle is over. What do you do with them? Because your mission is still technically supposed to be stop them.
I mean, we destroyed their mechs. We can't help that they got away. Like,
You know that argument's not gonna hold up. Like, let's be perfectly honest, that's not an argument that's gonna hold up.
look, we were debating like just telling them to go someplace else. This time we at least have mech wreckage.
You should, at the very least, consider, like, capturing them.
No, that would be a death sentence for them.
Right.
Worse.
And if you don't, you basically went, we took a lot of damage, blew up their mechs, but we let them get away.
No, it is space. We don't know. Like, as far as we know, they're dead. You can't prove they're alive.
You can't prove they're dead.
No, but you cannot prove we freaking destroyed their mech and they're in the freaking dead air space. Like, it is not. No. Like, the assumption there is they're dead. Like, we're not going to get out of our mechs and check each cockpit to be like, is this dude dead? So we can get a gun to our face. Like, no.
We'll see. We'll worry about that bridge when we come to it.
I want Link to spotter. Because I can choose, if I choose not to move on that one, I get a lock on as a free action, and I can put all the lock ons. Beautiful. Beautiful. So I guess that's my next goal.
We all have goals. We just live long enough to get them.
Look.
Although you have an extra cushion, right? So like,
Yeah.
technically, even if you die, nothing terrible can happen like resetting your character. So I
know.
guess
So
technically you're fine. Just everyone else around you doesn't have that cushion.
no.
No,
But,
because
I mean, that's they could have like put that foot into that, and they chose not to.
well, I mean, you took two downtime actions basically to not get penalized when you die.
Which is valid. Are you noticing what is happening in this fight?
And you sound like you think you're gonna die immediately.
I don't know why I would sound like that with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 things all capable of shooting me at the moment, and one of them being right next to me.
I mean, just just a little bit of a thing.
Mm,
You're like, no, it's a big thing. I don't want nothing to do with it.
Which is why she took the precaution.
Yeah, fair.
'Cause otherwise, she would have to like leave herself notes about like figure out who is responsible for you dying, just in case you lose your memory of that, and kick their ass.
Yeah. All right. I think we're good to wrap up after a 7-hour stream. I hope everybody had fun.
Yeah.
I mean, the drone thing was iconic. I feel like if Kat does survive this, she's gonna go over to that rock and take a piece of that rock, and that's gonna be a souvenir of this mission.
MVP.
Like that rock is gonna be in a place of honor, and people are gonna come into a room and be like, "Why is that rock
Like,
on a podium?
That rock saved my life.
That rock is the most amazing rock.
All hail the rock.
Lucky rock."
All hail the mighty rock.
You need a tiny little turret figurine to put on top of it.
Yeah. Like never
She
underestimate.
3D prints a little scale model turret.
She would make it actually work too. So if people annoyed her and they were standing in the room with the rock with the turret, it would like do like little like needle like pinprints.
That's aggressive.
Does that surprise you about her?
No. But that's aggressive.
I mean, it's hilarious.
Alright. So I'm gonna shut down my stream. You guys are welcome to stay and chat if you'd like while I do it. You don't have to. But thanks for coming. And thanks to all the watchers, hosts, raids, all of that today. Rabbit, Astroth. Don't think I had any new follows today, although I did technically get myself a resub from Bray here. With her Twitch Prime.
That was actually not today, but I mean, if you want to pretend it was today.
I mean, today in the context of my stream. Today's stream.
Right. Well, no, I meant like I resubbed.
Yeah.
When it told me it was running out, so I did it like a week ago.
I have new sub badges and I have new sub gilding things, but like I guess Twitch didn't take it, and I don't know what the heck's up with that. It's real weird, to be honest. No, yeah, it doesn't seem to want to take my new sub gilding, because you can do a new tier 2 and tier 3 sub like an accent that's over the sub. By default, it's like a silver star and a gold star. And me being extra, I can't let that pass. I redid my sub badges entirely, so they're all mugs, because they used to be coffee cups, and then they turned into mugs, and they turned into two-tone mugs. The way it works now, if Twitch will take it, but they haven't, I'm not annoyed or anything.
I have a mug by your name.
Yes, but it has the gold star on it, right?
No.
What is a two-tone mug?
It looks like it's a red and black mug.
Okay, so it works. I just have to refresh, because I noticed it didn't do it earlier, so I re-uploaded it.
There's not one on mine.
Well, no, because you have the first sub badge, and you can only turn that off for all streams. So like you can't do it per stream, unfortunately. Which is a bummer and weird, and I don't know why it's set up that way, honestly. But yeah, so now the way it works, because they're trying to make tier 2 and tier 3 subs more worthwhile. I guess there was a problem where people didn't really feel it was worth it. Which it kind of wasn't, because if you are a tier 2 sub, you get a bonus emote, and if you're a tier 3 sub, you get a bonus emote.
I didn't even know they were doing like. I never knew there were multiple tiers.
Yeah, so the default is the $4.99. That is the base tier. Never sub on mobile, by the way, because mobile charges you an extra processing fee. So if you ever sub sub on the computer. Amazon Prime is the $4.99. That's the tier 1 sub. Tier 2 gives you an extra emote, and tier 3 gives you an extra emote on top of that one. That's it. It used to be that if you subbed at all, you would get double channel points. Now is, I think, 1.25 for a sub, 1.4 for a tier 2, and something else for tier 3. It used to be you get double points if you were subbed at all. I think now you have to be a tier 3 sub, which is a lot because it's $20 more than the tier 1 sub.
See, I don't know that I would consider anyone worth that.
It's really something you would do like month sometimes. I don't think I could ever justify doing it every month. Like there are certainly people.
I'm trying to think of like anything. I'm like that is more than the price of Netflix.
Yeah.
I don't know anyone who is by themselves giving me more entertainment than Netflix.
I mean, I have few tier 2 subs. Tier 2 sub is $9.99, I think, $10 a month. I think I have 2 people that I'm tier 2 sub for. I would never tell anybody to do a tier 2 sub for me. Like, I don't even tell you to do a tier 1 sub. I don't have my emotes. Like, that's a thing that's still in process because I have a bunch of other background stuff that I'm doing. But though they're trying to make tier 2 and tier 3 subs look more worthwhile. So the way it works now is tier 2, you get the extra points, you get the extra badge, and you get the special effect on the sub badge. So my tier 2 effect is that you get like a silver ring on the top of the mug. If you're a tier 3 sub, it turns the mug into a 2-tone mug. So the upper half is like a black mug, and the bottom half is the color of the mug based on the number of months that you subscribed. Starts as like a tan mug at 1 month, turns into a red mug at 2 months. At tier 3, at 3 months, it turns into a green mug. 6 months, it turns into blue. At 9 months, it becomes purple. After a year, it turns gold. And if I ever become partner, there's a 2-year, a 4-year, and an 8-year. But that's not happening. But yeah, so that's how my new sub loyalty badges work. I basically scrapped the whole thing. I was real sad when they changed it. Because what I wanted to do is I wanted to make each tier a different type of mug. That's not how their badge system works. It is a modifier that sits on top of the badge. And in theory, I could do that. Like I could make it so that the mugs sit on top of paper. Like it used to be that the sub started as like paper cups, like the paper coffee cups, and they would turn into like mugs. And my original plan was I wanted it to be like you could have paper coffee cups for the tier 1s, mugs for the tier 2s, and 2-tone mugs for the tier 3s. And that was sort of what I wanted to do. The problem with that is that it doesn't work because of how the badges sit on top of each other. So in theory, I could come up with a way to make the paper cups smaller than the mugs so that the mugs can sit on top of the paper coffee cups and they would upgrade. I don't know if I have the like
Okay, I'll grant you're being extra on this one.
I don't know if I have the mental capacity to do that, so I did cut corners and I just said, alright, everyone's just a mug, and if you're tier 2, you got a silver lip on the mug, and if you're tier 3, you get 2-tone mugs. I thought about it, because I'm doing it myself, using pixel art, I do have the logistical capacity to do it that way. Just won't. Because it's crazy and terrible. So I don't. But I thought about it. Not gonna lie, I thought real hard about it. But anyway. Thanks for the sub. You don't have to. I don't expect you to. I don't expect anybody to. But thank you very much. But yeah, thanks to everybody who stopped in, who stayed, even the people who lurked. It's always appreciated. I still don't know what my regular streaming schedule is going to be between work and what's like going on in life. I just haven't had the energy to stream. Like that is just the sad truth of it, right? I do want to stream more. Hopefully I will be able to. At the very least, I am always committed to making these work. So the next Lancer stream is going to be July 12th. I have no idea what my work schedule is going to be like. Coronavirus got real weird real fast. Because everyone was like, oh, it's getting better. And then everyone opened up early, and now everyone's freaking out again because everyone done effed up. New York State's in a weird situation because we rolled back our restrictions, but we're still a lot stricter than others. So I don't know if we're on track to fully roll back into full time, which means my job will be based on whenever my governor says. So I don't like my governor. I don't have a lot of faith in my governor, but at least he's sort of handling this okay. So I'm sort of up in the air in the mystery.
I don't want to hear that as a person in the South.
Listen, I didn't say my governor was the worst governor. I just said I don't like him.
I mean, my governor is awesome governor, but I'm surrounded by imbeciles. I'm literally scarred.
I mean, don't forget, I'm living in a conservative state that is liberal only because of one city that holds the vast majority of the population of the state.
I mean, I'm living in a purple state that's pretty much that did go conservative the last elections.
Yeah.
Somehow we got a Democratic governor, and no one knows how that happened.
I mean, in fairness, I don't have a problem with conservatives. I have a problem with certain conservatives. And it's not even about who they support. It's about how they support who they support. Like, I don't care if you like Trump. I do have a problem if you think everything Trump does is great, because it's really not.
Well, I mean, like, to be fair, like, I've spent most of my life conservative.
Like,
And now, apparently, the liberal viewpoint is I think people should maybe not die.
I mean, I don't know.
That's turned into the liberal viewpoint, so I guess I'm liberal now.
Like, I have some liberal friends that are, like, super liberal. They're like, oh my god, Trump's the devil, everything he does is that. I was like, no, it's really not. Trump is a crazy person. Trump is also a businessman. Everything Trump does is in Trump's best interest. Because that is just who he is as a person, right? Like, he's a business guy. Like, no matter else what you think about his competency or how terrible his viewpoints are, at the end of the day, Trump is born and raised.
Good businessman.
I didn't say he was a good businessman, alright? That's just, he was born and raised a businessman, and what he does is he looks out for what's in his best interest, and he listens to advisors that are picked to what he thinks he needs. Whether or not that pays out for him as president, that's certainly debatable, but it does make his thinking process fairly predictable. He will say and do what he thinks makes him look good. And unfortunately, the people he hired to help him, kinda stupid. Like, I don't even blame everything Trump says on Trump. I think a lot of it is someone told him something, he half listened to it, and he misinterpreted what they said, said something stupid. And I don't even hold that up against him. 100%. Like, it's still his fault. He's still responsible, but like, someone's telling him stupid things. And I blame more on them than him. And like, if you like Trump,
It's called
that's fine.
his daughter's husband.
I mean, like, every president does that, right? Like, I'm not even saying that's 100% Trump. Like, I'm sure, like, even Obama, the everyone's favorite liberal president, right? Like, everyone loved him. It's like, he had.
Everyone listens to people like Jared Kushner.
Well, no, but like, here's the thing. Like, I'm sure that like Obama had his advisors that he listened to that he didn't know and he took advice from and he interpreted what they said his own way. I think he's more articulated about his interpretation of stuff, and he was better about hiring who he hired. Problem is, Trump was not better about who he hired because Trump, being a businessman, hired people that were good for his business interests. Which, for his business end, I'm sure his business stuff doing great from all the people doing him favors. like being perfectly realistic, like I don't doubt that like people ended up in his cabinet based on business decisions. And there's a whole conversation we can have about whether or not that's legal. But if we're being honest, every politician does it, so it's not like he's doing anything worse than anybody else. At the end of the day, Trump's a politician and a businessman. And at the end of the day, 90% of politicians are businessmen and politicians. It's sad where we are. It's just that we got like the worst example of that in office right now. Who do I think he's going to be the worst ever? No, because sadly I'm sure someone else worse than him will show up one day. And even if you like... Here's the thing, even if you like Trump, you will agree with me that one day someone you like even less is going to be in the office. That is just the universal law of how it is. Can't please everybody.
Not end the night on a totally depressing note. Like, I'm gonna have to go to sleep soon after this, and I'm just gonna be like crying into my pillow about the future of humanity.
Here's the thing, right? Like, even if you don't like him, even you hate everything, he has to leave eventually. So there's always an upside.
People thought that about Putin.
Our government isn't quite to that point yet. It'll be a while till we get to that point, and I don't think it's going to happen anytime while Trump is eligible for office. I don't question if, like, one day that might happen, and maybe the president that's in office at that time will be pretty good. But today is not that day, this year is not that year, next year is probably not that year. So, I don't even think it's going to happen in his term, as much as I'm sure he would love it. It's not going to happen. His term or next turn, even if he gets elected again.
It's not gonna happen because Trump can't keep all the poisons straight the way Putin can.
I mean, listen, KGB real good at like.
No, I'm not even joking. I listened to this whole audiobook about the art of poisoning, and it was mostly about medieval times. But then, like at the end, she stopped and like talked about like all these people who mysteriously died of unidentified poisons, and they all had this common trait. Where Putin didn't like them. Go figure.
Listen, I'm gonna say this right now. Like the KGB, so good at the job, they don't even care no more. It's like, oh dear, this person somehow like shot and hung themselves and threw themselves off the balcony after they did. I'm just like, wait, what? It's like, it was an accidental suicide. I'm like, what? What?
Yeah, no. During like literally 3 weeks ago, 3 Russian doctors who had spoken against the Russian coronavirus thing all got defenestrated. But it was an accident.
Yes.
Fell out of windows accidentally.
Accidentally, they all jumped out the window and hung themselves and shot themselves on the way down.
And had plutonium waiting.
Yeah. Like, accidentally. It's like, wow, you guys don't even try anymore. Like, this, like can we at least go back to the Cold War?
KGB here. Do not come kill us. We are applauding you. You're amazing.
It's like, can we at least go back to Cold War KGB where, like, they pretended they cared that, like, they were trying to be secret?
Yeah, I mean, like that's where all the good spy movies came from.
Like, can you at least try to be secret? Like, I get that no one's going to stop you. And so you don't have to pretend.
Spy stuff, yeah.
But, like, have some, like, I don't know, like, inventiveness. Like, you can't just be like, they committed suicide. Like, they can't be your answer to everything. Because it doesn't work. Like, it's not the universal catch-all.
We don't know how this enemy of the state
It's like
drank plutonium.
Like, yeah, he accidentally consumed a radioactive isotope and killed himself. Or, oh god, what was it? There was this really ridiculous one, like, years ago. Where it's like, this person somehow put themselves into luggage, stabbed and shot themselves, and flung themselves off a balcony. And I'm just like, what magical super contortionist?
I mean, don't underestimate the enemies of the Russian state, okay?
It was just like, how is this an accident? I was just like,
You're gonna find out that, like, the enemies of the Russian state and the Russian state really are a Marvel movie.
I just like, I read this and they're like, oh, this person committed suicide. I'm like, okay, first of all, if they shot themselves, okay. If they stabbed themselves, okay. I don't think I would ever commit suicide by stabbing myself, but okay. Stabbing and shooting myself, no. And then it's like, and then somehow they did that while in luggage, or they shot himself and then put themselves in luggage and then stabbed themselves because like the gun wasn't in the luggage, right? So like that means you set up the luggage on the railing, you shot yourself, climbed into the luggage, zipped it up, and stabbed yourself, and then flung yourself off the balcony and discarded the knife? Like, like, it was just like somebody in the KGB or whoever tried to kill this person, because can't prove it's the KGB, right? Like,
You know what? They like whoever.
whoever did this, right? It's like
They just had a drinking match, and then like
it's like they just it's like they just decided to be as extra in this as they could. They're just like, we're not sure if this killed him, so let's do this, and then throw him off the building. It's like, what? I don't know. I just there are certain things where just like if you cover something up, like even if it was like let's just say, right, like they're not covering up KGB, right? Like they're just covering up like a murder, like a crazy psychopathic murder. Like this is legitimately like not KGB. Maybe there's just like some crazy Russian serial killer that they're trying to cover up because they're like serial killers don't happen, right? Because that's entirely plausible. But like, dude, what is wrong with this guy? He's just like going super extra ham. Like, just pick one thing. Pick one thing and do it. Don't do all of them. This is not a case where quantity is a quality of itself.
We're talking about the country that Rasputin is from, though.
I mean, that is true, right? But sometimes
To die, even after they did all that, so maybe they're just like
it's like it happened once before.
everyone else.
It's like it happened once before, never again. I am the fan of the concept that like quantity is a quality in of itself, but sometimes there's just too much quantity. Sometimes you need to step back a bit, bud. Maybe pick 3 things instead of 6. I don't know.
It sounds like you're just not ambitious.
I clearly I'm not. I mean, I don't want to kill people, and if I do it, I don't want to go like extra. Oh, like what kind of person am I? Presumably a decent human being, I guess. I don't know. That's
So
weird.
I actually looked up list of unusual deaths on Wikipedia, and I
Oh,
wanted
no.
to see how many of them were Russian.
Oh no.
Like, this was 1978. Georgy Markov was assassinated on a London street via a micro-engineered pellet containing ricin fired into his leg from an umbrella wielded by someone associated with the Bulgarian Secret Service. It has been speculated that they asked the KGB for help. Real death. 7th of September 1978.
Listen, just because James Bond films tell you that spies come up with these stupid, ridiculous weapons doesn't mean you actually have to go and make these stupid, ridiculous weapons. That's not subtle. There is an autopsy that has happened. You would have been less discovered if you just accidentally drove a car into the guy and hit him. Like, what? What?
That doesn't get you on the list of unusual deaths.
But you're a spy, right? You're in the Secret Service. You're not trying to end up on the list of unusual
I mean, why not?
deaths.
Do it. Go.
Because that's the opposite of being a spy. That's not sneaky at all. Oh god, I hate everything about the world because of that.
I feel like I hate everyone. I hate everything about the world because of the KGB being extra.
Like just
Like, that's your breaking point, is the KGB being extra.
like Spy vs. Spy is a comedy cartoon. It's not supposed to be an example of how you approach like spy operations. It's not a litmus test. You can't be like, is my crazy spy tool valid for like a Mad TV skit? That can't That can't be the basis.
Not to do with the KGB, but this is just like, holy crap. 64-year-old John Lewis, a businessman from Minsterworth, England, this was 1999, attempted to light a bonfire with petrol, but inadvertently lit his clothes on fire. He then ran to a river where he jumped in and drowned.
I have questions. I have many questions.
The best Wikipedia page ever.
I have many, many questions. The biggest one is, why would you try to put out a petrol fire with water? 2, how did you then proceed to drown? How big was this river? Did he jump into a rapid flowing river? And if that was the case, why did you jump into it? Are you stupid? At that point, you should just go, oh god, this is worse. I'm gonna stop, drop, and roll like I should have to start with.
I mean, yeah, if your clothes is what caught on fire, he lit his clothes on fire. So
I'm assuming that he spilled gasoline down the front of his person.
It says he inadvertently lit his clothes on fire.
Right. But probably what happened is the gasoline while he was pouring it probably caught fire and he freaked out and he probably spilled it on himself, which means it probably got over the front of his person. That's the only logical thing I can think of. You freak out with the fire and you panic and you drop the gas and it gets on you. If that's not what happened, then I have so many other questions. I'm making an assumption about human nature, which perhaps I shouldn't have, because he started the bonfire with a can of petrol. So, already perhaps I'm in the wrong here. God, I hate people.
Yeah, this was in 2008. Judy K. Sarkowski died of blunt force craniocerebral trauma when a 75-pound spotted eagle ray leapt out of the water and knocked her over. The ray also died.
I mean, that's not funny. That's just sad.
I mean, it's kind of funny that, it's kind of funny in the sense she literally got killed because a marine animal.
Hold on, I'm gonna end my stream because I'm still streaming. So thanks everybody who came to stream. We're gonna continue this conversation. You're gonna miss out. I'm sorry, but if you're ever interested, there's a Discord channel, and you can keep up with us and my nonsense. I'm trying to use it more. Maybe we'll have conversations like this on my Discord, and it'll be great. But thanks everybody. Have a good night, and see you next time.